What is up, everybody? I hope you are good. It's nice to have you here. I am Kane B. I will be your host for this shenanigan-infused journey. As Not the Vice President puts it, it's nice to see you, Rowie, Dan, Tom Campbell. Always a pleasure, sir. I got something up my sleeve for all of you tonight. You are in so much trouble. Heather. Ugh. That it? It's just going to be three of us tonight? Alright, I'm good with that. Three of us. Show salad B. And I don't know what was in this cup earlier. There's a little bit left. It leaves a sweet taste on your lips. Smells like cinnamon. Can you? I've got more. I can share. Red metal. Alright, Heather. Tony's here. Don't ask me. I've gotten so many comments. I haven't gotten one comment about his hat. He doesn't know where it is. I know exactly where it is. But I'm not telling. Because it's under the couch down there. And he's got a 1,000 batting average. So he can just be Tony. Twiz is watching. Echoes is here. Anyway, what do you think about all these recent new developments here? I'm supposed to turn on these logos. I have a confession to make. And this is a real one. I better get out the harmonica. I steal. I do. It's not technically... Darn it. It's not technically stealing. When I go to Thornton's, I take these. I take this many every time. They usually have triple this many. And I take them. Because you can just lift the thing. They don't lock it. They're dumb. So if you work at Thornton's, chase me down. They give me VIP gas. Well, this feels good. It's Florida after. Heather. So, I have more. So check this out. So I finally got my act together. Kids go to bed. And that doesn't mean anything to the banks, apparently. Because when I was like rolling in the dough, working, not for Uber Eats, which isn't really money, I found that I know you guys are all dying to see the real. The real. Come on, Kane, show us the real. Blah, blah, blah. Na, 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 boo, boo. Leslie and Billy, very nice. I owe you a song. I just remembered now. I just remembered meow. I just meow remembered. I don't know why that one's not showing. There it is. Where is that one? Huh. Interesting. That's interesting. No, that one scared Jen off last time. Jen's in prison. No. She could have been, though. Who knows? JJ Vance. Okay, that's all the stuff for the things. Where are my logos? Heather, how did you get on top? Heather does stuff when I'm not in the back rooms. Look at what she did. This has me going nuts. So what was my confession? There is... Hold on. Wait for it. Let's wait. I don't know. I'm just going to have Heather's logo tonight. Thanks, folks. That's the show. I appreciate you coming in. Twiz made me wear these stupid headphones. And I like them. These other ones, they cost $300. These ones. Not these ones. Not those. You know what I'm talking. These guys. They're like $200. They're seriously. And they blew the speaker out. So that's why last show, Bubbly Waters was on here. And if I'm loud, I don't care. I want to sound bassy. That counts. Today's show brought to you by Butter Bars. I went with the dollar store kind. I'll show you what they look like. I don't have any creamsicles, so don't ask. Can't have one. And type 1 diabetes is really jealous of type 2 diabetes. So if you're not born with it... Oh, God. Lillian, if you're watching, I am going to come to Sugar Wings and hopefully you'll have some sugar for Daddy. Okay, we called it... I'd say that because we called it Sugar Daddies when I was looking at the graffiti. I can't get used... That gives me a headache, Echoes. Ida Toes, come on. I don't know who you are. Are you she's found her true flame in Toes. Ho name Ida. Okay, yeah, cold welcome in, I guess. It's so quiet in here. Yeah, so the bank thing. I set up my rent. I was being a good guy. I was like, I'm ahead of the game. So I set up the auto pay for the car incurrence. That because you saw what we went through just to get the car incurrence. And so anyway, Tom Campbell, I know you're watching. Leslie and Billy. So I thought that I hadn't set up the auto pay. And I told the lady, I was like, these companies, they love to set up the auto pay like Spectrum. They do that to me every week. Every month they set up a new thing and they raise the price and they hope that you don't notice. It's funnier in my head. Anyway, so there it is. Who is Olivia? You ever wonder that, Heather? Who is Olivia on the line? If Olivia is one of the onlines. Not necessarily in the streets of Tube. We'll talk about that more later. But anyway, so I said... And so on the 16th, they told me on the 6th that I would have 10 days grace period with my insurance. So, okay, worked all the Uber days. Remember that. You guys were there, and let me fix this mic. Tony's here. And they did all the things, and so I've been getting all these notices. When you don't have any money, you just ignore notices, right? What can you do? Yeah, well, you owe us money. You bastards. And so, yeah, I never look at them to know what's going on. And so, apparently, my insurance had already come out. Here's the only good news. I'm paid up through June on my car insurance. And it's not through Geico. I have Dairyland, if you guys are familiar. I'm not even advertising for it. That's just what I have. And so, anyway, it is April 21st, the day after 420. How are you feeling? I hope you made it through. This was a frozen pina colada. Just so you know. Jenn's coming. Mr. Rabbit Hat. J.J. Vance. I guess that occult rejects are more important than the Purge. We're going to have to talk about that. But he will be here. I'm gonna keep him in my basement for another hour. And then I know you guys, I can't wait for J.J. Vance. I can't wait for J.J. Vance. I can't either. But these are the cards we are dealt, ladies. These are the cards. And guys. Or the guy, no, all the guys are like, he's so smart. The girl's like, I want to bang him. Alright, so. Yeah, and so I'm paid. Here's the thing. The rent came out auto pay also. That got sent back. So now I have to pay $400 in rent as opposed to $180. But I have $100 or so-ish. And gas. It's the little things in life that get you through. Heather. Shut up, Kane. Just shut up. Oh, man. I can do this.
That's all you've been doing is baking.
Clearwater, Florida.
It looks like your average beach town, but what if I told you it's secretly run by Scientology? Clearwater, Florida. Since the 1970s, the Church of Scientology has been quietly buying up property here, at first in secret under fake names. It started when L. Ron Hubbard's followers bought the historic Fort Harrison Hotel in 1975. Locals had no idea it was Scientology until after the deal was done. Fast forward to today, they own over 185 properties in Clearwater, worth hundreds of millions. Offices, stores, entire blocks downtown, all Scientology. Locals say downtown feels like a ghost town because much of it's owned but barely used. Critics call it a takeover. Scientology calls it expansion. And the tension? Real. There's been years of drama between the church and city leaders over control, secrecy, and influence.
God, Florida's awful. Nasty insects, old people, fat people, a lot of people who all offer you cheese. You want cheese with that? You want cheese with that? And then shoot you.
Go out and running.
And the car's still
out
on.
and running. Yep, car's still going, but it's kind of bumped into some gating right there. Wow, look at this guy go 15 miles an hour. I love Skyfox and Attack. He's holding it. I couldn't do that. I'm out of breath just watching. And he's continuing on. Oh, my goodness. Well, you know what? That wheelchair, definitely not for him. If that was in the back of that car, I can tell you that is if he tries to get into somebody's home. What? There's an LAPD officer behind him. Oh, my gosh. How far has this guy been running? Oh, this is you know what? I think in the end they're just going to call up. Taser's out for sure. And he's going to tase him. Tase him on the run.
Oh.
Boom! Boom! Right behind a tree. Always behind a tree. There you go. But he's here. They got him down. I do not think they tased him. But you got this guy on the ground.
That was me, it's Stewie Griffin, not.
Go on.
What you just witnessed was the near-perfect execution of a tactic only the most skilled and knowledgeable detectives can dare to attempt. Known as the na-na-na-na-boo-boo technique, the detective flashes a sudden mocking gesture while the suspect is mid-sentence. This will serve to derail the suspect's train of thought, making it much harder to keep track of his fibs.
Just I felt like that was me, it's Stewie Griffin, not.
Are you? Yes, he is. You're the one that f***ed my mother. He's the one. You're on camera. It's okay. He said it. No, it's okay.
This is how bad bullying was when I was growing up. I remember there was this kid in a wheelchair he controlled with his mouth because he couldn't even move his limbs. And these evil little bastards let him bully me.
I'm 60 and sexy. And tonight I'm having cream corn and strained peaches.
Hope you're good. I've been going into the past, and that past is before the arrest of Brian Kohberger. It's interesting, but unfortunately that's an isolated memory. Memories that are lost within the shards of glass and the broken wood and the blood of King Road. It's all in the wreckage now. However, if we had one person in our whole community who should just go back and piece everything together. We need an author, but not a cheesy gossip author like this Blum person. No, I mean someone who's been there the whole time. Someone like Brian Kohberger. You don't think Brian's writing a book about this whole thing? You don't think Brian Kohberger is a part of his own defense? Of course he is. And I know that some of the court proceedings are confusing, but look at it through my filter, which is these people are owned by the college. That's why he said this, that's why she rebuts that. They're owned. They have no choice but to.
And he asked me before I signed what I would like to do in the Marines. And I asked him I'd like to first get the dress blue uniform. And he told me that they only issue the dress blue uniform to seagoing Marines, band members, Marine Corps band, the Drum and Bugle Corps, and to embassy guards. And I told him that I got seasick and that I didn't play an instrument. Could I be an embassy guard? And he says, well, he said, you're 6'2", you're in shape. He said, I'll put that down as your first choice. Well, I want to tell you, to this day, I'm looking for that recruiter.
Beautiful Corsair I just brought in from Kissimmee this morning. Iconic World War II fighter. We call it the Beast. We have a 2,000 horsepower radial engine, 18-cylinder Pratt & Whitney twin Wasp, over 13-foot propeller on this. Very harmonized on the controls, agile, maneuverable. It's just phenomenal. Keep in mind, this airplane is designed as a carrier plane, so at the time they could stack twice as many airplanes on an aircraft carrier. In order to do that, the wings fold up on them. The gull wing is another noticeable thing about this airplane.
One that subscribes to this channel is a member of the Neighborhood Watch, where we run the YouTube streets looking for trouble. And fun. Lots of parties and fun. Yeah.
Float planes are some of the most fun you'll have in warm weather. Now, I've flown my fair share of these things, and I want to go through them with you guys, starting with this 2,000 millimeter Beaver by FMS. This thing is absolutely massive and flies perfect. POVs ever recorded from an onboard camera on these RC airplanes. And I recommend to people the most. It's the FMS Ranger 1220 millimeter. It's beginner friendly with a gyro, and it comes with everything you need in the box.
A test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual Purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the Purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the Purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the Purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Welcome to the Purge, anything goes. We got Kane B as the host. Welcome to the show.
Is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the Purge, no doubt, he's the king. Breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the Purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the Purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air?
Hi there.
Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the Purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the Purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the Purge, taking Idaho by storm.
The strange shell cloud was seen in Ohio.
Breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air?
Heather.
Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
Dead with 3 roommates in a house near the University of Idaho last.
It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
All right, everybody, how you doing? I hope you enjoyed the reel today. Let's get in the mood. Today's show brought to you by Red and Black Drink. It cracks open. Oh, yes. It's not beer. I get the smackies every time I drink it. Oh, Miss Potts is here. I was going to yell at her for not being here. It's just not a show unless I get to yell at Miss Potts or JJ. Bad JJ. I cloned him 6 times so I could yell at him more. And, okay, that's the end of the reel. We'll show it again later. Why not? I bet you somebody missed it. So let's see what we have on tap today. I gotta pretend like you guys are interested in anything I have to say till JJ gets here. I know you guys want JJ. We want JJ. We want JJ. Jerks. Todd, you're a jerk. I get to yell at you anyway. Miss Potts. Ugh. Isn't that a man's name? Miss Potts. Oh, if I read these documents wrong, I'm in a lot. I have a real crowd here. All right, let's see. Yep, financial tripiculties, not difficulties, just tripiculties is all it is. I'm gonna start. You know what? I'll start with this. You can hear the air conditioner today because you know what? I live in Florida. I got the door open. Aw, Miss Potts, don't go. Brea Silva's here. Very nice to see you. Tampa police make arrest in early morning attempted. So check this out. The victim was approached by the suspect, later identified as 30-year-old Alec Holmes, who was armed with a handgun and demanded money. Thankfully, the victim was able to flee from the scene without injury and call the police. Witnesses provided a detailed description of the subject, which was relayed to the responding officers. Tampa police arrived quickly, locating and detaining Holmes, who was still lingering in the area. Okay, that was all. That's all. Thanks. Have a great night, folks. Thanks, Miss Potts, for coming in. This seems to... You thought it was just in Idaho. No, it's nationwide. It is a thing. And here's the guy. That's not him. There he is. Now, here's a situation where the police take credit for the victim having a closed circuit TV system. Just listen, please. A 37-year-old Casey Pelagi in connection with peeping into windows. The swift identification and apprehension of this suspect is a direct result of the diligent work of our officers and the vigilance of our community, and the crucial role of media, in the mainstream media, of course, not the YouTube media. I had nothing to do with solving this crime. Tampa Police Chief Lee Burkaw We are grateful these partnerships. I'm just, in bringing you up. And so the Central Florida investigation began after a resident reported observing an unknown male looking through the windows of her home, causing her significant distress. It's happened to me. The suspect, later identified as Pelagi, was captured on video on her property on March 29th, approaching the residence and looking into the windows, according to LE. Following the initial reports and review of the security code, detectives gathered evidence. They got 65 terabytes of it. Began to develop leads and sought the public's assistance in identifying the suspect through social media and local news outlets. On April 4th, an anonymous tip was received, leading detectives to Pelagi as possibly being the individual captured on Tough Crowd. Oh, so I'll get to that one. Alright. So, we can, I think I have a video coming up. I'm going to leave it backwards. Brian Kohberger's attorneys are working with an expert who says it's likely 2 people were responsible for the thing. This was one of the many details that emerged during Wednesday's court hearing regarding evidence in the case. Kohberger faces 4 counts. Wednesday's hearing touched on a variety of topics. The possibility of alternate perps, video evidence, Kohberger's autism disorder, and Amazon purchase records were all discussed. Kohberger's defense team is planning to show alternative perpetrators could be responsible for the Moscows after it finishes further investigations. Hitler ordered them to present that evidence before the trial, so the prosecution has time. That I realize I've read that line before. We here at the Purge. If you're new to the Purge, please hit the subscribe button. Just wait that 5 minutes and jump on in the chat with Danger Zone, Heather Fitzgerald. They are the who's who. Moto Man Max is here. They're the who's who, literally, of scratching your neck while you don't drink whiskey. Today's show brought to you by Flips Pretzels. They're white and they're fudgy. They're damn delicious. And you know what? I hack. Okay, this is the Thornton's hack. This is $20 worth of paper towels. These are the mechanics kind. I'm trying to build enough of a collection that I can start donating to the less fortunate. This is the kind of phone I have. It's brand new. And then, let's see here. Oh, today's show brought to you by this one, too. You gotta admit, I'm nothing without my energy drinks. If you can afford it, I'm gonna set a goal. That's it. I'm doing it right now. I would give away free memberships right now, but all of you have memberships, probably, right? Sure. I should lower the price. I think that I'm gonna do a poll. That's it. I want your input here, because this show is the chat. It really is. And I want to start doing some members live, because listen, if you have not yet done it, please go to Rumble, and you can, if you use a mirror, you can tell what my name is, and you can find it in Rumble. And please subscribe, and I can start simulcasting there live also as well, which is the dream. And teamwork, guys, makes the dream work, Amy Conway. As we say here in Florida, typically unique. Good Lord. I can't believe she's showing her face here. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. No, it's true. Okay. Here is a poll for Heather. She is my twin flame. There it goes. Okay. Kohberger's attorneys did not go into detail But his lawyer, AT, said they have produced an expert that believes it's likely there were 2 people and 2 weapons involved in this. She also claimed to have found a pretty good lead in the evidence that she is following up on, which is more than you can say for MPD. Victorini, meanie, Rini. I love my Rini. My Rini is the OG member. Speaking of memberships. Oh, it's everybody thinks I should hold my ground. Anyway, I'm setting a goal, and I will somehow get this to the guy that has to have okay, the goal, I don't know how to do this. He has to have MTV Red Zone or whatever it's called. I don't know. Okay. There it is. That's it. Right there. And they cost $2.50 each. And we have 30 minutes. I will sing Billy and Leslie a song. If she left and she's making him expensive dinner, that's not fair. They're yelling at me from outside. Oh. That's Linda. She's a very, very nice lady. Her son's tire, after I finish doing Uber Eats, I will, Leslie and Billy, I can do it. You can do it. It's okay. Don't we miss? Was Dinky more entertaining than me? I wonder. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so this is the goal, and these all the times within this 30 minutes, they will go to the guy who you guys love more than me, and if we get there, wait, did I put 30 seconds? Hold on. I put the Rumbler. Oh, we've already surpassed the goal. Thank you, bro. Okay, alright. Winner, chicken dinner. Did I set a goal? I set a goal. It's to buy this guy. He likes his Code Red. And if you know, I can't dox anybody on that. That's all. All the money next half hour, that $5, will go directly to, they call him the streak. So yeah, I'm at Robert's, and Jimmy's girlfriend, she's a little sweetheart. She came in and she popped her head in and she's like, "I'm just making sure you guys aren't streaming because I'm walking around in my PJs," and she had on like a t-shirt and boxers, and I'm like, "Did she say streaking?" She thought I was gonna get her booty on the live stream, which you guys would probably like, you freaks, pervs. I was gonna build myself a jail, and here, I'll turn me down just a little bit for the dogs. No, not that much. Typically unique. Oh, I love you so much. It's so fun to be mean to you, though. I'm not mean. Listen. You are drinking wine. I'm on the windy stuff. It's cinnamon flavor. I wish I had some chata. I finally remembered the name of it. So I think I don't know what counts. I don't even know what I picked. Whatever it is, we already have $7 going to this guy. That's a pretty good razor. I promise you guys like him way more than me. Brought to you by. I cannot wait till JJ is free. I don't even know what my own thoughts are until I see JJ. Then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. And then I can argue. We argue pretty well. The last show that I did, the last computer live, the sit down live, not the... What did Heather call that shit? Rowie, thank you. Others, okay, you're at $9, buddy. Old pal. Thank you, Rowie. That was very generous. We are way over, not a Razor Moto Man Max, but a Code Red. Code Red Mountain Dew. Because it's sad, he has been having to drink regular Dew for as long as I can remember, like a week. That's a sad testament to this country. When there is Code Red everywhere available. Thank you guys. Okay, so there's $7. Cool. There's a charity Kane beats the Purge today. If you guys want to do the backwards or some type of different font, if you're into that thing, I'll put another poll. Let's check out the poll. Let's just check in on the poll. I'm going to end it in 3, 2, now. Never go on 3. Never go on 3. 21 votes, yes. Yes is. Typically you got a membership. Alright. That's a Heather Fitzgerald potato one too. That's no joke. Alright, we're gonna bring him down. I'll take care. You actually have to delete the ones, and I didn't have the heart to delete Heather Fitzgerald potato and Meg P mashed potato and Twizgate. Twizgate is that they make you get the most expensive one when you gift one, which I don't think is fair. So we'll bring it down, and everyone can be silver in on the action. You're in double digits, bro, for Code Red. This is happening. Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Wow. I'm gonna have to get a bigger envelope, I think. Where was I? Somebody's picking on me for saying too many times. You can't really mix the sauce with the butter bars. But damn it, I am gonna freaking try at some point. Man, I hope you all had a fantastic Easter Jesus Zombie Day Sunday. I did. I had a great time. Nobody bothered me. It was amazing. It was my family probably blew up my other phone. They don't have my new number. Except for my sister does, except for she's for some reason ignoring it. Go figure. That's what I told you. Into the looking glass. Here's how you do it. Before I read the rest of this Kohberger story. Well, let's finish the Kohberger story. Kohberger has yet to provide witnesses that corroborate his alibi that he was driving around at night away from the crime scene when it occurred. His cell phone was allegedly turned... That's the show. I can't do it. Oh, man, that was... Num, 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 num. Listen, you guys. Drugs are bad, okay? It is Husher Monday. I forgot about those. We hit... I guess I owe Leslie and Billy a song, even though technically the goal... I was trying to put it at 50 cents. It only lets you do $2. I don't know what the requirement... You have to click on the goal. Anyway, I'll put something towards the goal too. I will match whatever's matched. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So thank you guys for your deliciousness and being a waterfall. I want to know what the mainstream media is smoking, because I definitely want some of that, baby. And I'm going to clone JJ to get it. So let's see. His cell phone was allegedly turned off, which is why experts can't use cell tower evidence to pinpoint exactly where he was during those moments. Kohberger's attorney spent much of Wednesday hearing trying to get ahead of evidence that it believed the prosecution might present during trial. For example, they stated that law enforcement recorded hundreds of hours of interviews with Kohberger's classmates at Washington State University. Now, I previously reported that it was back in Pleasant Valley over there at the junior college. According to Kohberger's team, his classmates made unkind and awful comments about the suspect during these interviews. Kohberger's attorney blamed his autism. Whoa, mommy, whoa, okay. That's code red for a month, kids. I'm not playing. Hello. Thank you. My goodness, one of my Max had to get on. He likes to give me a punch in the ribs, one in the kidney, and then he just like a little slap in the face. Because Kane, You're so cute, Kane. I'm cute. I realize that Too Fast for Fleas is pretty. I always try to say I'm the pretty face of the show. Jenn might be in prison. She will be here, though, I promise. Oh, Miss Potts. Get out of here! No, she has cop friends. I know, I was going to help those cops find the stuff that the guy threw out his window, but... Anyway. Kohberger's attorneys blamed his autism for how his classmates perceived him, which is why they asked Hitler to provide this evidence from being used. To prohibit. Sorry. Oof. Uh-oh. However, Deputy Attorney General Jeff Nye said the prosecution does not plan on presenting these interviews during the trial because it has better evidence. There's, if I was going to put, I'm going to change, let's go to my backrooms, guys. I'm going to change the title. Can you see? I'm copying and pasting right now. Let's see here. And, if you're going to copy one of Miss Potts' posts, you better take her shopping. According to defense attorneys, the prosecution has dug up a paper Kohberger wrote while at a student at DeSales University. This is amazing. Let me put the Purge perspective. The Purge perspective. All channels are now the Purge. For the most part, when I did papers in college, they pretty much gave you a standard format. They said, okay, you can choose this sometimes, and you can choose that for the class project. He chose this. And because he chose that particular, whether it was assigned, and I'm going to probably put $1 to donuts. And you know what that means to me. Especially you, Red Metal. That it was an assigned assignment. But he was this awful person for the way that he worded it. Now, come on, Jeff H. Let's get real here. Corporal Kane. Rat Corporal reporting for duty. Golly! Well, golly! Didn't you like that Jim Carrey with Jerry Lewis? Okay, so I woke up and I don't know why. I was singing that song, Daniel, yo, my bro. Wait, how does it? I don't even remember how it goes. I listened to it first thing, and it brought a tear to my... because music from our kidship is memories. I can see the red tail lights headed to Spain, and now I can see Daniel waving goodbye. Lord, it looks like Daniel must be the clouds in my eye. That was a cappella. So you can imagine how it would be if I had a grand piano in here. I know, guys. Marigold, thank you very much for your generous coming on over. I'm so glad you found us. I hope it was the algorithm is finally in our favor. Because Miss Potts likes the hits from the 80s. Miss Typically Unique now. Kim, just do me one favor right now. Please tell me that Carlos is not at the casino. Just, even if he is, lie to me. And tell me he did not take the kids with him. She's like, he took the kids with him this time. I'm like, isn't Cedar Point, like, right there? They're grown up. They're grown kids, though. I'm like, 12, clean your room. Mark and Betsy. I was hoping to go live at 3, so I had Dinky and Malk and Betsy at a reasonable hour. We are at the midnight hour over in Mariold. Elton Johnny nap. I'm just wasting time till JJ gets here. As soon as JJ gets here, we'll have a show. I'm going to play the Anyway. According to a defense attorneys, the prosecution has dug up a paper Kohberger wrote while a student at DeSales that shows he knows how to clean up a crime scene. If it's the one I'm thinking of, that's why I'm laughing. You know. If you know, you know. During the traffic stop, Kohberger initially did not want to give police his cell phone number. Oh, what a terrible guy. He knows his own rights. But that will be easy. And made a comment about how he doesn't think seatbelts offer much safety. That I don't agree with. His attorney, Alyssa Massive, said the jury might draw unfair conclusions from this conversation. However, the prosecution claimed it is only using this video to confirm Kohberger's address, date of birth, phone number, and the fact that he drove a Hyundai Elantra. That proves it. That proves it was the one. Which implies it was the one. Do you see the game? Hitler said he will look at... Oh, by the way, grab your snacks. We're going to settle in for a long one. And when I say that, that means I have to be done by 10 o'clock. Because I have a long day tomorrow. You guys have to work. I'm going to keep you for 3 more hours. 5, 6 more hours. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Oh, we made the goal. We did the ding, 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 ding. I didn't keep track. Let's just say a solid 5-0 to my boy, who we all love and know. We all love and hate. I jump around. I'm not ADHD. I am a little teapot. And here we go. So, Taylor urged the judge not to allow experts to testify that these videos conclusively show the suspect vehicle. Hitler said he will consider this. How was that? It was pretty good. I practiced that all day. But he said the prosecution is still allowed to make this claim during the closing argument. Kohberger's team is trying to prohibit evidence from Kohberger's AT&T and Amazon records. It claims the prosecution has not been forthcoming. Rockford's watching, by the way, and if he is, he's probably like, okay, I gotta see if 1923 is on Netflix. He gets bored, so what is the fascination with this case, you guys? If I did a live on Kelly Clarkson or anything else, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be. If I did it on Panda Bears, you might come. Ricky Schroeder is officially a senior citizen. Alright, that's enough of that. This, I thought was it. I have to, unfortunately, dox you guys $20 each because you won't let me out of jail, you freeloading master. I was thinking about, like, if you had to tell somebody, like, yeah, you know, I do the YouTubes. I do the tubes of you. Like, Lillian, I'm coming to see you. I met you at the Sugar Wings. You're kind of cute. I'm a sucker for black hair. Don't tell her I said that, though. And she's cute. Anyway, I'm going to have some wings. If there's sugar on them, then who knows? I don't know. I don't have any logos up. So, let's see here. ADHD. How do I ADHD? Oh, right. Let's find a... You know, this channel was down for a day, and nobody ever explained to me why. Oh, wait. There is Operation GCD. Let's check in with them.
You know, like what they would call like the real vampire community, the sanguinarian community, the other kin community, like all of these things kind of coalescing in a... Celeste
in the house.
Oddly frightening.
Cosmic Peach not liking Celeste today.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It sounds like...
There goes the Clarity's over there.
Oh, I was just gonna say. So, did you like get involved with the other ones? Do they all come together and like meet at certain times, or?
I mean, not explicitly, I guess. I think like with any weird subculture, in the same way as the goth subculture intersects with the vampire subculture.
The god
sometimes, just because you
subculture.
got some shared interests. There were definitely
Who's this chick on the left?
individual members.
She
of the group
looks
I was
like
in,
my
and possibly also
speech
moderators that
teacher
did
in
intersect with the
1984.
sanguinarian
This,
community.
I don't know if you can
It's
see
a
my
little
cursor.
convoluted,
This is
but
Nick.
very much toward
He
the end
may
of my involvement with the group.
actually be on the show
people
tonight.
involved
He
in
was on the
running
show
group I was
last
in
time,
actually founded a
along with Bubbly Waters. This is my pretty much co-host now. Actually, I'll be honest, I'm just kind of the pretty face. He's got the knowledge. That is JJ Vance of Operation GCD. Please subscribe to them. They're live right now. If you want to bail on this live, I don't blame you. I don't know. It's my liver. I have a whole heap of chicken livers in the thing. Let's look now. Alright, because I want to play this video. Let's see what Mr. Doug has new. Because he's been putting them out there, and this is one. And I'm going to put it real low. All we need is just a little background noise. Because this is a noise, Turn that noise down and get off my lawn. Let's see, we got... This sounds pretty good, actually, so far. Pretty dope. If you have not, and I know all the ones in here. Mary Holt, hello. Very nice to see you. Darling, Kylie. Oh, coming from Australia. Okay, so your hour's back. You're midday. I am so stoked when I see Mark and Betty or Dinky or one of you Britties in here. I don't speak British, but I like you folks. Nodia. Chalio. It's another one of those Japanese names I can't get. Colder covered. Kane is the example of H. That's who said that. That's why I don't get your name right, Phil, the Gilbertera gay villain. I said it right the other day. Alright, let's play the video while we still have time. Who knows? I hope you're enjoying the background music. I'm getting ahead of myself. Giggity. There we go. This is quite a story. And I'm going to
Yes, and for that reason, we thought Liberty was a good name for the project. The buildings, the prison walls were all constructed out of bricks that were made by the prisoners. We had to...
I'm not going to play this whole thing, but this is literally a prison somewhere. I don't know if it's America. I think it is. Pennsylvania, probably. A lot of prisons there because there's a lot of bad people. Look at Willie, for God's sakes. They turned these into apartments. And so it had a lot of trouble getting approved. Because they wanted to do like an 18% or 28% of affordable housing mixed in with the rich $1,200. I guess in the long run it's $1,200 to $2,500 for these apartments in the prison. And I wanted to go back. The reason I was going back is because they were showing the guard tower now. If you want to live in the prison, will be sold as a condo.
We really felt that
there,
we were
right there. Oh, they showed again,
from
closer.
its dark past,
and it comes with
for that reason,
fully
we thought
stocked.
Liberty was a good name for the project.
So Yvonne
The
Poole, very nice to see you. Hello.
The prison walls were all constructed out of bricks that were made by the prisoners.
There it is. So hold on, let me pause. Let me pause for the cause here. Thank you all for hitting the goal for my friend. Doug is absolutely the shit. I bow down to the skills. So this will eventually be a condo. I don't know how they're going to figure it out. Maybe it's that one. Wait, let me over there. Over here. Can you even see? Oh, I'm backwards. I was like, what the frack? So this one, maybe that one. And these are going to be condos. The rest of them will be that fancy housing stuff. And so check out how they did. Let me start the song over. Check out how they did all this stuff and things. Yeah, it's almost over.
We had to work with the National Park Services to determine how much of the walls could be opened up. This was originally built as a ball field for the prisoners.
Is that volume okay?
Not
Is
only
that,
people in the apartments,
is that a good
it
mix?
was also created for the people in the greater community. Welcome to Liberty, where we
put
converted an
a
old
one
historic
for
prison
good
into
mix.
165
$1,700,000 and 2 for bad. Angel D.
My name is
Did you
David
try
Foss.
to sneak in here on
I
me?
am 62 years old, and I'm a development project manager with the Alexander Company. We spent $64 million converting an old prison in Lorton, Virginia into 165 apartments. The Lorton Reformatory was a good set of buildings to be converted into residential because it was a reform-era prison. So unlike most prisons that tend to be large footprint, dark buildings without very many windows, these actually had an abundance of light and had quite a bit of character to them. So they laid out very nicely for apartments. The gross area of the buildings for those apartments is about 207,000.
So take a look there, right? And as soon as I say that, I'm gonna not let you do a look. Let me pause the song. I like this. Damn, I like this song a lot. I will give you the link to this song. This is Backwood Beats and Cowboy Rhythm. No, I Love Rhythms, and he is the composer of the tune that you hear. I meant, I never correct myself. Anyway, so let's look back at the thing. Look how nice and now this is how we do it. This is how I would do it. And so they talk about how, look at this, they use marble countertops or granite countertops. They have the Sub-Z fridges, nice, very nice, shiny cabinetry. I'm sure this is a model, of course, but okay, so when they had this as a prison, it's in Virginia. It was a reformatory prison, whatever that means, and it was oh shucks, oh, I did it. There it goes. Okay. It was a reformatory prison, and so they didn't want the prisoners to feel like they were behind bars. So they put the bars in the window, so it let a lot of light in. These were the cells. This is probably 3 cells right here, and probably another, probably another 3 right here. Okay, so this is probably 6 cells, and they went all out on the flooring. Is very nice. It's not like a tiny home. It's very comfortable, open, spacious. And they kept the original windows, which I love. I'm sure they had to replace some of them. But it gives it that prison-y flair. However you want it. I feel like I said a lot without saying anything right there. You know what I mean? Anyway, so it's a very interesting project. Let's skip ahead to some of the stuff. They bought it for 4.2. They put in 6 D4, and this is pretty much, so here they talk about now some of the open areas. So let me play that song so we can listen to it again, just in case and I'll turn it, well, I don't know if I can turn it down. I like that song a lot. Very nice. That's some good stuff, Doug. Let's see if I can find it within 20 minutes. Hello.
With all the foot lockers, and subdivided each of those dorm fingers into 3 different.
Of course, we get the ad now. 3, 2, 1. There we go.
This was a progressive era prison, so it was designed for a lot of natural light and ventilation, and they didn't want the prisoners to feel that they were being incarcerated. So even the windows themselves don't have bars over the windows. The bars themselves are the windows. This is a 2-bedroom apartment, and each of the apartments have a full bath. The vanities have granite countertops on them. Each of the bedrooms have windows, and as you can see, being that this was in the dorm finger, the windows are going to be up a little bit higher. But we also put in each apartment a washer and dryer for the residents that live here can use in each unit. And then the master suite is back here, and the master suite again has its own windows, and it has a bathroom with granite countertops as well. We're entering now what used to be the dining facility for the reformatory. We decided to convert this space into the community room. The ceilings had acoustical ceilings running throughout. So we wanted to soften up the space by creating this wainscoting that you see on the outside wall that we limited to about 9 feet above the floor. We also wanted to soften the finishes by using comfortable furniture, area rugs, and some amenities like the pool table and a shuffleboard table. We're entering the yoga room, and we supplied the yoga room with yoga mats, a rubberized floor for comfort. Okay, so this is the fitness room that we created for the community. It's a space that not only the people in the apartments can use, but is also created for the people in the greater community. Off to our right, you see where we created the community pool. We also created 2 playground areas for the residents to be able to use. This was originally built as a ball field for the prisoners. And as you can see, the grandstand is constructed of the bricks, again, that were made by the prisoners themselves. The ball field was eliminated and replaced with a central green, which served purpose surface for the residents to be able to use. Construction, for the most part, has come to completion on the Liberty campus, with the exception of a few areas. There are a few penitentiary buildings that have yet to be converted into commercial spaces, so those will be ongoing as tenants are signed up. The power plant, we are converting into 10 apartments, and the only other conversion is the guards quarters. Our plan was to have apartments occupy those buildings for 5 years and then convert those into condominiums. So we'll be doing a condominium conversion on that building and selling those units at the end of this year. The community has very warmly embraced the Liberty project. Everyone's very proud of what we did here, and we were very pleased with the results. On the campus and all the amenities. As we completed our plan for the project, there was some concern about whether people would want to live in a prison. And we felt, because of the architectural character of the site and the campus and all the amenities that the county had provided in the area, that this would be a very desirable place to live. When we started talking to lenders and investors, they were concerned about a number of things. One was that the project is not located in a metro area that has mass transit. There was a concern that we were doing mixed income housing and that we might not be able to get market rate rents for the market rate apartments. But eventually we were able to clear those hurdles after quite a bit of work. We were able to get the project financed and get an investor on board. So the total development cost for the reformatory was $64 million.
I guess they took out a $24 million mortgage. That's, you gotta have some credit for that. Low income housing tax credits, $3 million. Knock that off the top. Private equity, $1 million. Designer fee loan, $120. Alright. That will make one hell of a penthouse, though, won't it? With that ceiling right there and the mounted things. Mortgage payments for the project are about $125 a month.
If you drive by the buildings, you'll notice that they still have numbers on the building which refer to which cell block or which dormitory building they were. There's signage about how to behave when you're on the campus. So there's a number of reminders as you walk around the campus that remind you of the fact that this used to be a reformatory or prison.
But here we are, trading truth for PR.
We're currently in an apartment that's inside one of the dorm fingers. The dorm fingers are a series of dormitories that surrounded the quadrangle. And they were set up much like you would expect to see in Army barracks, where there are long, narrow buildings with courtyards between them. And each side of the dorm fingers were lined with bunk beds and foot lockers. We removed all the foot lockers and subdivided each of those dorm fingers into 3 different apartments. This was a progressive era prison, so it was designed for a lot of natural light and ventilation, and they didn't want the prisoners to feel that they were being incarcerated. So even the windows themselves don't have bars over the windows. The bars themselves are the windows. This is a 2-bedroom apartment, and each of the apartments have a full bath. The vanities have granite countertops on them. Each of the bedrooms have windows, and as you can see, being that this was in the dorm finger, the windows are going to be up a little bit higher.
That bedroom.
But we also put in each apartment a washer and dryer for the residents that live here can use in each unit. And then the master suite is back here, and the master suite again has its own windows, and it has a bathroom with granite countertops as well. We're entering now what used to be the dining facility for the reformatory. We decided to convert this space into the community room. The ceilings had acoustical ceilings running throughout. So we wanted to soften up the space by creating this wainscoting that you see on the outside wall that we limited to about 9 feet above the floor. We also wanted to soften the finishes by using comfortable furniture, area rugs, and some amenities like the pool table and a shuffleboard table. We're entering the yoga room, and we supplied the yoga room with yoga mats, a rubberized floor for comfort. Okay, so this is the fitness room that we created for the community.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm pretty sure they said nice floors, and you had rubberized floors. I had to go back and check if they had rice floors. You guys call me names. I got a couple names for you, pal. Rice floors. I mean, I don't know if I was blocking the closed caption. Rice floors. Hey, those are rice floors, Raggy. Okay, there's John Leguizamo. Court issues, they don't want you to read these. Court issues pre-trial rulings ahead of it. A judge ruled on key evidence. The 4th District. In a decision on emotionally charged terminology, the court denied a defense motion to prohibit the word murdy when referring to Kohberger, stating it was unnecessary because the prosecution agreed to use the term only in the context of the allegations. However, the court granted the defense's request to exclude the term psychopath and sociopath. The court also redressed a request to limit what the defense can say about the DP and denied a motion to block certain character evidence. The judge clarified that for this type of evidence to be excluded, it must suggest a pattern of criminal behavior, and ruled that Kohberger's Amazon purchase and graduate paper did not meet the standard. Both sides agreed not to introduce evidence obtained through investigation IGG. Both sides. The state will rely on a tip that led to Kohberger. The court also reserved ruling on a motion involved. I can't wait. Okay, I'll hold it till the end. Evidence of alternate perpetrators requiring the defense to submit offers of proof by a set deadline. On the topic of DNA, the court granted a motion to exclude misleading population comparisons related to likelihood ratios presented to the grand jury. However, would not restrict similar questioning during the trial. Wait, let me read that again. On the topic of DNA evidence, the court granted a motion to exclude misleading population comparisons related to the likelihood ratios presented to the grand jury. However, it would not inconclusive. It would wait. What did I do? It would not restrict similar questioning during the trial. So what did they exclude? A defense motion to exclude testimony about an inconclusive DNA likelihood was denied as moot, as the state said it would not use it as inculpatory evidence. That's a word salad. The court upheld the relevance of Kohberger's Amazon activity, which reportedly included a purchase of a knife and a sheath. No word if they were the same sheath that they lost, that they don't have anymore. So it cannot be used. So the DNA is irrelevant now, guys. The court found it highly relevant, the ruling stated. A motion by the prosecution to admit AT&T time in advance records was granted with conditions, allowing a brief voir dire of a federal agent, but limiting further questioning if the agent denies receiving the records. Other rulings include allowing a 3D wheeled-in model of the crime scene that's not even accurate. I can't. It's not real. To be used as demonstrative evidence, and delaying a decision on whether 60 exhibits can be admitted through self-authentication pending, that's the best you're going to get, further notice and discussions between the parties. The court also allowed testimony from a forensic expert, Rylan Nolan, who was expected to speak on the nature of DNA transfer for Hitler. While her opinion the DNA on the knife sheath was more likely from direct transfer was permitted, the court instructed both parties to avoid using the term touch, contact, and trace. So they'll have to say transfer. A motion, you know they're going to slip up. A defense motion to exclude witness testimony about the intruder's bushy eyebrows. To exclude the eyebrows. The court ruled the witness was competent and the description was relevant. The court further barred testimony about Kohberger's mental health evaluations to explain his courtroom demeanor unless he testifies. That sounds like familiar. It reserved or granted other motions related to potential expert testimony on Kohberger's physical capability to commit the crime and possible role of OCD as a rebuttal evidence. These rulings establish boundaries for both the prosecution and defense as a high-profile case moves closer to how. Okay, since this is start a poll day, and this is important to me. Am I typing? I'm not even typing. Can't even spell. Because we are going to trial, you guys. And this is important. This is more of me question than anything else. Maybe Twiz is involved. I don't know. I need some mood relaxer. Brought to you by Red and Black. I've got another one in the freezer. It's good. Okay. Also, orange drink is here. Orange drink is here. Don't worry, everyone. I don't drink windshield wiper fluid anymore. Alright. Oh, you saw that one. How did that wind up in here? Oh, this one too. Yeah, we saw. Okay, these are all repeats. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. One of the 2 surviving roommates of 4 University of Idaho students who were killed will be allowed to testify. Look at how they word it. Will be allowed to testify at suspect Kohberger's. They call it the Kohberger. In the press, they call it the Kohberger. It's not the Idaho 4. We are the only ones who refer to it as Idaho 4. Trust me. They don't. They call it the BK trial. Implying guilt. Again. At the top of the icing of the ice cream of the iceberg of the cake is that headline. If you live in Idaho, that's all you hear is the BK, 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 BK. Have it your way. Ada County Judge Hippler said the roommate testimony was remarkably consistent. If you didn't think he was an idiot before, now you know he's an idiot. Hippler is fucking dumb. Kids go to bed. DM's testimony about bushy eyebrows is highly relevant in the case Hippler actually put on paper. He actually wrote that. DM, Dylan Mortenson's testimony. She is going to look... Have you ever seen one of those things? And it's a slicer. And you can put the head of lettuce in the slicer. If you ever worked like at Subway or a sandwich, this is how they get the... Not the romaine, but the iceberg. It's a spinning wheel. And one time I was on tape, and it's probably out there on the webs. I banged a girl on the prepping station where the slicer is. And the guy, all the guy told me before he fired me was that the camera can see more than you think. Patty, if you're out there, you know what I'm talking about. Listen, don't ignore me. It's a true story. That was, when before I moved to San Diego, that was probably my last job, Subway, here on US 19 in Tarpon Springs. And my sister is friends with that guy. Like, just randomly. Circus music! Oh, God. I got a confession to make, Circus music. Thank you so much. Okay. That one goes to me. That one goes to the Purge. Old Code Red boy, you had 5 out of 5. You had a nice run. You Circus music though, thank you very much. Miss Potts is here. This is what Dylan Mortenson's testimony is going to look like. Is when you're banging a girl and you're slicing the lettuce and you're tackety-tack, tackety-tack, tackety-clack. Time goes by so fast. What's my point? Hurricane season, schmurricane season. We had our 100-year storm. I won't live to see the next hurricane in Tampa Bay. Darn it, Brian's ramblings. Unless you're starting some kind of other hurricane, which I know what you mean. Is that prison slang? All right. Nadia Shahluli. She makes glass. I'm here to entertain you folks, and that is what Dylan Mort. So we can only imagine what Bethany Funk's testimony is going to be, right? She's going to get up there, and poor little Bethany, she loves those frat boys. They treat her so well. They bang her so good on the slicer. And, allegedly, that's what I'm told. And, to compare with the physical traits, prosecutors who have nothing else said in court filings that they plan to admit into evidence a yoga mat. All right, well, Heather, did you have a link for me? Save my ass here. There's the document. What am I, Miss Potts? I'm gonna read it to you, darlings. I'm fucking with this one. I hope you feel it. I hope I'm not making you laugh too hard. I want to play this video for you guys just because I need a break. And also because I never got any views. And I made it when I first kind of started the whole Purge thing. And I just want to get like actual audience reactions. Heather's probably seen it twice. And I'll tell you a couple things about it. AR never got this video. And this is one of the reasons the AR haze was in my brain. He always says, I like Kane, but sometimes I don't understand Kane. Which sounds like my mom. You know what I mean? Like that. Anyway. So, yeah. Let's check the poll, guys. Where are we at? 6 minutes. Oh, gosh. That's interesting. That is very interesting. All right. Well, we're gonna go B&B shopping tonight because we've got to book that. It is gonna get out of control. Today's show brought to you by this, whatever this is, and then also I have one. Don't let me forget that I have the one in the freezer, Heather, please. Okay, so this AR Hayes. And so he was kind enough to invite me to Vegas. And I think I've shared with you my Vegas experience when I was with the pretty girl there that lived in San Diego. I was driving to Idaho and I got a speeding ticket for going 99. It was $199. So when I went to the last Dead show in Vegas, they what Monday is it there, Hushroom? Anyway, so when I went there I got arrested. And it was awful. It was terrible. They have an awful job. They're awful people. So AR was, hey, when are you coming to Vegas, Kane? We want to hang out with you. And and it was so nice. Him and Jenn, you know. And of course I was like, oh wow, that sounds really good. And I typed back, never, I hate Vegas. So AR just thinks I'm this giant prick, which I am. Admittedly, not a prick, but giant. I'm huge. And so anyway, that's the setup to this video, and let's watch now. I've had people tell me that this video here, they like my radio announcer voice. Who knows? Maybe we'll listen to that one too. It depends on how soon JJ gets here, you guys. This show is just, don't you miss Dinky now? All right, here we go. Just give me an opinion on if you think this is weird, why AR didn't get it. And you know what I realized? What I realized with this is it has a premise. It has a story. If you watch carefully and you listen carefully, you'll get the story. But it doesn't have a climax. It does have a climax. It's an implied comment. I intended to do a second one, hand to the Holy Savior. But I only got when it came out, I had 13 views on it. So I'm like, well, that took me 6 days. I'm not going to do it again. But it does have an implied context. It doesn't climax because that was supposed to be in part 2. Just like with the Backrooms video. Now, another thing to notice on this is it's my band. What was the name of the band? It was Just the Tip, and then it was... I forgot what the second name of the band was. It was good, though. It was a good name. Darn it. Anyway, I'll remember later. So, this is me singing in the beginning. Just so you know. And this is from 2024. And just, yeah, give me one of these. Give me one of these if you get it. You know, I mean, and you can see it part 2. That's what I want to set up mostly. I'm going to shut up now.
Feeling healthy.
Running a 5K.
Loving how I feel in my clothes.
That's why we're here.
Look at my troops now, I see. Gonna get the fight. Back on. It's a
So I had to put myself back into place. Yep, you're right. I locked myself in that dark closet today. I hit the rewind button within my mind to go back to the basics. Just the basics. And you're right. A small confined space in the dark is a normality for me from my past, where I had the comfortability to allow my brain to sort through everything, to weed out the garbage, and start to make sense of the little bit of knowledge I was able to gather to paint a better picture.
And then it hit me. If Idaho won't listen, I'd make them listen. I'd assemble a special team by cloning my dog over 1,000,000 times. As we grew stronger, more and more dogs joined in. Now I have special teams in place to lead this army to a revolution. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I only started out on YouTube just to gain your trust. As my dogs grew stronger, now I am the most powerful man in the world. Moscow will bend on its knees to my will, and my forces will take over and assemble. And they will fork over all of the sealed evidence from the gag order, and Judge will be my prisoner. What? Resistance is futile. You will refer to me as General Hayes, and I demand $1 million from each country from here on out to keep you intact. From each country, you will pay every year $1 million. Long live the Pup Republic. I am A.R. Hayes, your new leader. I demand all dogs are taken to the nearest SPCA for the doggy draft. This is not a joke. These are your new leaders. Your pets will report to the SPCA and they will join my army in this fight. And we will figure out who the real killers are. And all the lies will be exposed. And then I will take over the world with my dog army. Face it, it's hopeless. There's nothing you can do. I will demand everyone to bow down and call me General Hayes. I have spoken, and I have elite troops waiting to pounce. I even have dogs in outer space. Where'd you, Dad?
Watch what milk does to your brain.
That's what milk does to your brain, you guys. Now that was okay. So, if you saw the end there, let me see what milk really does to your brain. I don't know. It said, "Where to, Dad?" That was Xander saying, "Where to, Dad?" because it looked like okay. I used to go to AM PM. I had a Chevy Nova when I lived in San Diego, and I would clone JJ Vance, and I would go and I would take my dog. And when you have a big dog, it's not like you can just walk away. The big dog is now a part of your pack. That is your pack. And so I would go to the AM PM, and they had those little, for $3, you could get the soft serve ice cream in a cap, in one of those upside down baseball caps. You know, the plastic little, have had San Diego Padre. I wish I'd saved them. So Friday night was a big deal for me and my dog. Work was done for the week, whatever. Well, that's actually when work started for us. That's another story. Anyway, he would shuffle over to my seat while I was in the AM PM getting the soft serve ice cream and baseball cap. And so it looked like he was driving. So when I saw AR, his dog, sitting in the driver's seat, I totally got it. Now, I always pick on AR. I pick on AR. I say that he doesn't get my jokes because he was in prison when most of them happened. Heather. But, I mean, we have a lot of stuff. If you were incarcerated that you kind of miss, like ATM cards. And I pick on AR. I tease AR. I love AR though. But it was nice of him to invite me to Vegas. I don't want him to think that I was saying I hate Vegas, because Vegas is actually a small town. It's a little town in the desert with a bunch of lizards that live there, and they ride around in dune buggies all the time. And then the older ladies, they play the slots at 7-Eleven. It's a thing.
Take a look at these two brain scans.
Take a look at a book.
They both look
okay,
young.
Reading Rainbow, guys, if you don't know. Here, we can start it over. Look, okay. So right here.
Dogs in outer space.
Where to, Dad? See, that was the lead up. And if I get 17 ones in the chat, I will do a part 2 to this. My sister got rid of my computer for whatever reason. I love her to death. But I don't have the computer to edit with, so I'm going to have to do it on this computer. So think about your ones very long and hard. If I get 17 of them, and I will be counting, I will do a part 2 to this, and I will include, as a little bonus, to do me and Twiz and Heather in Backrooms, Idaho 4, part 2. That's a pretty serious commitment. So we'll need 17 to this video. Miss Potts, see, this is why you can't just show up on payday. You have to be here. You can't put 17 ones. No, I just got, no. Dylan Mortensen testimony. Do you want to watch the video again? You guys put 105 in the For Miss Potts, we'll watch the end.
It's hopeless. There's nothing you can do.
It was upsetting that I spent so much time on it. We're getting really close to 5 or 6. And nobody... And I was like, man, AR didn't even leave a comment. Look, let's look at the comments. There's one. All caught up on likes and comments from James Moen. James Moen, for whatever reason, decided to spend his weekend watching all... Can you imagine the amount of time it would take to watch all... And I've even deleted some videos from my YouTube page and removed them. I deleted one. The rest are in storage. Miss Potts, don't know. You're part of the team here. You can't vote. How many 17s do we have? Did you guys really count out 17 ones? You bastards. You dirty, rotten bastards. Speaking of dirty, rotten bastards, where is my boy? I don't see him. I haven't seen him the last 2. Is Rollo Amato. I thought he was a part of this channel. That's okay. Original Badass is here, so it don't matter. I guess. That's fine, bro. 17, Carla. Carla, cheater. That's the pin of the day. Okay, so there's that video. We're just killing time till JJ gets here. Let's see what kind of comments I got. A lot of times I'll do this, and it'll be like, new subscriber. I'm like, oh no. I doxed somebody. Refashioned hippie blocked me, by the way. Operation GCD is live. Go over there and watch that if you like. And then he put a post here. I love this picture. That's bad, JJ. You can't put 17/17s. That's not gonna. That nullifies it. I think we're at 9. I'm counting 9 because 1 vote per customer, folks. And moving on. Here, massive fire erupts. And this is the kind of thing when I lived in San Diego that you kind of hope for. Like, we got the Enron thing, which kind of schmooted us. I'll be honest with you, it's the reason, part of the reason I had to leave and move back to Florida. No more surfy for me all the time, every day. I surfed 1 year, 348 days out of the year. Actual surfable rideable waves. And believe me, I kept track because I had the loudest Mazda 323 that I bought off my buddy Dan Avis. And then it was, so I had to put the $2, like you could, it was $1.25, $1.50 for gas back then, if you can imagine, in the late 90s. So if you put $2 in, you had more than a gallon. And that's what got me to all the surf spots in my Chevy Nova. 1976, gold colored. The way you tell a used car if it matches the actual mileage, and I learned this on this car, is I bought it off a gay guy. Yeah. Anyway, if the gas pedal wear and the brake pedal wear, I just wanted to pause for a minute, are match the mileage, then the mileage is probably correct. Because a lot of these people, they correct the mileage, you know what I'm saying? I had another hack for you guys and I forgot. You'll have to suffer till my memory returns. Rockford had Culver's tonight. Doesn't that look delicious? Their stuff, they have the cement mixer, which is their shake. So this is the, look at this fire, dude. I could not, I honestly, I scrubbed the web clean. And I could not find a single video of this fire. But, however, this is the picture. And, like I said, this is the kind of thing you hope for when you were paying your... I think my electric bill was $60 or $30 when I lived out there. Somehow I kept up with it. And it's SDG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, which is a subsidiary of Pacific Gas and Electric. And the substation caught fire in Tijuana County there and burned up. So they don't give a reason for the fire, but there's a lot of combustible materials there. This is in San Francisco area, I guess. If you haven't heard yet, this doesn't happen. This is what's been bought. This is why I'm acting so weird today. And you finally get your explanation. Hello, Mikey. Rocky, Choike. Mikey S is in here. You know this is a real chat when Mommy Ball, Original Badass, and Mikey S have all stepped in. And they're not afraid of how many mods I have. Meanie does not bite. I am Kane B. If you have not subscribed to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. Hit that like. Show some community love up in here. We're all one. All we have is each other, you guys. All you need is love. Love. So, it doesn't happen. Now, I have more on this. This is not just this. This is only the story itself. You see, Pope Francis passed away. First of all, this isn't something that exists. Easter Monday, as they call it. is not a real thing. There's no Easter Monday. Heather. He did pass away. Did this? That's not all. On Easter Monday at 88. May he rest in peace. Heather was raised Catholic, and she is very distraught today. I need another... Oh, my monster's going to freeze, you guys. We're going to extra endings here on the Purge tonight. I'm glad you joined me. I really am. We're probably 2 hours in. I'm just getting started. We have not had... I know everybody gathers around like, wow, I'm going to miss all the bullshit that Kane talks about and shows his stupid videos. And then we're going to get to the real why you meat and potatoed here in your meat and potato electric vehicle. Twiz, I love you, buddy. Did you know that? Everybody in here loves you, and I hate it. I feel like the Grinch who stole Twizmas. I hope you guys liked my thumbnail today. I did kind of phone it in. It's pretty funny, I thought. I did some original stuff in there, which I like to break down the boundaries. Shut up, Kane. Such an idiot. So this is a new thing here that unfortunately is a thing. And okay, so you not only can say totes unfortunate, you can now say stip. If there's a stipulation, or unfortunately is obviously unfortunate just for you that are my age. It took like 16 times hearing it. Unfortunate is the new vernacular that I've enacted here at MK Ultra, which is, by the way, if you join the Rumble, you can subscribe on Twitter also to Kane B's The Purge now. Hint. Thank you. Good night. That's the show. Rumble. Here, let me... You know what? I will. Down the road, I'm going to put it... I'm not even going to say anything. And I'm going to put a link to Rumble. And you are going to find The Purge. And you're going to join. I cannot broadcast on the Rumble, on The Purge, until I have 5 followers. I have 1. Leslie and Billy, thank you. I owe you a song. Maybe not tonight, but later. Maybe now. I'll sing Billy to sleep. Billy. Why you laying there? Get up and run around. And comb your hair. I know you've been looking for a guy like me. That's why, Billy, you gotta set me free. Get up, Billy. Don't you know I'm looking now? You didn't expect a song like this, neither did I, but somehow it went down. Oh, Billy. I love you, buddy, or I'm a pal. When you get up now, we're gonna fuck around. Alright, hopefully they heard that. Probably they didn't hear that. I have special effects. If you don't know, JLR is still broadcasting. It's true. We're gonna watch a JLR video later. And you know why? Because it's a good freaking video. And he doesn't copyright strike at all. It's wild. I've played a lot of his. I've played hours. I've had whole shows where it's like, JLR, I love you, Lana. You know, and they're just like, yeah, Kane used my video. It's hilarious. The Naked Professor. She put that one out for me. Do you think that those boobs in the black and white flannel were not for me? Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. I'm not even funny on my show. I'll be honest. AR will tell you. I'm not... He doesn't get it. That's because he was locked up at the time. Shit. So anyway, it's going to rain here tonight. So they're going to lose their rental assistance, as you've been noticing. This headline for the last 20 minutes. Those walls were possible through a federal program that pays rent for some 60,000 families and individuals fleeing homelessness or domestic violence. But the program, emergency housing vouchers, is running out of money and quickly. Chuck doesn't turn 84, by the way. 84 turns him. Funding is expected to be used up by the end of next year. To have it stop would upend all the So if you're less fortunate, this could be a possible boundary to you're getting more forge. Silence, please. Yeah. Attorney General James wins case against Google for monopoly in digital advertising. Now, one could argue that if you're an advertiser, Google has, without a doubt, created the best platform to reach potential customers ever incept, unfortunate, into society. However, they have a habit of smashing and buying. Smashing people that are starting up and buying anyone that makes it through the cracks. Here is finally, let's zoom this in so you guys can see it a little better. J.J. Vance is coming. New York Attorney General Letitia James announced a major victory in Virginia, once again. And it has to do with advertisers and consumers. Attorney General James led a coalition of 17 attorneys joining the Department of Justice to sue Google in 2023, seeking to stop Google 2 years in court. Anti-competitive conduct. And I was like, okay, there's another title I could have used for this video that I'm sure would fly out of Ann Taylor. Or does Bill Thompson still have a mouth? Does he? I haven't. He mumbled something in the last hearing. Google's monopolies allow it to soak up excessive profits, leaving less for the workers and businesses whose livelihoods depend on online advertising. Everyone from major news organizations to small independent bloggers has taken a financial hit because of Google's conduct, making it harder to continue to offer free high-quality content online for everybody. Today, we won a major victory after a court found Google violated the law. That is the first victory against now. Back in 2022, Google had $90 billion in cash on hand and plus their petty cash fund. 92, but what do you think that amount is now? And then what do you think their holdings are? And so if anything comes about that they want or they don't like, no opposing views here, folks. So this was one victory. I wanted to very clearly make a point that was very important, that Department of Justice victory. Okay. Judge Kohberger rules on the bushy eyebrows. I triple, Mikey, stop judging me, bro. Please just stop, man. I can feel. This is the article. I'm sorry. Hold on. I need to dispose myself. What the fuck is so funny, Kane? I just ended the live. I just ended it. Is it over? It's still going. When you hit random key, I could hit F12 right now, and all of you would spontaneously combust. I swear, it's true. That's why OBS is a dangerous program in that way. Let's go see if we can troll some cops and get another DUI arrest. I'm going to play that video if you missed it. Coming up here. I know. We're waiting for JJ Vance. I know. Don't think I don't know. I can't read this. Twist, please come up here and read this, bro. JJ, where are you? Anyway, these are the M50s that Twiz is always talking about, trying to get me to wear them. He calls them ear jewelry or head jewelry because they sound amazing. And they don't have a blown speaker like the $200 ones. Anyway. Oh, I swear. I talked about this article. I did. This is from last week. There's an earthquake in Florida today. There's an earthquake in Florida today. There's an earthquake. Dun 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 dun. Oh, Mecha Godzilla come attack you. Imagine somebody just like randomly tuning into my live. Oh, there's 1,000 people watching. Let's check it out. Maybe it's got some Omegle stuff. How about Omegle? Look. Boo. That's my giant TV. There's the chat. I made the chat small. That's the OBS. See? The view meter moves. And oh no, they're crashing down. Oh, there was an earthquake in San Diego. Okay, so where were we? Would you guys take this seriously? Fuck. I've been reading documents. Oh, Twiz. You did good tonight, buddy. He popped in the chat to collect his earnings for the. Oops. Yeah. If you're smart, now you know. If you didn't know before. So anyway. Code Red. I'm going to play this now. I can't read it. I don't know why it's cracking me up so much. Katy Perry takes last-minute astronaut less. What I do? I have lost my freaking mind today. I'm not even. Thank you all for being here. That's the show. JJ Vance will be here. Katy Perry. Do I need to read more? Alright. And next, that was 20 minutes. 20 fucking minutes. Oh shit! Nadia, damn. Okay, wait, let me play a video for you guys. Let's play that song again. Fuck that. That's a damn good ass song by Douglas Outlaw in the backwood beat rhythm, guys. What? You're gonna get my drink. I gotta use the 10-100 too. I'll be right back.
They drew the lines before the crime, mapped a phantom doing time. A sheath with dust, a tale half said, but real killers don't play dead. Cameras roll, the playback skips. Truth got tied with courtroom scripts. They dimmed the facts and cued the spin, but the silence shouts what could have been. Tonight, oh truth, been waiting on the break to set it right. No proof, you caged a shadow dressed in fear, but real don't vanish in the mirror. That echoes coming sharp and bright. Oh Lord, ignite. You shaped a lie in lawyer's lace, fit the mask to the wrong face. no DNA, but here we are, trading truth for PR. They faked the light, they blurred the door, but justice knows what time in war. You spun a tale on paper thin, but the wind don't lie when it begins. I can feel it tearing through the smog tonight, oh truth. The real-time stop, don't need alibis, it moves. You buried gold beneath the shame, but the clock still calls the name, and justice hits when fear takes flight. Oh Lord, rewrite. You cut the feed, you bent the hour, but time don't serve the ones in power.
It's my Lee Oscar.
That pounding deep behind your ribs.
I like this is like just creepy enough. So I think if there's a 50% chance that if I open this right now, it's gonna foam over. Let's put a vote in the chat. Should I open it now or wait 10 minutes? Put it out there to the vote. Woo! Oh, I saw. Listen, I saw.
But truth don't take direction.
What is it? Aqualung. Can't even think of the name of the band. Who sings Aqualung? Jethro Tull. Thank you. Yeah. I saw. Okay, I have 2 Jethro Tull stories. Please subscribe to Douglas Beat and the Outlaw Boys. If you don't, I will put myself back in jail, and it will cost you another Q&A to get me. It will give me wings. I'm doing a poll. Drink now, drink later. That's the poll. Drink. Well, I do need one. Because how else would you get this brown stuff down? Wait, drinky now or drinky laser? JJJ Vance is coming. He's gonna save the day. I have nothing. Okay, wait, I did the wrong kind of thing. I have to copy and paste because I'm dumb. Here we go. Tether knows. You know, I've been waiting to skullfuck Heather Fitzgerald my whole life. That doesn't sound right, but it's funny. It is. If you, that's why AR hate does not get me right there. It's not funny, you guys. Don't. If you're, you should go to hell if you're laughing. And that applies, you guys, for Leslie and Billy. This applies. Just kidding. This applies to this very. I am warming it up. I'm cheating. The less you guys wait to vote, the longer the chances I'm going to get sprayed in the face. And this live is over. Just like you wanted this whole time. You know, that was the plan. It's not under my armpit. Nope. If you ever get cold, put your hands on your armpit. Anyway, you know, I'm in the worst mood. Where were we? Darn it. So, okay, that's Douglas Beat and the Outlaw Boys. And so, here we go. Oh, man. Look at that fire, bro. It is just a muncher. That is a muncher, you guys. So. Can you see me? Where did I go? I better start over. That's bad. Now, that's bad. You know it's Monday if you lost yourself somewhere. Can you tell I like doing this? I enjoy being with you. I really do. And I honestly, I'm not like your other dad, your stepdad, or whatever. I am your rat dad. And I don't spend enough time with you little rats. I don't. And so I'm trying to make up for it now. And I'm trying to make it a good experience for you. Would you like some gum? Would you like some Sanka? Look at this fire, though. I wouldn't wish that on anybody but the power company. All right. So yeah, I had to leave San Diego because we had to buy power from Enron. And you know what happened there? Okay. If you were alive, if you were born, Pope Francis passed away. That's the end. That's it. I'm not going to tell the rest of the story. What happened the day before? Dynamite! Who let Jeff H in here? Heather, I told you. Remember? Not Jeff H, but just in general. Hi, Jeff H. We can do a live tonight, jamming, if you want. If Outclawed McGee decides not to show up. It's already 8:30. I've given him an hour and a half with these reject folks. I don't know who he thinks he is. He owns his own ranch. So he's got fuck you money. He doesn't need the purge. Like you folks need the purge. You need the purge. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Go to Rumble. I'll do it for you. I'll show you the whole way. RUBLE. Ta-da! Look at those boobs. Huh? Right out the gate, you got boobs. What more could you want? Okay? And then you go to the search, and it's just like in YouTube. You put not, but you put Kane, B, apostrophe, the urge, or where did you go? The perv. Kane B's the perv. I still don't pop up. You want to know why? Because I love you. But listen, here's your one chance. These are my all-time earnings. Over there in the purge. I don't know how you find me. I don't know how you find me. I guess I have to do so. I can't. I have one follower. Somehow. Let me go to my channel. This is going to solve the whole thing. I want 3 of you to sign up for Rumble. It is better than YouTube. Trust me. And I just lost 1,000 viewers because YouTube is blocking me for saying this. It is better. Even for Jeff H's out there of the world. That you can join this and still be a part here. We still got this. We still got this. We're just going to add this. Just still got this. Not taking this away. I love YouTube. Blah, 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 blah. Just adding this. It's like a bathhouse, Brian. It's like a bathhouse. You go to the Blockbuster, then you go to the liquor store, then you go to the bathhouse. There's an order to this thing. Join the purge. Please. On the Twitter also. If you don't know how to search on Twitter, on the Twitters of X. Oh man, I have to do everything for you guys, you know? Before you know it, I'm going to be changing your candy bowls. Like, you have... Dude, you know the Geico commercial? It really is coming to life for me. JJ Vance is coming. I have to do everything, you know? And the Geico commercials is coming true. I was at the Walmart the other day, and I had a YouTube gold moment of a guy cussing out the Pinto driving. Walmart, it's not delivery, it's DiGiorno, it's a pickup, where Uber Eats sent me for a $60 thing. I'm like, Heather, after this we're going to skull fuck. Has anyone seen Willie? Willie, here, boy. He's too embarrassed to go up tonight. So where were we? So this is the feed of, they call it a feed over there. And it's, you know, they're trying to compare you to hogs. Now you know the real story. And it's called X.com, you guys. And if you're logged in, this is what you'll see. Just an X on the stream forever. Fine, I'm doing it. It's happening. Ha 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 ha. I gotcha. So guess what? This is my homepage. I'm here. She's working out, doing the thing. Oh, this shows you how to crack your back, you guys. This is true, too. Look at right there. Isn't that easy? Just make a 4 with your leg. Oh, this one cracks your ribs. This really gets it good. Do like that. Not that I brought you here for this. They have a little strap-on thing. Oh, you know what? You guys were even. That was a 50-50 push. This thing is froze than a mug. So you want to talk about a purge going extra innings? Brought to you by Red and Black Drink. So, alright. Anyway, I mean, you know what? Don't you feel like when you got the old drink, you just want to throw it against the wall? It landed perfect. It didn't spill a drop, I swear. I've got the AC on tonight. Alright, so let's see here. Douglas Apple, back bid by the name. My neighbors are watching. They're out there. Don't judge me. This Windows withstood 100-mile-an-hour. That's it. I'm gonna rage quit now. This is how you crack your back. Okay, so Twitter. How do we find me? That's my full name right there. I'm not hiding it. Oh, you couldn't see it, so I was technically hiding it. I don't know what grok is. Don't ask me what freaking grok is, okay? I haven't really made my channel yet. But I want everyone in Idaho out there. I'm coming to Idaho. I'm on the road to Moscow. Here it is. This is in the link. Now you guys all meow what I meow. And this is meow. Okay? Shh. Private selection. This is real. Get on the Twitters and find me. And get on the Rumbles. If I have to go back, I will. This is how you crack your back on Rumble. Alright, so there. That is set. Now, if you want to dox me, that's fine. I'm going to play in a minute. I'm going to replay the reel. Now, this is another prison that was... I'm just kidding. Okay, so this is the article. And here we are. Okay, if you didn't see the prison video, sorry about your luck. This was that thing. And, you know, I just saw the next headline. A.G. James led partisan coalition against attorneys suing Google dies. If I am not feeling unalive in myself at all right now, just so you know. Yeah, we already looked at all these articles. I can't believe how much you guys have missed. I hope you were on holiday. And you know what they call rental in England? They're all asleep now, so I can tell you. You know what they call rental stuff in England, like when you rent a TV? You're going to laugh. It's called a hire purchase. Like you're hiring it on purchase. A hire per purchase. Isn't that dumb? That's why I don't speak British. Okay, so hopefully I'm getting to where I'm going. Bushy eyebrows. Funny. Always funny. Alright, this is a sidebar. Just a distraction. I came back to win a ring. Idaho football showcasing new identity in spring practice. And now we're going to resort to Doug again. Doug, we've been playing this song all night, and everybody seems to like it as much as I do. Thank you for being here. We are very honored, and this is absolutely killing me when... wait. Yeah. No, this is not right. So if you have not yet, please do me the honor of subscribing to this gentleman here who's trying to get his music career off the ground, and he's a struggling artist guy, and he's very handsome. He's talented as shit. Kids go to bed. So we've been playing your song all night, Doug, and you're the next Pink Floyd, bro. He's got all the toys that I want. This just pisses me off. Not Heather. Heather. We've been playing this song all night. We love it. We love it, love it, love it. So yeah, okay, so I could read anything. It would sound good.
They drew the lines
Welcome
before
to the
crime. Mapped a phantom doing time.
I'm your
A
host
sheet
of
with
the Purge.
dust, a
If you're new
tale
to the
half
Purge,
said, but real killers
please
don't
hit
play
the Doug
dead.
Wilson.
Cameras roll, the playback skips. Truth got tied with
Tip it. Member for 2 months. You're a member. I bet.
They dim the facts and cue the spin, but the silence shouts what could have been.
Yeah, I can't even hear the audio. So this is, yeah, we can check you out. Like the back. This is a Tampa Bay commercial. I guess you probably wouldn't see this other only here on the Purge. You get luxurious chairs with matching pants. I wonder if the carpet matches the chair.
There's a lot of new on the Palouse. It's exciting.
Hold on. Doug, why you gotta be so loud, bro? I had it cranked up, guys. I'm sorry. We like the song. Sorry. I don't live in Ohio. I like some. Google laws, this thing, that thing, here. Damn, she's cute. You know, that's how they get you.
An unknown for fans, the Idaho Vandals putting the work in spring to show off their new identity.
It's going to be a defense that plays hard, and it's a defense that you can tell has a unique and defined brotherhood among one another. They're going to put each other, the brotherhood first and themselves second, and oftentimes when you have a product that puts the other 10 guys on the field along with yourself, you put the other 10 guys first, oftentimes that's when the personal accolades will come. So it's a brotherhood that'll look out for one another. It's a brotherhood that's going to play fast and do everything for one another, and we're going to put a good product out this fall.
Some players and coaches may have changed, but the goal remains the same.
For the Vandal Nation, for the fans watching, I know there's been a lot of new faces coming in, a lot of faces going out. One thing I could say that remains true is that we are working our tail off every day. I came back to win a ring. When I committed here 5 years ago, I made a promise to myself, to my parents, that I want to leave here with a conference championship. We look at that banner every day. I think the last time we won a conference championship is like 1992. Over 30 years. That's our one goal. That's the one thing on our mind, is to bring a ring to Moscow, bring a championship to this dome.
We'll get a sneak peek at what the Vandals will look like in the 2025 season in their spring game Friday. But for now, they have a little bit more time to get some more work in. Reporting in the KB Dome, AJ Howell, SWX.
You played the scene, but truth don't take direction.
Alright, you had plenty of time to subscribe to Douglas Outlaw there. Please, I hope you did. What really irks me, I did not phone in this thumbnail, Miss Potts. Alright, I'm about to go text Jenn from prison right now. She's locked up. Let's see here. She always makes excuses. I have to feed the kids. I have to go shopping for food. Today's show brought to you by Peanut Butter. Okay. Okay. Anyway, Corey Hart, Corey Haim, Corey Felicio. Okay. Miss Potts, stop looking at me with those eyes. My eyes are up here. Okay, this is, this is another follow-up. This is a sidebar distraction follow-up for you folks out there that are following up. And you're not drooling into your cream corn. So, if you live in St. Petersburg or you're familiar with the Tampa Bay area in any way, you'll appreciate this story. St. Pete approves 4 point. Now, okay, here's a story. Now, My dad used to hate... Okay, I would send him letters, thank you for the $10, whatever. I didn't get them. He would come back, return to sender, because he got offended when I called it St. Pete on the envelope. He said it's St. Petersburg. My dad. I'm telling you that's true. When you were in my dad's car, you were in my dad's car. That was no joke. So he had a great sense of humor though, and he was right about traffic. If you're at a turn signal with my dad, he drove like a big Impala or whatever, the New Yorker or town car. He was a realtor, commercial estate. He literally helped design much of Tampa and St. Pete, what it is now. And that's why I'm so proud showing it to you, and I'm laughing when I do. But my dad was a city planner in college in Ohio, and he did very well in the beginning. And then he worked for Jack Eckert, and that everything fell apart. Anyway, they are approving now, and back then in the 60s, and this is a funny dad story, they wanted to build an interstate. But he always used to say, but the old people voted it out because they didn't want to pay a penny more in tax. So we would have had good freeway system, which we're developing now slowly. Ridiculously slow. It's bad. They made it way worse before it gets better. And then we're going to have to pay for everything as we go along on the tax by toll. What'd you say? More of this? Okay. And I'll do this until Willie gets here. All right, Willie's boycotted the show because we called him a bitch. Willie, you're a bitch. You malakas get that. So I don't know if everybody got my joke about Greek people, about the Greeks. I was trying to say, like, if you've ever seen a Team America World Police, when they greet each other, if they're Islamic or Muslim or whatever, the only words they know are Durka Durka Muhammad Jihad. That's the only Arabic that Matt Stone and Trey Parker knew. So through the whole movie, if it's a guy from the Middle East, Durka Durka Muhammad Jihad. So I said the same thing for Greek guys. Yeah, that's right. I said Greek guys. Is Malakas Katana. So if you did a Greek cruise, just give me one of these. We'll get to it. Don't worry. I'm almost there. I've got a JJ Vance moment for you coming up. If you've been here the whole time, then you'll appreciate it. If not, if you're just tuning in, welcome in. I'm Kane B. I'm your post-host of this shenanigan-infused journey, as JJ would say if he was here. Hello, nothing. Let's see, I know you missed JJ, Dinky. Hello, nothing. Kane, welcome in. I'm asleep now, but Kane is doing a very good imitation of my voice. And he doesn't sound at all like Crocodile Dundee. Kane. Welcome in, Kane. Alright, anyway, we missed him. I wish he was... I'm taking over for him Monday. It's supposed to be a Friday. Chick-fil-A. Okay, so yeah, they're doing a 2,000 unit, and it's called Skytown. And there it is in the artist's rendering. So another building comes down, another building goes up. 121 affordable housing units with parking spaces covered. So that's coming. Alright, now we're almost... This is the moment you guys have been waiting for. Still another sidebar. I do these things. It happens here. I got to keep you interested through the whole show. I do 8-9 hour shows. Who would watch if this wasn't the most fascinating damn thing on YouTube? It fucking is. Try to deny it. Put a 2 in the chat if I'm lying. Do it. I dare you. Right? Am I right or wrong? So there's the Clearwater Police. They're not sponsored by Scientology. They didn't get these cars from the Scientology money. A man is the second victim to pass away from a crash on US 19 and Countryside Boulevard in Clearwater on Wednesday, which I believe happens to be the day that we were live, with me not doing Uber Eats, me giving you a tour of Countryside. Hold on. And US 19 and Countryside is like my stomping ground. On April 16th, the Clearwater Police Department said a 77-year-old woman was driving a Lincoln Town car north on US 19. Okay, so my dad, he was right. When there's a turn signal and you're 6 cars back, you have to lay on the horn to let them know to go. Go, Dad. All right. Did I ever tell you the time he used to take us, up until this time, he used to take us to the Gators games, and he had Bull Gator tickets, which is, I guess, like VIP Gator stuff. And one year, I brought this girl with me, and we kind of said we had to go to the bathroom at halftime. And it was just me and my dad and this girl. And so this girl happened to go to University of Florida, Gators games, Emmitt Smith playing. Watching Emmitt Smith run was like watching a tennis match. It was like, go Emmitt, run, stop. And so, I dare you. I dare you. A 9. Aw, you guys are mean. I'm being bullied. So, 7 minutes matter. I'll give you 7 minutes of your... this is frozen still. I'm looking at the clock. You didn't see me looking at the clock, but I was. Oh, shit. I forgot about this one. Was already lit. It's burnt my drum. Where were we? So, it gets more tragic, folks. When it collided with a Jeep Wrangler while attempting to make a left turn, while I was there. This is the night where we had the Chick-fil-A Tokyo Drift guy incident that almost hit my car. The woman was taken to the hospital, and this is why, I don't mean to yell, Mike P. I do not like those people that think it's funny when they put a train horn on their truck. It sounds funny. It is not funny because these older people around here, they have heart attack or brain attacks, and this is the result. Who knows if that was even a fact? Probably was a fact. That guy's a dick. There's a guy who does that around here, and he has a big monster truck. And I know he watches the show, and you're a dick. Kids, go to bed. The woman was taken to the hospital and later passed away from injuries from her crash. Her 79-year-old husband, the passenger car, was injured, taken to Orlando Health Bayfront in St. Pete, and then he passed Saturday morning. You know, I gave him probably the biggest hug I could ever recall giving him, and he held on tight, said the son. It happened. I was right there. And this is why I pray before I get in the car. I do. And I drive as carefully as I can. Because this is like every day. I'm not done yet. This is not your business. It's not mine either. Hold on. Alright, let's talk about this. Does that not, to you, to me it does. You know what, dude? What? My show, I'll do whatever I want. Excuse you, Kane. If anything in my whole life has ever felt surreal, I can't tell you which ones, and I can't tell you how many that are still on the team, because from what I understand from JJ Vance, that many of the ones that did it are gone, or select few. Now, okay, so the Vandal coach left. He got $1 million contract in Arizona. He is gone. I don't know which one of these guys went to Nick Reed's and Timmy Reed's house in ski mask, in balaclavas, with PVC pipes, with the intent on beating someone within an inch, and did it. And did it. 50 strong. I can't tell you how surreal watching this video seems to me now. The coach is gone again. Not retired, moved away. The players remain. Nick Reed and Nick Gerchek, or whatever the fuck his lawyer's name, and kids go to bed, will not even take my calls or return my calls to them. Gressback. Nick Gressback is his lawyer. And I've tried to contact him, and his little secretary is all rude and snotty. Aren't you the one that sent the emails? Yeah, I'm the one that sent the emails. Requesting a talk. They will not even talk to me. And me and Bubbly Waters had this discussion the other night on the live, which that last live was one of my favorite lives. I'm coming off that live with such riz that you guys can't even hold me back. Willie was amazing. Jenn was freaking... and I can't wait to get her up here tonight. I'll go live as long as it takes to get her ass up here. Obviously, Operation GCD is amazing. We had Miss Potts was in... Were you on? I don't even remember. It doesn't matter, because she's here. Right? You better be... I'm testing you. I hope I haven't been making you laugh. It hurts when she laughs. It hurts when she laughs. Oh my gosh. Jenn. No. 15 minutes to Jenn. Now, Operation GCD, you're going to have to wait. And I hate to make you guys wait and make him suffer and make you suffer and all of us suffer. But this feels so freaking surreal. Like it's just business as usual. They're not traumatized at this school like we are. Like nothing. Like James. Like Brian. Like Brea. Like Meanie Weenie. That give up every day something. Every day of their life. For these 4 kids. Look at. And I need a break, but look at. Tell me this doesn't feel fucking weird. Okay, that's a commercial, but I'm telling you, it's going to feel weird when we get... Jenn is coming, 15 minutes. I have to stall more. Heather, I don't know why they put this one long commercial, but this is Tampa Bay. This is $300 to you, and I'm not being a devil's advocate. I'm not being... Maybe, you know... Okay, you know where the word frick comes from? That was the guy, and then...
Idaho Vandals putting the work in spring to show off their new identity.
It's going to be a defense that plays hard, and it's a defense that you can tell has a unique and defined brotherhood among one another. They're going to put each other, you know, the brotherhood first and themselves second, and oftentimes when you have a product that puts the other 10 guys on the field along with yourself, you put the other 10 guys first, oftentimes that's when the personal accolades will come. So it's a brotherhood that'll, you know, look out for one another. It's a brotherhood that's going to play fast and do everything for one another, and we're going to put a good product out this fall.
Some players and coaches may have changed, but the goal remains the same.
You know, for the Vandals,
So they literally come out and say it. Just in case you didn't know, maybe you're not one of us from around here. Where if you are, then I guess unalive in 4 people's okay. Otherwise, if you're from out of town, we're going to get pitchforks and torches. Because we're just a bunch of dumb farmers. Isn't that nice? I would be insulted if I was a resident of Idaho. If this guy thinks he's representing. Because there's not a whole heap a lot of dumb people that live in Idaho. Believe me. There's some good folk that live in Idaho. They have misrepresentation right now. But they literally say... Here, I'll play it again for you, just so you know.
And coaches may have changed, but the goal...
Got this fall.
Some players and coaches may have changed.
$1 million deal in Arizona. No problem. Come right out of the top. He lost $59 million, but he got $500 million from Vandal Whacking Day. Let's just vibe this out.
Change, but the goal remains the same.
The goal remains the same. And here you thought that I was playing some dumb video about football.
You know, for the Vandal Nation, for the fans watching, I know there's been a lot of new faces coming in, a lot of faces going out. One thing I could say that remains true is that we are working our tail off every day. I came back to win a ring. When I committed here 5 years ago, I made a promise to myself and to my parents that I want to leave here with a conference championship. We look at that banner every day. I think the last time we won a conference championship is like 1992. Over 30 years. That's our one goal. That's the one thing on our mind, is to bring a ring to Moscow, bring a championship to this dome.
We'll get a sneak peek at what the Vandals will look like in the 2025 season in their spring game Friday. But for now, they have a little bit more time to get some more work in. Reporting in the Kibby Dome, AJ Howell.
Daniel, my brother, you were older than me. Your eyes have died. Daniel's leaving tonight on a plane. I can see the red tail lights headed to Spain. Oh, and I can see Daniel waving goodbye. Lord, it looks like Daniel must be the, If you don't have any memories with that song, then you're not old enough to be here, probably. There's an age here.
SWX.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, you weren't here? I don't know what you heard. I was singing. Did anybody even hear me sing? It doesn't matter. Daniel's leaving tonight on a plane. I can see the red tail lights headed for Spain. Oh, and I can see Daniel waving goodbye. Lord, it looks like Daniel. You gotta have some memories with that song. I know you grew up with it. Goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs are... I mean, you can't even... If I had a piano and I was playing that right now, I couldn't make it through it. There's just no way. Just no way. Hold on, let me hide this real quick. Oh, I hit it. Okay. Alright, put on your tinfoil hats, people. And, I don't know. I picked the wrong one. I picked the wrong one. Lord, it looks like Daniel. Must be the clouds in my eyes. All the dogs are like, roar. They don't want you to read their articles. They really don't. Alright. So, before I was saying how odd that it was that J.D. Vance... No, I didn't mention J.D. Vance, did I? I was talking about how odd it was that the Pope passed on a day that doesn't exist, Easter Monday. But yeah, the Pope doesn't die on Easter. It's wild. He was out and about doing his thing. The bishops were all bringing him his medications. And so J.D. Vance, not my co-host, visited him previously, right before. Just a random visit. One of Pope Francis' final encounters before his unalive was with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who visited the Vatican over the weekend. The meeting took place on Easter Sunday. Vance, a Catholic convert, which, Heather, how do you define what you are? Entered the room and reached down for the Pope's hand. Hello, the Vice President said. So good to see you. Francis was sitting in a wheelchair, and his words were inaudible in a video released by the Vatican. I know you've not been feeling great, but it's good to see you're in better health, Vance said. And then he pricked him with the puss. Was Vance CIA? Nobody's ever liked this. He's too nice. Rest in peace, Pope Francis. Beautiful man, 88 years old. There you go. Ave Maria. Hey, there's Woke Up 1984. Thank you for coming in. It's very nice to see you. I'm glad Kelly's here. Nadia's sticking it out. I don't know why you put up with me, Nadia. I really... Alright. So we got Jenn coming. I better get the... I don't have anything to hide. You guys know that. So let's see here. I let it all out there tonight. Let's see what pops up first on my screen. You'll be right there with me. Nope. Okay. Alright. So the first... What are we trying to do? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm going to show you some stuff in a second. Let me get this ready so I look like I'm a professional. I got my talk show voice. These M50 had these M50s. That was something. I can see Daniel waving goodbye. Lord, it looks like Daniel. It's just been in my head all day. Has anybody seen J.J. Vance, not the vice president, or... Wait, who slipped the Pope the poison dart? I just want JJ, they've been like stomping the bleachers. It's been like a Queen concert. I'm sure my neighbors, because when I do, here, let me give you a demonstration. This is a Whiskey Tuesday. It's going to become one. JJ, if you think you're going anywhere, you better just sit down. This is my second monster. It's one of those nights. So I have this little, and I've shown you. Don't judge me. Let me take some of the garbage away. Ah, shit. Okay, look. That is the cajon or Cajun, whatever the hell they call it. Okay, and it's got a snare drum. So you can snare drum, and it's like having a whole kit, because my trailer, and JJ, yours may be the same. Welcome, JJ Vance. Or JD. Is it J? I never remember anymore. Welcome in, JJ. Very nice to see you. I hope you had a great show. We checked in on you, and unfortunately, I've stolen your chat away from you. Sorry, that was not intentional. This is within the realm of what we talked about, you and me. Shh. This is pina colada. I got frozen pina colada. It's been a long night, bro. I don't know why these people are still watching. Okay, so this is the cajon. This is the Cajun, or whatever it's called, and it's got this. Okay, so you can go and you have an acoustic guitar, and then you have your little God dog it! You have your little Cajun thing here. Okay, don't judge me. And hold on, let me put the wire there. Oh, Jen's gonna get all excited to come up now because JJ's here. She can't come up here. She waits. You see how this is working? So if I wasn't so fat, I'd be able to reach my arms around this thing. And I could clone... Actually, the way I set it up is with a kick pedal, like you have on a regular bass drum. I have that, and I put a pad. I customized it, you could say. So thanks for being here, everyone. I'm Kane B, the Purge, and I will be purging you. Because you're all purgerific. Each one of you deserves a good purging right now. And I speak a little Persian. I can say yalla yalla and durka durka Muhammad Jihad. That's about it. That's my Farsi for you. Hold on. Oh, God. Okay, really, bro? Everything goes. I still have my generic cereal. There's one serving left. Usually, I'll be honest with you, this is the private selection of generic cereals. And usually, in a perfect world, one box is 2 servings. And that's the small box. I've been buying the mega box, obviously. Come on, I'm not an idiot. But, when's he going to start the show? Did you guys know when he started? This is not happening. This is not happening. I got to turn the light on so the camera doesn't focus in and out. Hold on, break time. Break. Unexpected break. Get your playbills out. Hold on. There we go. I also have to find the theme that I just kicked under the couch. Oh, Lord. I got to go to the car. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, my pants. Get me out of prison. Right in. He fucking owns the place. I hope you enjoyed the theatrics. I'm gonna try to be professional and get JJ Vance up in his bitch for you ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going on here. Gotta get my reading glasses on. It's so much better. Oh man, this is a lot of work. So a lot of work doing. Not really. Okay, so you guys are tiny. Look at you. Look at yourselves. I can't read the fucking chat. I usually do read the chat. Tonight I'm not necessarily reading the chat a lot. But we discussed football, haven't we? And we've had a shot or two. I might be shot a little bit. But here we go. V, D, and O. And I'm gonna make a new one. If Willie wants to come up, that's fine. He does not have to. He's not required by law, just because he's in a thumbnail and everything. There we go. That's better. Okay. Now I'm going to make a room. This is... Oh, I'm not showing you guys? I'm sorry. What a jerk. You're a jerk, Kane. This I gotta switch it over. This is the whole creation process. This is how it goes, and if somebody wants to sneak in the back rooms and play skullfuckery, that's fine. I don't care. That's literally what happened. You guys think I'm kidding. Alright. There you go. Alright, make this a thing, do that a thing. I think I can turn on that camera, but then you guys won't be able to see me. It'll happen. Okay, let me customize it for Willie just in case he stops playing with his cat or what the fuck he's doing right now. See, there's the camera failed message. Get it every time. If I choose to use the camera, they'll see this little thing of me here. JJ's got it all under control. Don't worry about it. Show active speakers. Show display names. Ask for display names. I'm making this very custom. You can join without a camera. That's fine. Enable equalizer. Why not? Compressor. Raise hand. No. 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 I think that's it. There's not like a bunch of cool stuff you can do. So here is the link. Anybody who wants to get up on in here for the rest of the night, feel free to jump in if you got something to share. Or Sunny, or share. It's fine. Oh. Anywho, Nadia, listen. JJ's probably walking his dog. It'll be 7 more minutes. Jenn will be here at the same time, I'm assuming. I gotta hold it down for as long as that I can stand. Now, I'm just gonna sit back. I have JJ all wound up. I have 2 monsters in me. He has 6 buckets of coffee in him because he's literally been in the basement since I left him last. Who is this Willie character? William Skata Malaka. Malaka's guitar. Malaka's guitar was guitar Malaka. That's the only Greek I know. Do you guys know any other Greek words? JJ is still live with OR. Oh, was he just checking in? How dare he? Alright, I have other... I've done my job. Okay? This is work. Gosh, Heather, you have to yell. Let's see here. Okay, there's this thing. We can go back to where I was. Now it's gone. Okay. I call this one stories. Why is this so low? That's better. Now I'm louder. Okay. Let's check out on the streets of Bubes. There's no way that Operation Cult Magic is still going. Thou shalt not kill. They think they're better than me. Outcast. Outcast is low. Let's see here. Right. Chelsea Wadaker at 9:30. Oh boy, there's some competition out there tonight. Yikes. Alright, maybe I should just shut it down. Because we don't, JJ, prove them wrong and pop up in my chat again. What did it say, Jen? That he was still alive? Kane, I want a karaoke paradise by the dark dashboard lights. Groovin'. Who am I talking to? I don't know. I thought I saw is JJ Vance not here? Oh, I forgot about the thing. Drinky now or drinky later? Okay, so I won the bet. You guys owe me another $14.12. Or the rest I don't get out of jail. Let's do some meatloaf. Well, I went to go meet Meatloaf, and that was another Brian. Don't try to hook me up. But I met, and I have pictures of it, and I lost them because I had him hanging in the studio, and now the studio's gone and everything with it. That's okay. I'm not. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. No, I'm sort of almost hooked up with the Meatloaf's background singer because I was there to video a new guitar that BC Rich had made through my buddy's brother, and it was an all-metal guitar, and the guitar player's name at that time was Paul, and he was a friend of my buddy's brother, and he made a metal guitar. Anyway, so they had trouble with it feeding back the first time, so they hired me with my hotshot camera to go to Ruth Eckerd Hall and film Meatloaf. Well, of course, you get to go backstage, but Meatloaf didn't show up. Everybody's like, Meatloaf's a dick anyway, don't worry about it. But I got to see the Meatloaf show for free there, and he was up there. Oh, Heather will be here. All right, it's been 15 minutes. Jen had her chance. Now, Jen will be here. She's getting off. She can't get on. So, I don't know what the fuck. You'll see her in the chat. Give me a heads up, just like you did with the colder covered thing. Twizzle Stick here to save. She's commenting. Instead of commenting in the comments, she's commenting through my text. The link, Art Linkletter. You know the story about Art Linkletter? Okay, anyway. Alright, I'm going to go back. How far back? All the way back. I'm going to turn off the air conditioner at some point. I'm going to let these two go at it like they did. Meow, 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 meow. Just like they did last time. We're going to get warmed up with the hotness. Jenn from Criminal Confidential. Willie's out sick tonight. Alright. I keep referring to this Willie guy. Who's Willie? Got a Willie. Let's check in on my notifications. Refashioned Hippie. Boy, Refashioned Hippie sure be putting out a lot of content. I like her stuff. Obviously, I start my show with her all the time. Did you like... Okay. So, Omesso stuff. Let's go back. How far back? All the way back. To my reel. Okay? Because it was Unreal. It was an Unreal reel. What you... Should I answer it? Should I... No. Yes?
Hey. I don't know why my computer's not turning on.
Who is this?
What do you mean? It's Jenn.
Jenn who?
Jenn, your worst nightmare.
You can't hear JJ if you can't get your computer on.
Oh. Alright.
I knew that would work. She's like, you can't hear me. Oh, that's okay. She'd be like fine with it. You'd be fine with it if you couldn't hear me.
Alright, let me see if I could use my computer. Just give me 2.
Well, you don't have to hang up. You can stay on the phone.
No, I can hang up. But I gotta hang up because I was trying to reach chat. I don't care about you, just a chat.
See, I told you. All right, that's fine. I proved my point. Bye. All right, see? All of you guys are in here for Jenn and JJ. Admit it. I don't care. I can take it. It's not like I'm wearing M50s on my head for Twiz or anything. Jerks. All right, let's switch over to the Ashta, Rashta, Bashta, Bashta. That's the other Farsi I speak. And we'll see who comes. It's a crapshoot in here at any given moment. It's like roulette in Ohio with the kids. Instead of going to Cedar Point, you go over to the casino and you do your things. They're like over there in like Rory's chat, like they're not even talking about Idaho 4. Kane's just drunk. I'm not drunk. If I was drunk, you would know. I would be pulled over. That's the video I want to play of that. And now Jenn ruined it. No, she... Okay, so wait. Did I put the thing? I didn't even put the thing. Well, let me put the thing. There we go. I did put it. But she's still not... Yet she's still not here. The chat is so small. I have to... I had an article, and I don't know what happened to it. I might have sent it to one of my grandkids. But anyway, I played it last week. I did. And it was about the new drone taxi service. So it's unmanned, and it will be available to the wealthy in New York City. And it is literally, finally them flying over us peasants, looking down on us, not having to interact with us anymore. Not worried that they've taken all our jobs away. And it's finally happening. Real talk, folks. Real talk. So yeah, Jenn's coming up here, hopefully. Ms. Potts, are you going to join us tonight? Like, you call your people Potts heads? And you're ripping on me? Give me a really real... Tony's here. Twiz is watching. And, no. Really? Pot's heads. I've never. It's not like I have this to sniff with. No, I don't have Don't raid my house. So... Jenn is not joined in yet. I think I ran... wow, that was a quick purge. Good night, folks. What are we at? I never look. Let me see if I can't make this smaller, bigger. What do you do? I don't know what I do. I almost hid you. I almost hid Twiz just now from the channel. Oh, where is everybody? Let me see. I can do it. It's okay if people come in later, because I'm going to play, while we're waiting for Jenn, I am going to play my reel again, because every single person saw it already that's in here. I'm just going to play the music part, so don't get all weird. It's 8 minutes long. Gosh, give Jenn 8 minutes, man. I mean, jeez, bro. Oh, this came back. That's good. Okay, you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something. Hold on. There we go. I just need a talkie break, otherwise we won't make it 17 hours. I didn't even look how long. I'm afraid. Here we go. Okay. Don't get all weird. Hold on. Wait. Here we go. One of these to give Jenn a few minutes for the sake of Pete. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Showtime.
I'm already giving you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is baking.
Clearwater, Florida. It looks like your average beach town, but what if I told you it's secretly run by Scientology? Clearwater, Florida. Since the 1970s, the Church of Scientology has been quietly buying up property here, at first in secret under fake names. It started when L. Ron Hubbard's followers bought the historic Fort Harrison Hotel in 1975. Locals had no idea it was Scientology until after the deal was done. Fast forward to today, they own over 185 properties in Clearwater, worth hundreds of millions. Offices, stores, entire blocks downtown, all Scientology. Locals say downtown feels like a ghost town because much of it's owned but barely used. Critics call it a takeover. Scientology calls it expansion. And the tension? Real. There's been years of drama between the church and city leaders over control, secrecy, and interest.
God, Florida's awful. Nasty insects, old people, fat people, a lot of people who all offer you cheese. You want cheese with that? You want cheese with that? And then shoot you.
Go out and running.
And the car's still on.
And running. Yep, car's still going, but it's kind of bumped into some gating right there. Wow, look at this guy go 15 miles an hour. I love Sky Fox in attack. He's holding it. I couldn't do that. I'm out of breath just watching. And he's continuing on. Oh, my goodness. Well, you know what? That wheelchair, definitely not for him. If that was in the back of that car, I can tell you that is if he tries to get into somebody's home. What? There's an LAPD officer behind him. Oh, my gosh. How far has this guy been running? Oh, this is you know what? I think in the end they're just going to call up. Tasers out for sure. And he's going to tase him.
Oh,
tase him on the run.
Oh.
Boom! Boom! Right behind a tree. Always behind a tree. There you go. But he's scared. They got him down. I do not think they tased him. But you got this guy on the ground.
That was me, it's Stewie Griffin, not.
Go on.
What you just witnessed was the near-perfect execution of a tactic only the most skilled and knowledgeable detectives can dare to attempt, known as the na-na-na-na-boo-boo technique. The detective flashes a sudden mocking gesture while the suspect is mid-sentence. This will serve to derail the suspect's train of thought, making it much harder to keep track of his fibs.
I felt like that was me, it's Stewie Griffin, not.
Are you?
Yes, he is.
You're the one that my mother.
He's the one. You're on camera.
It's okay.
He said it.
No, it's okay.
This is how bad bullying was when I was growing up. I remember there was this kid in a wheelchair he controlled with his mouth because he couldn't even move his limbs. And these evil little bastards let him bully me.
I'm 60 and sexy. And tonight I'm having cream corn and strained peaches.
Hope you're good. I've been going into the past, and that past is before the arrest of Brian Kohberger.
Alright, I want to stop it there real quick because I was looking at this guy. He's been around a while. This is a Meso stuff. His link is in the description if you would like to join his channel. I recommend that you do. And I think he is an 80s rock star. Part of the community here. And you guys might be more familiar with him or whatever than I am. Now, remember last week I went to go visit my mom, and sorry I'm loud. She couldn't. I had to rip the phone out of her hand because she had never seen my show before, and she loved it. And I think she was kind of proud of the kid there, and it was a sad moment. But anyway, we came across this guy's video and watched. He goes, "This guy, he's not going to get by in his looks." I'm sorry. I think his name is Brett or something. Ryan, something there. He said he's a. Anyway, my mom is funny. She's funny.
It's interesting, but unfortunately, that's an isolated memory. Memories that are lost within the shards of glass and the broken wood and the blood of King Road. It's all in the wreckage now. However, if we have one person in our whole community who should just go back and piece everything together, we need an author, but not a cheesy gossip author like this Blum person. No, I mean someone who's been there the whole time. Someone like Brian Kohberger. You don't think Brian's writing a book about this whole thing? You don't think Brian Kohberger is a part of his own defense? Of course he is. And I know that some of the court proceedings are confusing, but look at it through my filter, which is, these people are owned by the college. That's why he said this, that's why she rebuts that. They're owned. They have no choice but to.
And he asked me, before I signed, what I would like to do in the Marines. And I asked him, I'd like to first get the dress blue uniform. And he told me that they only issued the dress blue uniform to seagoing Marines, band members, Marine Corps band, the Drum and Bugle Corps, and to embassy guards. And I told him that I got seasick and that I didn't play an instrument. Could I be an embassy guard? And he says, well, he said, you're 6'2", you're in shape. He said, I'll put that down as your first choice. Well, I want to tell you, to this day, I'm looking for that recruiter.
Beautiful Corsair I just brought in from Kissimmee this morning. Iconic World War II fighter. We call it the Beast. We have a 2,000 horsepower radial engine, 18-cylinder Pratt & Whitney twin Wasp, over 13-foot propeller on this. Very harmonized on the controls, agile, maneuverable. It's just phenomenal. Keep in mind, this airplane is designed as a carrier plane, so at the time they could stack twice as many airplanes on an aircraft carrier. In order to do that, the wings fold up on them. The gull wing is another noticeable thing about this airplane.
One that subscribes to this channel is a member of the Neighborhood Watch, where we run the YouTube streets looking for trouble and fun. Lots of parties and fun. Yeah.
Something about this kid makes me think that he's not going to change much. It's like he's already a full-grown adult. That's how my dad, that's another thing my dad always used to say, you know, other than you're cruising for a bruising, is that in, like, the medieval times, they looked at children as miniature adults. Like, they put in the work, obviously, you know, This kid is already grown up, and he's just a miniature version of himself.
Float planes are some of the most fun you'll have in warm weather. Now, I've flown my fair share of these things, and I want to go through them with you guys, starting with this 2,000 millimeter Beaver by FMS. This thing is absolutely massive and flies perfect. POVs ever recorded from an onboard camera on these RC airplanes.
All right, let's get the man up here. Let me get a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our special ghost tonight. He's not an operative. This may be one of his cloned identities here that I've made. He is not a fan of being cloned, but shit happens, bro. That's the way it goes. All right, we'll watch the rest of that later, maybe. All right, so JJ, here is your Link It Dink It, and we had an imposter come in last time, putting something about skullfucking. I don't know what the fuck that is. Kids go to bed, and so that makes it okay when I say kids go to bed. JJ, if you'd like to click the link. Apparently, Jenn is struggling with her computer right now. She'll wander in though. Don't ask. Okay, I need more monster. Darn it. And I'll switch over so you guys can see. I have nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. Let's bring him in. J.J. Vance, not the vice president, fresh off his tour of duty with the occult rejects over there. And they are some rejects, let me tell you now. Hopefully, I asked him to bring Nick with him. Hopefully that's a thing. I don't know. We'll see the second that he pops up. Until then, there you go, buddy. Do you need 7 minutes, or are you ready? You good to go, my friend? What's going on? The soda. I'm on soda all day. That's probably not good. Are you really 6'3"? So yeah, we'll know as soon as, and then it'll happen, and things will be better. It's been a long. I've been having to sing and dance literally to keep these folks entertained, JJ. So we can't wait. We're gonna look at documents. And that's how bad it was. So as soon as JJ gets in here, we'll know. And well, let me get it ready. Let me get professional again. Hold on. Turn this on. Do the things. I have them labeled. There's that one. Boom. Okay, wait. I gotta put this down. Hold on. You guys want everything now. What's your problems? Not that one. Heather. What are you trying to say with this photo? I don't think so. That's not. That's not it. We don't know where Willie's MIA tonight. He's disowned from the show. Who's it? No, I don't know if he's here. Maybe. Maybe we'll have Bubbly Waters later. I did invite her, so don't dox me. I did do it. Hold on. Let's see. There it is. Okay, we gotta get rid of this picture. Here. Okay. No, that one, no. This one? No, maybe. No. That one? Yeah. Yeah. That's Bubbly Waters' one. Okay. There's Rockford. Oh my, I can't do this. What is going on? Heather's thing is ruining everything. As she sent me a text today that she woke up with the dog's chin in her lap. And I said, "You're lucky it wasn't me, because you would have been flat as a pancake." It seemed funny. It did at the time. Let's see what we got. Why this isn't working. People. There it is. I did it without even knowing. I had some really... I'll be honest with you. I have a confession to make. You want to be Bubbly Waters? I don't know who's going to come in first. Whoever comes in first wins the Kabar for the day. We should do... What's this? No. We should do... Where the fracadidactylus is... Oh, I see Fitzy Witsy. Get rid of that for sure. Get by. Okay, see now, that's what was fucking... Damn it, Heather. Okay, there. And then there. Now we're almost at full staff. Look at that. At any time now, JJ and Heather team up on Discord and like to watch me struggle. That is their favorite pastime activity. Maybe JJ needs the link. Anybody that wants to join in JJ's stead, in case him and Heather or Jen don't show up today. And yeah, so there's that. That looks kind of cool, like Rockford with the moon. Hold on. Get down there. Go. Oh, there it is. I found it. That's the one I wanted. Holy camolykins. Alright, wait. I got this one, that one, and the other one. Peterson, no. I haven't seen Peterson in a hot minute. Is she okay, I hope? And let's see. Logos on. That one can go, because we don't know where Jenn is. Explosive backpack. Link not work. That can't be. JJ's having trouble. Let me try again here. Try this again. Is that the same link, right? That's... I can make a new room. Let me give it one more shot there, bud. And so will I. This is one of those lies. So is he trying to dox people? Address and guard your privacy, Echoes. So the other day, I met this nice girl, Lillian, over there at the Sugar Wings. And Twist puts in the chat, "Run, lady, run." It was funny. Alright, that's gone. Let's see what happens. It's not working there, JJ? I'll give you one more shot at it here. I don't know why it wouldn't be working. Sugar Wings. There it is. Alright, there's one. Alyssa.
Greetings, Kane. Greetings, sir. Apologize for my tardiness.
No, that's oh wait, let me hold on. Wait, I turned you up too much. Doth protest
as long
too
as you're
much.
not cloning me again. Are you cloning me, Kane?
He gets so mad when I clone him. It is really becoming an issue. How was your show there?
Oh, it was fantastic. Ran a bit longer than I expected, but it was a great show. We had a vampire witch over there in the Occult Rejects. Former vampire, current witch.
We got a new guest here. We got Official. Official, what's happening, my friend?
You said anyone could click the link, so I was like, you know what? Let me just click the link.
Hey, man, we're happy to have you, bro. Nice to see you. How are you tonight, sir?
We got another Purger.
Chilling. I got no life.
You're in the Hollywood area, am I right?
Yes.
How are things out there in La La Land?
It's alright. Nothing exciting.
Yeah, well, you've had enough excitement for 1 year, I'd say, with the fires and the earthquakes and all that. Did you feel the San Diego one, or?
Yeah. Well, I was kind of sleeping. I've only felt an earthquake like once in my life, ever.
Was it the Northridge?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, me too. I was there for that. I was in. Oh wow, we're getting a tour of LA now. Is this your?
You live in Los Angeles?
Yep.
Nice.
My bad. My hair's all nappy, dude.
Yeah, we expect hair and makeup done. I'm hiring a lady, and she does it for Home Shopping Network. So maybe we can get your fade on and all that stuff. I tried to do mine, but I forgot to put the fade in it. Oh, off he dropped out. His phone probably lost signal. How are you, Mr. Vance? Nice to see you.
That hair and makeup department, that's not going to be cutting into that pork chop money, is it?
It might have been. I might have been a little out of line because I did pork chops and then bacon day, back-to-back days. I did the Alice's chicken, pork like you know. So I don't know if you is it legal? Is it like not kosher to do bacon on pork chops? I've never had a bacon chop in my life before.
I'd say you haven't lived a day. I mean, if you're going a day without bacon, you're not living life properly, my friend. So I think
That's
you're doing good stuff
that's a
there.
very Midwestern attitude, and I like the way you think.
Nice.
Cheers, my friend. Cheers. This has been a live. This is just
How's
Wendy's drink.
how's the purge going tonight?
I tell you, I've been sweating it out for, what are we at, 3 hours now?
Ooh.
3 hours, 23 minutes waiting for somebody with a brain to come
Yikes. My apologies, good sir. I do apologize on the delays.
in. No, hopefully they didn't drain your brain hole before you got here. I told everybody that you and Heather were locked up in the basement together, and I said, you put two people together long enough, they're gonna. Hey, there's Offie's ground.
Yeah, he's back.
Hold on, I want to show you guys the Hollywood sign.
Oh, really? You can see it
nice.
from your place. Kick ass.
Yeah. Okay. Much. All right.
Well, he's really having to hike to get there.
Let me see.
He's out of breath.
How do I adjust the settings?
Man, down by the river. Whoa, that's a beautiful view. That's nice. Is this... Okay, are you in the Mission Viejo area? Is that Mission Valley?
This is East Hollywood.
East Hollywood. Okay, cool. I was born in East
There you go.
Hollywood.
Oh, hold on.
Wow, that is the Hollywood hill. I know that one. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy, bro. Thank you for that. Let me blow that up for the folks at home.
We clone that.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're first in line. Hold on. Let's see here. Let me blow it up a little bit, Offie. Thank you for coming on, man. That is amazing. And
it was a good view.
if you're still with us later, I would love to show the people what it looks like looking down on LA at night with the lights twinkling and stuff like that. It literally looks like you're looking into outer space. It's crazy. And and then you'll see a couple of Hollywood Knights ride by on their white horses. And those Hollywood high rolling hills. I always say Hollywood hills. High rolling. And she left him, and that's a good. Hey, Wes H, how are you? Laurel Canyon. Oh no, here we go. We got one of your guys in here, JJ.
Nice.
Wes H, you're gonna have to put on the tinfoil hat now. Yeah, the Laurel Canyon deal. What were we talking about, Jim Morrison? Oh, Ray Manzarek was on. Oh, he dropped out again. Thank you for that, Offie. That was terrific, man.
That's a good view.
Yeah, he's got it made over there. That's pretty nice.
I'm indifferent about LA. I like visiting there, but I could never live there.
Oh man, though it's just a bunch of small towns. It's a bunch. LA is just one. They call it urban sprawl. It's just one suburb after the other.
Sure.
And
I
after
spent
a
a lot
while,
of time there. You did a lot of time in San Diego. Did you make it up to LA a lot?
I didn't do too much time there. I did live in San Diego for quite a while. I made it up to Anaheim to go to Adventure Park or whatever it's called, if you remember. And what's the one on not Modern Family, but Family Affair. And it's the Warner Brothers one.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Action Park, not Action Park. Did you ever see the documentary I played on Action Park? Are you familiar with Action
Class
Park?
Action Park from Jersey?
Class Action Park, yes, sir.
I got a lot of friends that had sustained a lot of injuries at Class Action Park.
Really? Yeah, well, it was a rite of passage to get an injury from there, but that means you had a good time.
That's what I hear.
Jen's here. Who's the epic fail? Is it? That would be Unforge. So I can't stop saying Unforge. I'm trying to fit it into every conversation that I do.
We were talking. We can't tag you in the chat because you spelled your name backwards.
All you have to do is highlight my name and copy and paste it, and you'll be able to tag me. I want to get tagged. No wait, that didn't come out right. Anyway, so yeah, Wendy's serves this now.
I got snowed in a blizzard one time in Los Angeles. That's been my Los Angeles experience right there.
You got snowed in a blizzard in LA, and usually that would have more of a Laurel Canyon meaning to it. Like landslide.
Right, different kind of blizzard.
Snowblind, snowblind, snowblind.
I like that Bob Seger you were talking about earlier, though. That's some good jams.
That's a great tune. It's another one that'll bring kind of like memories back to you. It's like they say smells will bring back memories. Also, like, you know, I mean, if you haven't listened to songs in a long time, like even Billy Squier or you know, especially like Supertramp or, you know, any of those old Stevie Nicks tunes, you'll get a memory back. And
I wouldn't know, Kane. I'm hetero.
I didn't say share. We did a fundraiser for my friend's Code Red, and it blew up. We went over $20-$30, and I have to match it by law. So it's going to be a lot of Code Reds in their future.
Code Red the Mountain Dew? Code Red?
I don't call it that. That's apparently an insult to Code Red.
Oh.
When you drink regular Dew. Now I have played the old Dew commercials, and it is an Appalachian hillbilly guy that they were first targeting this drink at, I guess.
Nice.
It's pretty crazy. I'd love to play it again if I come across it. Nadia Gray. So anyway. I'm gonna have to beat JJ's head for a minute. So, yeah. What were we talking about?
Oh, I can put up an image here. Just turn my camera off if that helps.
Either way, I'm fine with it. It kind of looks like I have your shoulders now. So
okay, you want some beefy shoulders?
It's a perfect match. I'm gray, so I kind of blend in a van down by the river. Is that Willie Shakespeare? Hello? Oh gosh. Hello? Oh
Can
no.
you hear me?
No, we can't hear you at all.
Be quiet.
Hi there, young lady.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
How was jail?
I was ready to kill somebody yesterday. I was like, I'm gonna catch a body. I'm gonna get arrested. But I held back the Aries. I held it back. Put her back in the box.
Don't mess with the Aries, dude. I'll tell you what.
No. Because listen, like it takes a lot to get me mad, but when I do, I'm like a tornado. Like I'm just gonna we're both going down. I don't care.
Heather's always going down, also as well.
Don't be vulgar.
That was weird. That was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I just meant like
weird.
going down to pick up poop for her dog. You're missing some of the inside jokes here, Jen. So if you're not a twin flame in a tiny waterfall,
Heather, no, that's my twin. That is my twin. It's been like Heather. He's copying. Because how long I used to always call Heather my twin from like years ago. So be quiet.
None your damn business. Whatever happened to none
me
your
and Heather
damn
have
business.
some like just random things in common. Like she's my twinning. We're twinning.
Now I've not only cloned JJ, I have literally
you cloned me?
You cloned me, Kane? I reanimated you with my head attached, and we're animated. And your hand just disappears into my head. This is great. So
into your manhole.
This has been and you called me gross.
I listen. I wasn't saying it as an insult. Maybe it was a compliment.
Listen, if it's prison logo that you just picked up, that is really unfortunate.
Totes unfortunate.
I'm trying to pull you up. Let me see here. Hold on, I can do it.
Rough day in the clink, Jen.
Yeah. I was just like, okay, listen. I'm at that point. I'm about to pop off. Someone's gonna get hurt.
Heads have got to roll.
I reeled it in. I'm very proud of myself.
Yeah, we all have those moments, my dear.
It's like I can't be the bigger person. I'm only 5'3". Like I can't be the bigger person. It's literally impossible.
I have a feeling that there are moments when you probably could take over a situation, especially an unexpected one.
Oh yeah, and I'm dirty. Like exactly. You'll never see it coming.
So besides the whole killing spree thing, what else have you got going on there, my dear?
God, I was talking with Woke Up yesterday for a while.
Who?
About the whole. We were just like on fire, back and forth about just The G's, man, the G's.
The G's, they seem to be a topic here. Yeah.
I got lots to say. I don't know. It's really unfortunate that we have to sit there and like tiptoe around things because this world is ugly. People do effed up shit, and really you can't get to the answers until like you have no more questions left. You know what I'm saying? But going back and just rewatching these old interviews are just really, it's bad.
Give me an example.
Okay, so, you know, lately I've been saying how it's just like, I just refuse to accept that at this point it's grief and just, you know, not thinking clearly when he says all the weird things and incorrect things that he says. You know, I've been like, but it really does seem like from day one, they're hiding something. And I'm starting to really feel like maybe the relationship with Kaylee either was estranged or like there's something there that is being hidden, and it's something big. You know, I'm almost getting a feeling like, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I swear these victims like talk to me because like I'll get a random thought in my head of something, but then I'll start to look into it and it'll kind of like line up. There's been a lot of questions that I've had as far as like Kaylee's upbringing, right? Because of just like a post that Olivia had posted like when Kaylee was like 16 for her birthday that said something to the effect of like, she welcomed me in her house, talking about Kaylee. Kaylee welcomed her in her home and didn't ask questions. Things like that, like almost like they were not raised in the same place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There are the way that just like the way that they didn't know about her and Jackie's relationship. How Christy was saying that Kaylee said, oh, when I get back on Tuesday, I'll take you out for your birthday. I promise, you know, as if she was going to make it up to her. But I didn't understand that because if she was there on Christy's actual birthday, which I think was like November 8th or something, if she was there at their house, why wouldn't she have celebrated it then? And just the whole Kaylee's stuff still being in her room. Why would she go back for finals? Why would she move out to her parents if she only had like another week left or so, you know, 2 weeks left?
Hold on now.
All these things don't make sense. And
yeah, why is her brother's luggage in the murder home?
Right. And why can I find no record of her? Like, you know, they're like, okay, she's on the dean's list. Oh yeah, she graduated. Why wasn't she in the December commencement? Why can't I find her on the dean's list? Because it's all out there. I couldn't find her brother as far as graduating. They're pushing a narrative, and that narrative is completely false. Like everything from down to the grub truck video. Olivia said she tracked down the driver on Sunday. And she found and he told her about the grub truck video. The person doing those interviews never mentions speaking to Olivia on Sunday or even knowing about what happened until they released the names. Not to mention, she allegedly was in LA, which is like an over 18-hour drive. But she says at the same time, she says that Jack came there immediately after like the sheriffs had showed up at the house. Jack showed up. For some reason, she mentions that he's wearing shorts. I don't know why that's relevant, but she says it. Yeah. But she says that she checked his hands, his shoes, his car. How did you check if you were driving at the time from LA? Like, even like, I don't know, like even just there's a story and like these little comments, like there's one interview where Olivia said something about like a father's or sister's intuition. And like Christy was sitting right there, like didn't include Christy. And then rereading the obituary, there was a post that Olivia had made in a Facebook group, and it said something like, she only mentioned herself and her father and her brother. She like once again excluded Christy. This is gonna sound crazy. Do you want me to say it anyway?
Sure.
Yeah.
I feel like Kaylee looks a lot more like her Aunt Tammy than Christy, and I feel like if you look at if you look at her Facebook page, Kaylee's Aunt Tammy, Butts, Buttes, whatever, there's a lot of pictures of Kaylee when she was a kid, and it's almost like it looks like that was like she was raised there. I mean, remember, she's the only one that went to like a charter school. All the other Gonsalves kids went to regular school. Like, I don't know. I just get a feeling either she was raised by her aunt, or maybe like, I don't know, Steve like cheated with the sister. I don't know.
Who's the aunt? Tammy Butts?
Yeah. She was in when they did an interview, her and Christy and Olivia. And before it started, I guess they didn't know they were being recorded. You hear Christy go to say to Olivia, "We got to get this right. Don't get mad." And then like everything out of Olivia's mouth was totally sounded scripted and rehearsed. Like how they, just how they pushed Ellie to change the timeline to 156 through the media. Like they put pressure on Ellie to change it by going on the media and talking about it.
No, I think that's a good point, because I think a lot of that went on with the timelines throughout these releases of the videos as well. It shifted the timelines.
Right, like how did everything that came? Oh yeah, I found that video first. Oh yeah, we already saw that. Oh yeah, we gave that to the cops. It was just like, but how? Like how are you going to say that you saw Kaylee walk the dog? How? You can't see you can't see any of that from the camera 1112. Just like it just seems like there's something being covered up. I don't care what anybody says. And just how they didn't know really, I mean, they really didn't know about Jack D and Kaylee's relationship. Let's be real, which most parents aren't going to know the real details. I mean, I know that, but like they were, making some, oh yeah, they're going to get back together, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, like Kaylee has him blocked on Instagram. Like there's just something to that story. There's something, and I can't put my finger on it yet, but it's like eating at me. Like I just keep having that feeling that there's something big.
Oh, for sure. They're definitely all bullshitting.
Yeah.
They're all bullshitting.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, I agree with you. You're making some great points, Jen. That's why I'm not willing to really. I'll consider these narratives. I'll consider these statements, but I think they're all just like you're describing. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, they've straight up came out and I mean, Steve has said blatant lies at this point. Like he is so determined, and I just can't. I refuse to accept that a parent who really genuinely has a close relationship and loves their child like that would sit there and not go to Moscow when getting multiple phone calls that their kid was shot. I'm sorry. I refuse. Right,
so and everybody's told lies at this point, right?
Huh?
No, for sure. And everybody's told lies at this point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the PCA, right? It was 413 Zana's on her TikTok. Now it's 316 later, right? But
like, why is it just thrown out? I don't understand. Details. I don't understand how the PCA is not just thrown out at this point.
Well, they've tried to do that. The states try to argue it's irrelevant. Well, I agree with them in principle. It is irrelevant. You can't just throw out a PCA and be like, oh, that's it. We don't need that anymore.
Right. The minute one fact is, proven incorrect, that's it. They need, okay, so now start it over. That's it. Like,
yeah, and they've identified them as being incorrect, but there's no hearing yet to formally in that process, right? So like, it hasn't been formally addressed with the court, but like, and the states formally addressed it by saying we don't need it anymore, and the defense was like, well, that's ridiculous.
Too late now.
So they're going to continue fighting that out eventually, but yeah, they've already started that process.
It's not fair. It's scary that type of situation can happen in our justice system. Like, seriously.
It's not, and you're right. There is definitely stuff getting hidden, and I watched onto that note, I watched your last video, and since we were on the Purge here the other day, and the Mortensen grub truck, I'll have to comment on it. The Mortensen grub truck employee there, that's in the video, I call him GTM, grub truck Mortensen. He is a cousin of Dylan. They
are you kidding me?
They're distant cousins. They're like fifth cousins, sixth cousins.
They don't call him the ghost for nothing, Jen.
Huh?
I said they don't call him the ghost for nothing.
Listen, I mean, because I knew Mortensen is a common name in that part of the country, and I just really didn't feel like looking into it, to be honest. So.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the long and the short of it. If you go on the Mormons, and again, I stress the Mormons website, and look up the family tree of the Mortensens here, they will claim that they're from different Mortensen men back in the early 1800s. However, I would argue different. So as the story goes, Grub Truck Mortensen and Dylan Mortensen's Mortensen ancestor, independent Mortensen ancestor, different dudes. Both joined the Mormon Church in 1854 in Denmark. Both got on the same ship to America. Both were on the exact same pioneer wagon train out west.
Wow.
But these two Mortensens are allegedly unrelated. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like what I've been researching about Mormonism and all that is, you know, if you're thinking you're going to spend the rest of eternity with your extended family, like those ties of loyalty are strong. You're not going to want to piss anybody off.
Oh, that's a mindfuck. That's a mindfuck. And Dylan Mortensen, so both these Mortensens families continue to be very Mormon. So Dylan Mortensen's grandfather Mortensen was the chief legal counsel for the IRS in Utah, but he's also big time in the mothership there in Salt Lake City.
Wow.
And Grub Truck Mortensen's grandfather was a stake president, kind of like a district manager of sorts in Southern California.
Now, I don't know if you ever saw, there was a text message between Dylan and her father that she had posted before she shut down her Visco account. Did you ever see that one where he says like, he sends like a selfie of himself, like, you know, he's like, oh, hunk of beef. Or, you know, he says something in there about if you ever just need a ride
or some good times again or something like that.
Something like that. I won't let anybody get in between us again, which I'm nosy. I want to know what they're talking about. But he says if you need me to get you out of trouble. I was like,
Oh, he likes to try to pretend to be gangster in his post, doesn't he?
He's not about that life.
Who said that? Dylan's boyfriend?
No, Dylan's father.
Dad. Oh, okay. Well, he can't really even keep himself out of trouble either, let alone the boyfriend.
Well, Kane, that's a fine Mormon man you're referring to who went on a mission.
I don't care where he went or what his phone number is.
Kane, he practices necromancy. You be careful.
And he wears magic underwear. Watch out.
He wears magic underwear, Kane. You can't stop this man.
I've already discussed my magic underwear, so my magic underwear trumps his by a long shot. That though. Hold on, let's do a recap because
rewind.
Honestly, Jen and Ghost JJ, the Pope passed away today, and it was JD Vance's fault. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, slow it back down to where we started with this Mortensen thing, because some people may or may not be familiar with how big a deal this is.
They might have seen the video. It's a short that I posted.
Nobody watches your videos. Only 7,000 views per video. But
it's all Kane, though. It's all Kane.
It is because they start here. Anyway, so...
The short, stocky guy at the grub truck is a Mortensen. His last name is Mortensen.
A guy working at the grub truck on 11/22/22 is a Mortensen. J.J. Vance here, the amazing... Wait, which way do I point? At that way. That guy did a follow-up investigation based on Jen's video and found that the Mortensen that was working at the grub truck was what?
Let's call him GTM, Grub Truck Mortensen.
Yeah, because he's also a DM. I mean, I'm just saying his name. I don't care because it's in my video. It's public. His thing's public. His name is Derek Mortensen. So another DM.
Yeah, I just didn't want to go DM versus DM, but that's fine.
So the person, one of the people that last saw two of the victims and gave them their food and cooked their food. I'm just saying.
Is a sixth cousin and of a deep pioneering Mormon family, same as his sixth cousin DM.
Which makes it different. That's a different type of sixth cousin than a regular sixth cousin, like a non-Mormon sixth cousin.
Well, in Appalachia, they call that a kissing cousin, don't they, JJ?
Well, I was going to say, it seems like these pioneering Mortensens set up shop there, and these families have never left. So it's like going down to West Virginia and meeting a Vance. I am their cousin. I've never met them necessarily, but these families never leave that area, right? So I'm sure to some extent that they're probably familiar with one another. They may have closer relations than just the Mortensens. I just looked up their Mortensen heritage.
Right. Now...
Here's a fun fact about Grub Truck Mortensen. Let me just interject one more.
Tell me.
One more note on this guy that I found possibly even more interesting, besides being a distant cousin of the surviving roommate and one of the last known people to see the, couple of the victims alive. That seems important to a certain extent, I suppose. But what is also interesting is This kid's Grub Truck Mortensen, GTM. His father's sister. So his aunt Mortensen is married to a fella who is the in-house legal counsel for the Saudi royal family. That's kind of
okay.
weird.
That's really weird because wasn't the neighbor on the hill behind 1122? Didn't they live in like Dubai? Is that the same? Is that the same thing?
I'm not familiar with this neighbor from Dubai, but the Saudi royal family, they've had their hooks in America for a very long time. It's just odd that their chief legal counsel, their in-house legal counsel's nephew, happens to be old GTM here.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna throw this out there. Aren't there a lot of like connections of like OF and like foreign, like they're bringing these girls there and like doing crazy things, like paying them to do crazy things. Have you seen those videos?
Oh,
that is
absolutely.
a good point. That is a real. JJ, go ahead.
No, that's a great point. There definitely is some weird stuff, as you're pointing out there.
Traveling.
They'll pay a lot of money for. Well, if we were talking about who's paying for, hoeing out these sorority girls around these campuses. Well, there's some clientele right there, right? Some Saudi royal family clientele.
It's over right there. One swipe of the card.
The house behind the 1122 up on Ridge or Willenta or whatever, I don't know what that street's called. It's a brother and sister live there. The sister is MM, her initials is that girl that everyone was saying, oh, is she the DoorDash driver? She is in the same sorority as Maddie and Xana were in. And she says she saw them at the Corner Club that night. She came out and did an interview. And then her brother did an interview. He is ROTC or like Army or I don't know. He's something military, something.
Air Force?
Something like that. I don't know. But he's the one that called in noise complaints. He called in the noise complaints. I don't know. He's something. He's at the time he was like, I want to say like an ROTC or like a cadet or something. I don't know the difference.
Yeah,
but now he's
a contracting
like a
officer out of Grand Forks, South Dakota Air Force Base now.
Oh, he is? Okay.
I know you're talking about. Yeah, he's graduated. He's now an officer in the Air Force.
Yeah.
But in regards to the Saudi stuff, it's just interesting to me because I keep trying to, keep more and more. I'm looking at this whole situation, all the stuff going on around, the murders and everything else is kind of relative to Iran Contra, and I've been kind of referring to it at least to myself as Idaho Contra, but the Saudis were deeply involved in Iran Contra, so them finding their in-house legal counsel is from this area, their family, they're in the Saudi royal family's corporate counsel, if you will, and his nephew is again as this GTM guy, just very odd stuff.
Well, I don't know if you heard this before, but the Kootenai County prosecutor is Stanley Mortensen is his name. I don't know if they're related directly. I've heard that they are, but I haven't confirmed, so I'm going to say I don't know.
This is one that's a big. That would kind of complete the trilogy there.
Right.
I don't know if we brought that to your attention last time. Yeah.
He started office, I think, in like maybe August or October. I don't know. That right before the crimes happened, and it's when he took office, right? And then you have, and that's Kootenai County. Then you have Maddie's mom and Xana's mom both got arrested, right? In November, I think both of them was in November in Kootenai County. So it was just like there's a lot of connections. I don't know.
Well, Jen, you've come to the right place. I'll get back to you on that. But like I was saying before, the Mortensens, these pioneering Mortensen families from Denmark that claim to not be brothers, but were on the same ship and the same wagon train west on the same Mormon voyage. They set up shop up there, and I don't think they've ever really left the region. So they're probably of the same family. The question is how closely related, I guess.
But correct me if I'm wrong, someone who is a sixth cousin in a Mormon family is going to be it's a different vibe kind of than just a non-Mormon sixth cousin. Like as far as because of what they believe in, like, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, well, there's a much, especially out there in these pioneering families, it's been a close-knit, situation, since the onset of when they got there. And that's kind of what I always refer to when I refer to the town of Moscow being a Twin Peaks environment, because it's these very close-knit, very intertwined families over generations that are intermarrying, having kids together. Their kids are having kids together. Sometimes their own kids are having kids together.
There's an overlap because of just the pool of fish is small.
Yeah, it's like an Appalachian family tree. It's like a family pole. There's not many branches.
I wonder if that type of thing is the same as far as in Poconos, where Brian is from, because it's very rural over there too.
To a certain extent, but he's about 30 minutes from Scranton.
Right.
And back when Scranton was actually a city, it's been a while, but they used to have a pretty good sized population there.
Because that's what I was thinking when we were, the DNA stuff was being talked about in court, is because when it comes to like the Y chromosome, that's passed down in the men in the family. So if depending on what test they did, like a YSTR, and this, I'm not an expert, I don't know. This is just me talking from the way I understood it. It's just it can't differentiate whether it could be the father, or it could be the son, or it could be the father's brother. You can't tell which male in that familial line that it is, just that it is someone in that familial line. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why.
And there's not that many Kohbergers. I remember when his name first got released, I was like, well, it's an odd surname. I have a deep fascination with genealogy, largely due to the Mormons.
Right. Yeah, they have a vault, right? A vault in the mountains, like millions of records.
They got everything.
Yeah.
They got DNA. They got records. They got books. You know what I mean? They got files.
But why is genealogy so important to them?
I've wondered that myself, Jen.
My understanding, like the way I'm taking it, is because of their belief and the way you're gonna spend your afterlife, or whatever they call it, with your whole family. But like you might be hanging out with your sixth cousin up there on your planet and wherever the hell it is. That's the way I took it.
For sure. I'm sure it has some alien stuff, right? But at the end of the day, they need a list of customers for that necromancy we were talking about before.
Yeah, that's crazy. The whole baptizing people when they're dead thing. That was crazy.
I've baptized a few dozen folks for the dead. So
yeah, there was a big
controversy.
I
will admit it's strange.
Yeah. We jump all over with topics. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, but this Mormon situation seems to be very more impactful than I previously have been considering in the past. The more we learn about the Gooch, and the more we learn about DM's dad playing a role and getting some early calls, and all these pioneering Mormon families with the Mortensons and the Gooches, and
what about Jack Decor?
That's a good question. I was going to say, I know the governor's a Mormon, the attorney general's a Mormon. The boss of Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Yeah.
Their boss is a Mormon.
Latah County State Senator is also a Mormon.
I wonder, there's people I'm curious to see if they are, like Brad Little. I would like to see if the owner of Corner Club is.
Brad Little's
owner
a
of
Mormon.
Owner of Grub Truck. Brad Little's grandfather is known as the Sheep King, because they have they're like a pioneering farm family where they slaughtered sheep and stuff.
Yeah, and here's the thing that's weird about Brad Little. He's only the second Mormon governor of Idaho, which is a very odd fact to me. Yeah, I was very stunned to learn that. I'm like, really? He's the second Mormon? And I think the first Mormon was by accident. Because I think the governor resigned to become the senator, and so the lieutenant governor at the time was a Mormon. I think that's how the story went.
Something like that, right?
To slow you guys down, just a New York hot minute, because we got
How
Super
dare you,
Ohio super fan number 1 over here, and then I got Jen, who's been wound up in my basement drinking the leftovers of JJ's coffee. I want to tell you that every single person I've ever seen in this chat, in Lana's chat, whatever it may be, has at one point stated, follow the money. And when you want to talk money and very secretive, if not dark activities, you can take a direct look at a book. It's a Reading Rainbow of Salt Lake City, of Park City. It's really Salt Lake, but Park Lake is the playground, right? And so when you have connections so close, Utah, Idaho, it extends from the home base. Okay, so when things want to get covered up, when you hear things like if you have any problems, this is their MO, you guys. We've found this, we've heard this over and over, that in the Mormon religion, they are very adept at covering for each other and making things go away. Now, when you have a Mortensen that's possibly connected to a district attorney in Idaho, when you talk about pulling strings, this would be the number one option that you would ever find. That is what is going to happen. And it looks like it has been pulled from the very word get. And so they are discussing relative creatures to people that have survived peculiarly this whole situation, have been able to not be brought in to speak anything. Their word is gold, no matter what ridiculous condition they were in or ridiculous thing that they said. They're putting a suspect with bushy eyebrows in front of you and saying she didn't even recognize him in a lineup. Okay, so when you talk about protected people, this fits the picture perfectly. So I'm not trying to get you guys off track, but I just wanted to mention where all this is resorting from. And when he mentions the gooch, he's talking about the DNA handler. Am I correct, JJ?
ISP detective Victoria Gooch. She was the one who interviewed Dylan Mortensen in the bushy eyebrow statements. She was the one that, I heard him talking, and someone needed help, That was the interview with Victoria Gooch in DM. So her husband is another one of these pioneering Mormon families. And her father is a CIA guy who retired after invading the hippie movement with Paul Tate's dad, or Sharon Tate's dad, Paul Tate, U.S. Army Intelligence. Her dad came to Ada County and became an Ada County commissioner. So there's a CIA dude running Ada County commissioners. His daughter is Victoria Gooch.
Now listen to this. So I don't know. I think we talked about it before. First of all, Hunter Johnson and Brad Little were in the same fraternity, I think, if I remember correctly. There's a lot of overlap. That's correct,
yes, ma'am.
Now, and Hunter Johnson's got a ton of photos. Like, apparently he's very close with someone with the last name Gooch. Who's also in that same fraternity. Now, I think people don't see how big this is, because unless you were like either in the Mormon religion or live in a town like that, it's the loyalty, the ties of loyalty are strong as hell, in religion and also in fraternities. Like, people think like, oh no, they wouldn't, keep this. Yes, they would. And it doesn't mean the whole fraternity knows things,
Oh, for sure. It's definitely compartmentalized. And when I said CIA, I mean U.S. Army Intelligence. There was a U.S. Army Intelligence officer who took over, so back to this whole Idaho kind of Contra mindset, there's more Army intelligence deep inside politics and around this environment. And again, that man's daughter is Victoria Gooch.
Wow.
AKA the Gooch.
Interesting. Now, I heard you talking before about Timmy Reed and Kane.
Yeah, I was definitely talking about Timmy Reed.
Yeah. So Timmy Reed, the fraternity that he's in is the same as Jack D's, right? I'm like, I gotta just confirm in my notes, but I'm like,
I don't know Timmy Reed. Can you tell me about him?
Oh, Kane, tell him.
Sure. Timmy Reed was the guy that was having a party, and 50 football players showed up with PVC pipe wrenches and back lavas and ski mask, and beat him within an inch of his life. I have tried to, she was referring to, I was trying to contact Nick Gressback, his lawyer, and I actually called Nick Reed, his dad, at work a couple times and left messages, and I've sent him emails, I think. I've sent his lawyer multiple emails to talk on the show. Now, they were 5th generation vandals in that family. One of the largest supporters, and we talked about this last week, JJ, I know you're talking about, catch the audience up to speed. And so the takeaway from the Timmy Reed situation was that they don't care that 4 students were unalived. Their riz now is to wear these ski masks and beat the crap out of people. And Moscow PD did not even investigate. They had a voluntary investigation for anybody that was involved to come in, and they had 1 week to do it before the semester ended, and no report
everyone was out
taken.
of town, remember? Nobody was even in town.
And now JJ actually added to us that many of those football players have now been traded away or have gone to other schools since the time. But not only that, I was talking about earlier in this live that the head football coach of the Vandals, who allowed his players not to report to the college investigation, not an MPD. MPD did not investigate. They never released any names. They never filed any charges.
And if you saw the pictures of this kid, he was beat.
He's familiar, bad. Jen. He's playing devil's advocate for me.
Is this Reed fella? Is he a Mormon? I wonder if he's a Mormon.
That's what I wonder.
That's a good question. I find more Mormon names are like what you see: Mortensen, Sorensen.
Yeah, what's your deal, Kane? Are you a Mormon?
Wait, Sorensen,
I dated a Mormon. I lived with a Mormon. I have PTSD Mormon. Mormon TSD. But listen, the sex was great. I'll be honest with you.
She did have magic underwear, I guess.
The harem of wives worked out well for you, huh?
No magic underwear.
She was beautiful too, and she had sisters. We won't get into that.
Wives.
We won't get into that. But
getting back to Timmy Reed, boys, calm down, boys. So the last video I did were about Emily Alonge and the connection to that guy Tiborius at the grub truck who got arrested for strangulation. That one. I also show that he is also connected on social media with this kid Tanner McLean, who's like politically connected. All these kids seem to have graduated and gotten these like prestigious positions.
Jen, are we still talking about football players?
Yes. Well, Timmy Reed, listen, he's in the same fraternity as Jack, but it's also the same fraternity as that kid Tanner, who's connected to the grub truck, who's connected to Emily. It's like, it's crazy. Like, it's just all connected.
Well, that was the thing about Timmy Reed, is his father owns these pizza parlors, right? And he was one of the biggest supporters of Vandal football.
For donations, right?
Well, he had a summer fest. He would donate money. He was a fifth generation Vandal.
I forgot he did that whole festival. He canceled it, right? Did they cancel it or they did it?
They canceled it that year, and I can only imagine that unless somebody else picked it up, it's been canceled permanently. They are not giving anything to that school. Also, though, they got no respect from that school.
Yeah, get no respect.
And that is exactly the point JJ made last week in a Rodney Dangerfield
like
manner.
Decades ago, dude.
They get no respect at all.
He's like, I get no respect.
And so yeah, it's when you look at that and you look at this as a year and a half after that happened, which was another off-campus after-hours incident, they still won't speak of it. Now, there could be other reasons. I'll give you that.
They probably got paid off.
No. They got shut up. They did not get paid off.
You don't think they got shut up with money?
Nick Reed was a donator. He was a benefactor. He was a alumnus. And he did not need their money. He didn't want their money. He wanted justice for his kid because he could have lost his kid that night.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's scary. So that tells you if they're able to put them up without money.
If anybody is watching The Purge for the first time, please hit that subscribe button. I am Kane B. I'm your host tonight. And
I'm Jen.
We have Jen up here, and that's Mr. JJ Vance over there doing his thing right now. And I walk like an Egyptian. But if you want to know anything that you need to know about this town, it is all wrapped up nice and neat for you in a Nick Reed sandwich or a Timmy Reed sandwich, okay? So if you're not familiar with that case, Put a 1742 in the chat, so I'll know that we need to catch you up. But
You'll have to look at the Mormon aspects of the Reed family, because someone pointed out in the chat that's an old school Mormon name out there. So I suspect he probably is.
Really,
Mormon.
Reed? Okay.
Yeah, and the McLeans, is it? Who was the other family?
McClure.
Yeah, they're not Mormon. I looked them up.
They're not?
They do have a lot of money, though.
So, okay. Brian allegedly was like going to like mass and stuff when he was locked up, right? Do you remember that article?
He was having a priest come to his cell, yeah.
Right. Does anyone know, like, I want to ask Willie if he was like always religious or he became religious?
Well, if you're a guilter, you say he found God and he's trying to pray his way out of it.
Yeah, right.
I've heard that. I've literally heard that.
Ridiculous. Oh, by the way, before I forget, I found an article today, and it quoted Jason LaBar, Brian's attorney back in PA. He was saying that Brian had asked to call his parents, and they wouldn't let him. They wouldn't give him the phone call. Isn't that messed up? Like, why are they trying to keep his parents away?
He should have gotten one phone
him
call
out since day one, right? Boxing him out since day one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they're tampering with his food. I think they're fucking with his head. Because you have to remember the way that they treated Richard Allen in Delphi. He's not one of them. So they have no qualms with bashing him. And, remember they tried to leak that he was yelling, "I'll stab you too," to the other prisoners in the beginning of the case, and then that proved to be bullshit. Ridiculous. They have literally put out as many false stories as they can get away with. And
okay, so false stories. Remember the one where the girl with the birthing hips, right? And then like the one with the bar that he apparently got banned from for being, aggressive, weird, whatever. Do you remember those two?
Yeah, these are all bullshit, right?
It's all bullshit. Listen, here's the thing, okay? The one at the bar story. They made it seem like, he was going up to women and asking them who they were with and where they lived. No, he probably said, "Oh, hey, what's your name? Where are you from? Oh, are you here? Who are you here with?" Trying to see if she's on a date with someone else. Like every girl's heard a guy come up and say, "Where are you from?" But they twisted it to make it sound like he was asking for their address.
Of course they did.
And then
I would argue that all of this is a PR campaign, Jen. What you're describing right there is an element of a PR campaign. And here's another element that Heather Fitzgerald brought to my attention recently, this character known as B.K. Norton.
Oh my God.
Remember that?
That's a quagmire there.
So I looked into this person's situation because they're quoted in the media as Kohberger, immediately following his arrest, Kohberger's making anti-LGBT, I call them a Q team because it's LGBTQ, Q's like multiple choice, D, all of the above. So it's Q, all of the above. So it's the Q team. He made some anti-Q team remarks. He's a bigot, roast him in the public media, right? But turns out according to B.K. Norton, it, they, them, whatever it is, on their own resume, never attended nor was employed by Washington State University.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, back up for a second. So wait, B.K. Norton said that?
Yeah, well, I on their LinkedIn and their
you're saying B.K. Norton didn't go attend. Okay, never mind. I thought for a second you were saying Brian. I was so confused.
Yeah, that's one of Heather's big things.
Yeah, well, so B.K. Norton is cited as being a classmate of Kohberger's, right? And B.K. Norton only had B.K. Norton only had a bachelor's degree at the time. Couldn't have been a PhD candidate classmate. And now Heather has shown me some sort of organizational structural chart from November 8th, 2022, I think it's dated, that has B.K. Norton working in some sort of human resources function, I believe, or some sort of advisory role.
Yeah, all this, when someone graduates, it's public information. You can find it on the commencement ceremony pamphlet, booklet, whatever the hell.
Right, and I've tracked B.K. Norton, and B.K. Norton never attended Washington State University. Now, this individual may have been employed briefly in this student advisory role, and I do stress briefly because I don't think this is real, because according to their own resume, out of Portland State University, where they went for a master's degree and a PhD, where they're going for a PhD right now. I'm sorry. Not in criminology either, by the way. There's nothing on their resume that says that they attended Washington State nor employed there. So I don't even think that individual was even there. They just put that person in the news. Like, I really don't. But they're quoted as this person. This person is a real person. And I actually tracked down social media posts with a reporter asking this person for additional questions, and this person getting real beefy. BK Norton being this person. So
isn't BK Norton's name
situation.
As the text messages that were released between somebody and Steve? Wasn't her name BK Norton or Brad Norton? Brad Norton, right?
Oh, I'm not familiar with him.
Ooh, did you ever see those text messages? I mean, the Facebook messages
Those
that
supposedly leaked messages. I'm sure you're familiar with
those. This is my thing. I'm not trying to be mean here, but like if you look at the grammar and like the spelling that's from Steve, which I mean, even on his Facebook page, then he wants to say he's like an IT specialist. Like, how? I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. I think he's lying about everything. I don't think he's an IT person. I think everything's a lie. I think he just does crypto.
I don't disagree, but we can just go back real quick. I want to hear y'all's thoughts. How does an individual, when I say this BK Norton, who lives out in Vancouver, Washington, attends Portland State University, now as a PhD student, just last year, just a few months ago, just got its master's degree. How is this individual a classmate of Kohberger's at Washington State University? And how does Washington State University not rebut these claims in the media?
Good question. I definitely think all these people that came out and were speaking, or releasing information that they got from a source like the Facebook group,
sure.
They're all paid actors for sure. Because even like the same line about like, oh, he had to be the smartest person in the room. Like I heard that out of like different people's mouths that aren't even connected. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they were being told a story. And then there's one interview, I put a clip in, I don't remember what video, but you can see the lady, one of the ladies from the Facebook group, like she straight up looks like she's reading a script. Like, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting. And even the fact that like there was one guy that came out and said he went to the sales with Brian, and like he's a true crime TikToker person. Like of course.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're coming on doing videos that's just bullshit.
I totally agree with you, Jen. So after Heather Fitzgerald brought up that BK Norton stuff to my attention, I looked into that and I was like, I looked at all the names and all the interviews that were given about Kohberger, and I got a lot of questions about a lot of these suspects, the one of which you just pointed out.
Even like what I was saying before about the birthing hips girl, right? And I'm not trying to like downplay any victims, like people don't freak out. But like I feel like a 19-year-old girl can also misunderstand a situation. Like if he's autistic and he's just like a little socially awkward, the things she was saying, like, oh, he was like insistent on coming up to her room and like she didn't, she just let him. Was it a dorm room? Like maybe he just maybe he thought he was doing everything, like walking her up. How we follow, he was wait outside the door for the bathroom. Was it a public, like a dorm bathroom, like one on each floor type situation? Like things are getting twisted is my point basically. And even like,
but they're not really getting twisted there, right? They're intentionally being twisted there,
right? Intentionally being twisted, right?
Yeah.
Things that can be easily, innocent are either being straight up lied about and fabricated, or taking an innocent situation like and turning it into something big. It's just a lot.
Are they innocent statements? As you pointed out,
no, they're not
the
innocent,
characters making these statements are very suspect, right?
They're not innocent because they are,
right.
They're causing people to look at the defendant as a monster. And why can't we just let the freaking evidence speak for itself? Like, why is that like so like an alien fucking idea?
Well, that's true. But the point I was trying to get at there was that if the individuals making these statements are of a highly suspect nature and the claims they're making of connections to the situation are highly suspect, then the statements they're making aren't innocent statements being twisted by the media. This is what that shows to me is an organized media campaign of propaganda to convict Kohberger. The question is why, but that's what all the signs indicate, especially as you were pointing out some of the suspects. I agree with you. Some of the suspects that are these people cited as making these claims in the media are suspect themselves, and their
Yeah.
claims don't hold water. What they're saying don't hold water, demonstrably by their own statements.
You got some people coming out there and saying, "Oh yeah, Brian, he said he can go to any bar and pick up any girl." Then you have people saying he's an incel. Like which one is it? Which one is it?
That's what I'm getting at. So then if you take the details, so you take those two examples, Jen, you look at the details these individuals are commenting that how they are connected to Kohberger in their past, and you look at these details versus the actual facts of what we know about Kohberger and what you can look about into these people's past, the folks making the statements, and you can see that there's a lot of they don't match up. They don't match up. There's a lot of suspects, but not just BK Norton. A lot of suspects that don't seem to be making I don't know how they get these folks to commit to these statements, because again, BK Norton, I found social media posts where that individual was not willing to justify her statements later to his or her statements, whatever it is, to a journalist. However, so I don't know how they hire these people or get them to make these statements, but it does seem to be actual people making these statements, and these actual people I can find in IRL, they don't match up with the statements they're claiming to be connected to Kohberger in this whole situation. So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. There seems to be a lot of bullshit going on.
Listen, you guys, I got to stop you right there.
Why?
Because you've both crossed the line.
Why?
You're not supposed to remember any of this shit that you're talking about right now. It was permanently ingrained in the future jurors' membranes, but you're not supposed to talk about that because the entire thing of the PCA was bullshit. They're not going to use the IGG. They've lost. Am I correct that they lost the knife sheath? It's gone.
Are you kidding me? I'm so behind.
This is what I picked up on the streets. I picked it up on the YouTube streets. I'm dragging it in like a dirty kitten. But from what I understand,
sure, I've been saying since
they no
longer show me the knife sheath before I believe it exists.
They no longer fucking have it. So so it was never there. It was never there.
Listen, they waited until he was in Pennsylvania for a reason. They waited for a reason. There was no reason to let him go across country if he was this high-level suspect. He had to make it seem like he was like a fugitive from justice. Like there's certain leeway and red tape that he doesn't have to go through. Meaning Bill Thompson.
Yep.
He's considered a fugitive. It was strategic. Also, because Pennsylvania collects DNA at arrest. Idaho and Washington do not.
Here's another fun fact about the media campaign against Kohberger. Now, I don't know if this fellow did know Kohberger. They were in the same place at the same time. He did go to the same high school as Kohberger. I don't know if they knew each other. That much I couldn't tell you. Perhaps what's his name could tell us that at some later date and time. But this fella quoted in the media in the campaign against Kohberger as being this big drug addict. I don't know. Take it for what you will. He's an Army intelligence specialist at Fort Meade, which happens to be home of the NSA headquarters. Just saying.
JJ, my man, you gotta be kidding me, dude.
I can't make this shit up.
Boing, boing, boing.
Is that the guy in the photo with him at like a wedding, but it looks totally photoshopped, if you ask me?
This is the one where homegirl said that he used to roughhouse her younger brother.
Oh yeah, she went to a wedding and there's a photo, right? Brian, the bride, and then the groom is wearing a military outfit. Costume, uniform.
That may in fact be true. That may in fact be true, Jen. I don't recall. I just know it's the off the top of my head. It's the siblings that are quoted in an article. I think the sister was of the grade of Kohberger, and the brother was 2 years younger, and the younger brother is the Army intel specialist that just happens to be stationed at the home of the NSA headquarters. I'm not saying he works in NSA headquarters. I'm saying he probably works in NSA headquarters.
Do you think that Brian was really like a Fed or affiliated somehow with law enforcement? Because even like the fact that he had a Glock, like he had a Glock 2022, I believe, isn't that like a law enforcement issued?
Yeah, it's a pretty standard issue. I'm open to the idea, sure.
It's just like,
I'm open to a lot of ideas in this case. I'm open to aliens came down and
that's funny, right? I mean, hey.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking Mormons, right? They love aliens.
They love aliens. That Mormon cartoon was crazy. Crazy.
So the whole running into the field while he got allegedly high at this party and running through the cornfield all night, That could have been made up too.
Wait, what?
Don't you remember that story? Oh, I was hanging out with him at a party, and then he just ran off into the cornfield. Don't you remember that story?
No, Brian? I don't know that.
Now, one thing though, as to present an opposing argument.
How dare you, sir?
Ann Taylor did say that there was hundreds of interviews from WSU that portray him in an unfavorable light. So whether this Brat Norton or BK Norton or what a weird name to be, everything is weird, man. There may be other interviews, and these may be legit. They may not.
Sir, are those signed affidavits, or are they signed affidavits sworn under oath, not like Brett Payne did with his probable cause affidavit?
Listen, they spent at least 3 hours investigating all 15,000 of those tips.
You give me an hour, Kane. I'll get you at least a dozen statements that don't point you in a favorable light, sir. However, they will not be sworn affidavits.
I don't see how it would take that long. You would be failing your job.
If you look at these bylaws for students, between the university, I'm sure it's the same at WSU.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jen.
Now, saying if you look at the student bylaws at UI, and I'm sure it's the same at WSU, the rules are very vague on purpose and very broad covering. It says something to the effect of, publicly posting, electronically, social media, or, whatever, speaking, and basically saying anything against university interests is the word they use. They can revoke your degree. They can, you can get suspended, lose your funding. There's a lot, but they can revoke your degree after you graduated. Like, even if it's been 20 years, if they find out you did something against the bylaws, and it's only up to one person to decide what the punishment is. Really, there's not like a set. Okay, you do this happens. You do this happens. It's very scary, honestly. So there's a lot to lose. I mean, I'm not surprised that students would say whatever the hell they wanted them to say just to, stay out of it.
Hold on there, Turbo. You went New York crazy on me for a second there.
Yeah.
So what she's talking about is slow that one down for the roll.
The student bylaws for UI
and for the fraternities and sororities. Particularly.
Well, it's for any student attending the university. If you post anything, email anything, whatever, anything against university interests is the words they use.
Even after you graduate.
It's against the bylaws. And one of the penalties for breaking any of these bylaws is your degree can get revoked. You could lose your housing, funding, whatever. I mean, there's a lot to lose, and they can even revoke your degree for something that they find out you did 10 years ago. If you did it when you were enrolled, you can still get in trouble for it. So, you think of it. You have an established career, a mortgage, this, that. Like,
the point is,
if I'm hearing you correct, Jen, go ahead, Kane.
No, go ahead. Well, this is where the silence. This is why you see a silent town, a silent campus.
Yeah.
Here, so that's my point. Go ahead, JJ. Sorry.
If I'm hearing you correct, Jen, if this University of Idaho acquisition goes through with the University of Phoenix, then what you're saying is they can revoke my diploma simply by having this conversation.
Basically, if the one person who can make the decision wants to, yes, because it's not like.
I guess I gotta go, Kane. I gotta go, man.
Phoenix proud, baby. Phoenix proud.
I'm Phoenix proud for life, man. I'm Phoenix proud.
Even the family. Even like the
the crowd didn't hear that. 1 second, we're 5 inches tall. Next minute, we're saving lives. What? It was funny, just as good the second time. There we go. Yeah.
I don't get it.
JJ attended Phoenix University on the line.
Phoenix is the 33rd parallel. Did you know that?
Phoenix, Arizona?
Yeah, it's on the 33rd parallel.
Yeah, I did not know that, I guess. If I used to live there, I should have known that, I suppose.
Yeah, just random. I'm full of random facts.
That's a fun fact.
I think we gave her too much coffee, JJ. We got her fired up in the basement, and Heather's dog was nipping at her heels.
You're literally the only person. You're the only person in my life that tells me I talk fast. Everyone else, I don't hear that. I don't hear that except with you.
Wait, that's on Forge.
You're just Florida slow.
Forge.
You're Central Florida slow because South Florida is different. South Florida
We're
is
not.
Southern New York.
We're not country here.
Yes, you
but
are.
We're not city either. We take things at our own speed, and it's not like we live in the islands, but sometimes it feels like it. But Tampa is its own unique experience. JJ can attest to that.
A little bit of country, a little bit of rock and roll.
I got business in the back though today.
Yeah, I don't know. I have family in the north part of Florida, and I was 24 years.
That's a whole other creature.
South Florida.
That you'd have to go to JJ for that one. North Florida is its own creature.
Central and north. Listen, anything south of West Palm or maybe Delray is like Southern New York, basically. But after that, it's a totally different animal. Totally different animal.
I've been to all parts of Florida, and no offense, Kane, I'm gonna pass. It's gonna be a hard pass for me, dog.
Come on down, man. I got an extra room, bro. Don't worry.
I lived in Tampa there for a bit, when I was temporary assignment in McGill.
Ybor City.
Oh, I've been to Ybor City.
I've been to Ybor City a bunch of times for Halloween. It was so much fun on Halloween.
My dad, another dad story to throw in. My dad used to take me to a place in Ybor City called the Columbia Restaurant. Ybor City, if you're not familiar, is in Tampa Bay, and it's a little discotheque district, and it's famous for the Cuban cigars. The Cubans from Cuba migrated here back in the 40s or whatever, and they were famous for rolling something similar to what Castro smoked here in Tampa, Hava Tampas.
They migrated to Miami and then to where you are first.
Ybor City, very famous for stabbings, yes. Some of them right there on video since the 80s. And so, anyway, my dad used to take me to a sandwich place called the Columbia. And you could get the Cuban sandwich there, which is a whole loaf of bread, basically.
It's called Columbia, but they serve Cuban food? What?
It's called the Columbia. It's very famous, and they serve Cuban food. They're authentic Cuban food. And you can get
why they name it the Columbia?
It's really good.
I love Cuban food.
Well, anyway, my dad's story, and my dad was very much wrapped up in the politics of this town before it was really a town. When it was just a bunch of bookstores and retirees. My dad knew everybody. He interacted. Anyway, besides that, every time we went there,
after L. Ron Hubbard.
This was pre-Hubbard, way pre-Hubbard, 1960s. He was a city planner. He was a city planner. He also was the number 2 at the Jack Eckerd Corporation. Like the Ruth Eckerd Drugs Hall they have over there. Anyway. So Jack Eckerd ran for mayor or governor of Florida and lost, and then had a heart attack and died. That's what happened to my dad. Before that, they had the sailboats and all the things. Anyway, so every time we went to the Columbia restaurant in Ybor City, we'd get the Cuban sandwich there.
Yep.
And he would always say, because Tropicant was one of the 5 families from New York City, he said that the deal to shoot Kennedy was signed, sealed, and sent out from the Columbia restaurant. So that's all.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's
speaking
pretty...
of restaurants. Oh, go ahead.
No, that was the end of it.
No, that's a pretty baller story, King. I appreciate that. And on the note of local Clearwater restaurants, what's the deal with that Skyline Chili down there, friend?
I knew you were going to ask about Skyline Chili. I worked at Skyline. I worked at Skyline Chili for a day. One day.
Stop it, dude. You worked there?
I did. And now it was located on US 19. It was not on the beach. So it's in the middle of the county.
There's one in Fort Lauderdale, too. That's the one I used to go to.
You came a little later.
Skyline Chili in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't know that. Well, yeah, it's a franchise out of...
Was them innovating Arabman or branching out? I'm sorry, that's Gold Star. I thought it
was like the first
one. Well, they were Michigander guys, I think, or Wisconsin guys that wanted the comfort home food here before there was a Culver's.
Tell everybody what Skyline Chili is famous for, if they don't know.
Well, it's a new definition of chili. It's they call it Cincinnati style chili. I think it's actually more... Skyline started as a Greek family. There's a different Arab family that started a competing franchise, the Gold Star Chili family. But the Skyline, they make the same product, basically. It's It's loosely defined as chili. It's more of a sauce.
Yeah, it's over
And
pasta.
Yeah, or you can get it on a hot dog. You can get it in 3 ways, 4 ways, 5 ways. You know,
But they're
you get
famous
all
for
those
like the
options.
pasta thing. That's like their spiel, their shtick.
Chili spaghetti. Yep, that's their big deal. They got the 3-way with the onions and the cheese.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's their spiel. But
Delicious
anywho,
food.
we are all over the place.
They have it in Clearwater on the beach.
Clearwater is like retirees.
Well, no, the beach now in Clearwater is more like Miami Beach with the high-rise condos through Bel Air Beach, and no, it's $700 a night. They've gotten rid of all the mom and pop motels for the most part.
Who did? Scientology?
Sure. I mean, they run the town, bro. I played the
That's
video.
what I'm saying, dude. Are they the ones
hurricane.
redeveloping that, or what's going on here?
That's why they had a hurricane. They created a hurricane with their weather control.
They've allegedly stopped the growth of Scientology, but it just continues to proliferate under different names like they've done all along.
So they got their own South Beach popping off in Clearwater now, is what you're telling me.
More or less, yeah. It's very, very fancy down there now.
I don't know.
It was just an empty island when my biology 2 teacher went to Clearwater High School, where I went. And that was where they used to go to party, and whatever. And they take the hot rods down there, and there was just one little bridge that went there, and it was empty meadows, and it was what do they call it? Sea oats, and the turtles, and that was their party spot. There was no development, nobody lived there, nothing like that, barely. And it's grown over the years. They have a huge, like a yacht club on the end on Caladesi Island, which is connected to Clearwater Beach, and it's a very wealthy community, and it's very hard parking, but it gets very crowded in the summer, and the British people love it, and the Scientologists still allow them to come and bring money down here. They've built they call it the Sound or something stupid, but it's a little amphitheater where Moss Brothers used to be, right there coming down Cleveland, which is a music venue that's an open air in Florida. Duh. So nobody goes. It's like, it's like the Rays. Nobody watches them. Anyway, we're talking about Tampa Bay. Let's get on the road to Moscow. Because, just freeze yourself whenever you're ready on that, JJ. Pour for war.
I will do that. Yes, sir. Stand by one.
Appreciate it. Okay. There is rumors, okay, and I don't know where I heard this, that maybe, and you guys think about this and let me know what you think, because somebody put it out there that I trust, and they said, what if one of the family members is a YouTuber?
Yeah, what does that
Wait,
mean?
what? Meaning who? Like who?
You fill in the blanks, because there are different ones. And there's different family members.
Oh, wait a minute. Shit.
What do you mean by that?
Like a guilter? Or is it a guilter YouTuber or a... I don't want to say pro burger because I refuse. A pro justice.
I'll leave it. I don't know.
Under a pseudonym, running some ops. Is that what we're talking?
More or less. And also, these people have Hollywood connections. Where they might be able to use AI to do their voicing for them because they're hiding something behind who they really are.
I think...
Hollywood connections like that show Ted Lasso?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there and bounce it off of your brain hole.
I like it. I like where your head's at, friend.
And I have to double check. I want to say it was either maybe Jack D's mom or like aunts or Maddie's aunts or somebody in one of the victims' families, close, a close family member, works for KTVB or KVTB, whatever news station. So there's your media connection.
Say that again.
One of the, I have to double check. I screenshotted it somewhere recently. I want to say it was either like Maddie's mom or Maddie's aunt or something, or maybe Jack D's mom. Someone close, I'll double check when I get a chance. And they would work at KTVB, the news station. I just want to say it's like local somewhere.
Okay, like a Creme 2 kind of thing?
Yeah. Or maybe it was that. I don't know. It was one of the local big stations.
Yeah, when you control the media, you control what the public will accept as far as their rights being violated, what the story really is. You can manipulate things, and they've done that at every... So you have to look at this case in two parts. Because you have media partners of LE, and you have a prosecution that has done nothing but fabricate every single story that they've invented, right?
Well, I think they took advantage. I think the G's took advantage. Well, I'm just going to say Steve, really. Steve and Olivia mostly, because it's the only people that spoke. But they took advantage of the fact that MPD was not saying anything and used that opportunity.
And became the news themselves.
Right.
That's one way to look at it. I kind of look at them running from the same script.
Well, I think you're definitely...
For example, if you go to a football stadium and you have just one side of the ball, the team running down the football field with one side of the ball, and there's no defense, well, that's not much of a football game to watch.
Good
point, yeah, that is something to think about. But at the same time, I think there might have been a flea flicker.
Couple flea flickers, I like it.
Because, maybe a Statue of Liberty play where end around, and people have used that term before, where you do have the prosecution completely lying. This is just to present both issues of the case, other than this small community that we have, okay? You have the media partners, and then you have the prosecution, both of them using every fact or rumor at any given time to jump all over this certain direction, this certain narrative. That he's the boogeyman, they were pretty imperfect, they couldn't have done anything wrong, media partners and LE. And then you just have this small faction in the middle that is a very tight community where you find people that do dedicate their channels to literally tearing down other people. Now, if you're going to be a bitch to my face. Don't do it behind my back.
Be the bitch, not a bitch.
And so you have those people. These are the ones that need to be looked at. Because they're the ones that are doing it allegedly, covertly, even though the facts are out there. They are taking down other creators that are speaking out against the lies of both LE and the media. You see,
if you look on Reddit, there are so many comments and accounts that are deleted, and just looking at the replies to the deleted comments, you can kind of tell that the only deleted ones were anything that was speaking up against the narrative we're being told. And it's like, damn, they have that much power. And then also think about Visco, right? The app. It used to show the timestamp when a photo was posted. It no longer has that feature. So it's like, I'm like, I can't help but think that is it someone with that much power that they got this company to change their platform?
What is Visco? How does that relevant?
It's social media. It's like an Instagram.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's a good point, Jen. And yes, to answer your question, also yes, that they have enough power. That's the level of power I'm talking about with Idaho Contra and the Saudi royal family's attorneys being anywhere near this situation.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, a good portion of people. Hey, what's up, Nick? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Come on up if you would like to join us. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have to jump off for like 20 minutes, maybe less.
Okay, hopefully Nick can come up here and join us. Now, when I talk about the offhanded dedication that JJ Vance has to this case, because believe me, he has a lot of interests in other aspects. He is like Jenn in this case, where he finds a common ground and a territory where he can discuss his thoughts. And so this is very much a pleasure. I hope that somebody puts the link into the chat for JJ and join us in his chats Wednesday at 7, Friday at 9 on Operation GCD. It is one of the best chats out there. He is going to be the guy who you could say you knew him when.
Yes,
so
sir. I appreciate the kind words,
I'm
sir.
leaving myself on, but I'm gonna just go do something. So I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Probably.
Okay, all right, you'll be fine.
But I'll leave myself on because I don't want to like mess it up and then not be able to get back.
No, we know you'll be back because you're fired up. I love it. It's great.
I have things to see.
I'm sure you have a lot more to offer us, Jen. Thank you. So yeah, Nick, if you'd like to join us in our discussion here, you are more than welcome. If you'd like to just chill back and enjoy the chat, you already did a show tonight. That's fine. Where did we leave off, Mr. JJ Vance, the ghost nut president?
Well, Kane, I appreciate the kind words, sir. Yes, Operation GCD live on Wednesdays. I do it at 8 p.m. on Wednesdays.
Oh, is it 8 p.m. now? Okay, that's a change.
Yeah, well, I found out I was trying to accommodate some West Coast guests I have on and whatnot. I didn't want them to, want to make it more accommodating to their schedules. But, I appreciate the kind words. And when I'm not busy talking about the Idaho 4 here, enjoying my times here on the Purge, I like to go out in the wilderness and hunt large, giant blue creatures.
I think you've seen Monsters, Inc. too many times. What's behind that door? What's behind the door? Devo, I didn't know they let people from Tennessee live in Boca. I wasn't sure that was a thing. Boca, Fort Lauderdale and Boca are very nice, but they're very spread out, especially Boca. It's very nice neighborhoods, but they're like, it's wild. Why we keep bringing up Florida tonight? Everybody loves to talk about Florida and Ohio. So anyway, Idaho. That is a JJ. Thanks for that follow up on the Mortensons, and it looks like we've got the Occult Rejects.
Absolutely.
Nick has joined us. Hello, Nick. How are you?
Come on down. Come on down.
What's going on?
Good to see you, man. Nice to have
Welcome
you
to
in
the
here.
Purge.
I'm going to try to get him into the shot here. Hold on, I'm working on it. How was your show tonight, Nick?
We be purging.
Definitely interesting.
What was you guys' topic? I'm sorry I missed it. I for some reason keep doing coinciding lives here.
Some chick was like in an online vampire cult, Anne Rice vampire cult.
Some chick in your chat or just?
No, on the show. Yeah, she was like an ex-member of an Anne Rice online vampire cult.
Oh, that is. I don't know. I would love to know where you guys get your pick of the litter of these awesome guests that you guys have.
Something on Instagram.
Oh, really? Okay, because I tell you, they come in droves. Let me see where. There's Nick.
Well, we met her down at the Wawa, Kane, right down there in Clearwater.
Clearwater, for real.
Well, then I guess I'm missing out. I do have the lawyer right by me.
Really?
He's in downtown Clearwater. So I plan on doing a chat with him one of these days. I'm going to drive down there, and I also have an interview with a detective that I'm trying to arrange. There's Willie. Oh, hold on. So what did she have to offer about the vampire cult?
It was interesting stuff. I mean, she had a unique experience. I mean, it was predominantly online, though, basically.
Oh, she was wrapped in online, huh?
Oh, for sure. It's the whole thing though. Is like JJ had even asked, like, what's the whole point of it? I'm still.
What was the end game, right?
So like, I still would not doubt. Just to really, I hate to say that it could have been just a bunch of edgelord larpers, man.
Seemed kind of that way, right?
Yeah, may not have been much to it.
Say again. It was just what?
Yeah, edgelord larpers, a bunch of fakes, just trying to manipulate and take advantage of people. I mean, that's why I hated that. I didn't want to have to bring it up, and I'm glad that I think it was Heidi that brought it up. But I was just like, yo, if this is run by a bunch of dudes, like I guarantee you they're probably manipulating these chicks sexually somehow. And as soon as she brought it up, oh yeah, blah 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 blah. I was like, there you go. This is some dude that's like in his basement that can't go out and get some real ass.
Was he putting Craigslist ads out to eat people? Was that one of his things, or?
I don't know. I forgot actually. I don't think it was on Craigslist.
Are you familiar with the online cannibal guy that he put an ad out?
Is this the guy that ate Kevin Bacon?
Answered it. I don't think Kevin Bacon was involved. That sounds delicious, though. But no, this guy, I don't know if it was in Germany or whatever, put an ad on Craigslist and somebody answered it, and they ate part of his brain together, and then the guy eventually took him out and ate the whole thing and bragged about it online. I'm surprised you guys aren't familiar with that case.
I'm reminded of a case out of Michigan where a fella kidnapped another fella, hung him up in his basement, ate his testicles. The man who lost his testicles and died, his name was Kevin Bacon.
Oh, that's what you're referring to. Okay, I was like, that's a really far 6-degree reach.
Well, the actor Kevin Bacon got involved once the man went missing. He went to the interwebs, was like, "Hey, everybody, I'm not missing, but we need to help find this other Kevin Bacon."
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you another thing. Have you ever seen the 60 Minutes Australia 60 Minutes with the girl who was in the satanic cult that her grandmother ran? Are you familiar with that one?
Fiona Barnett?
Is that her name? I don't remember her name. She was very young when they did the interview with her. And
she's some sort of SRA victim from Australia.
Well, anyway, her descriptions of what they did with babies, and they would literally, she was 13 and she'd had like 5 kids. And they would take the babies from her and then do the ritual stuff right there.
You sure she wasn't Mormon?
I don't know. Is that part of the holy underwear thing?
Some of them Mormon fundamentalist groups, man, they pump out them kids young.
Sounds like Warren Jeffson.
There you go.
Is that's still a thing they get away with? I know they really cracked down upon it, like around the David Koresh era. The whole polygamy thing obviously became illegal. But yeah, I can imagine that it still runs rampant, and it's obviously got some heavy protection stuff, right?
Oh, big time. There's Mormon fundamentalist cults in Idaho, and that Chad Daybell fella was connected to some of that activity. But he's not. But you got to look at it like this, though. He may be this kind of extremist fundamentalist Mormon, but he was held in high regard. His writings were held in high regard amongst a number of folks within the quote-unquote 12 apostles up there at the mothership in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, because when you say that it was an offshoot of Mormonism, that it was a cult that was derived from Mormon, this could very be one of the veins of trafficking that was connected, and then they just, when he gets busted, they're very good at painting him as a outsider to keep the insiders from getting any attention.
Sure.
And it's because just from the reactions from Daybell doesn't think she did anything wrong. And she's helping people. She was put there by God to help people, right? And
well, that's what Jenn keeps pointing out, right? With the mindset of these individuals.
Yeah,
the apocalyptic Armageddon, we're connected through eternity mindsets.
Yeah, well, it started with the New Age thing, and it almost seems like a let's see what we can get them to believe scenario. In some of that stuff. Does that sound? And so, I don't know. I mean, because you'll find, it's just like we were talking about with the Masons, the majority of people have no idea what really goes on, but they do. And so it gives them some kind of carte blanche with sinning. Because like with the Mormon, one of the things with the Mormon people is they'll be at Temple on Sunday, but you'll see them at the casino on Saturday or Monday. And that is the general activity philosophy there.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you're that's part of it. I don't know. Did I get off track, JJ?
No, we're just talking Mormon stuff, sir. We're talking Idaho. We're talking Mormon stuff. We're talking fundamentalist cults. Chad Daybell was an author, and there was at least one member of the Quorum of 12. So you got the president or prophet of the church. Then he got his 3 underlings, and then they got 12 underlings, and then those 12 underlings have 70 underlings, and those 70 underlings, so on and so forth. So that one of the dudes of the 12 apostles, he loved Chad Daybell. He was a big fan.
So I want to point something out. Hold on. Let me see if this is still working. Something just happened in the chat that I've never seen before in 3 years that I've been chatting on YouTube. And I'm going to post the picture here in just a moment.
Are you cloning me again, Kane?
I don't know if you guys are watching the chat, but this is the wildest thing I have ever seen in my chat life.
Oh, that Google moderator, right?
Yeah. Did you bring him with you, Nick? What's going on here? You got too much real information. They had to follow you over here.
Yeah, Twiz did it.
Twiz of all people got shut down on my chat by this. Here, let me show you guys the pic. Where did I put it? I don't even know. Hold on. That is kind of blowing my brain hole right now. I've never seen this. I've never seen this message anyway. And
I'm not familiar with that.
Do you see it now? Oh, wait, hold on. You should be able to see it in just a sec, JJ. Message deleted by Google moderator. I have a Google moderator team. It's not even.
Get him out of here. Get Twiz out of here.
It's not even a YouTube moderator team. It's a Google moderator team. What business does Google have in YouTube?
Get him out of here.
That is the wildest thing I've ever seen. Run, lady, run.
I mean, it happened again. You're talking about it happened again.
It happened again when?
Yeah,
just a moment ago.
They keep typing in xxx.com.
Oh, is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
Is that what Twiz is doing?
Yeah, I saw it twice now.
Twiz did it. Get him out of here.
Something must have...
xxx.com. Like, the shit's like that's going to happen. You're going to draw attention to the fucking... show too.
Oh, they think this is some kind of perv. The Kane B's the perv. Is that what they think this show is?
That's Twiz thinks it's Kane B's the perv.
Twiz knows the secret Alexa words to get us attention. Well, welcome in, moderator chat.
Something to trigger.
I hope you're giving me high quality views.
See what happened.
Why don't you look into some of the people that I sent you messages about? And some of the messages that I've sent you. Why don't you read those instead of reading my harmless chat here? Hopefully it's an auto thing. If they're here and they're just bots, then welcome in also. Give me a high quality view. Unreal. Wow. Okay, so Nick, we love getting your take here as an outsider. I got to block you with the SMOKE. Just for
that's actually a cigarette.
Either way,
on sanctions.
It's still sanctioned. Yeah, I have to block myself too, so it's no big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really a giant blue monster. I just have that up there because I'm also spooky.
So, what am I gonna do about my show? I guess I'm fucked.
I keep, dude. Here's the thing about my show is I don't run mid-roll commercials, which means commercials during the show. I do a beginning and end, and I guess by law now, Heather's thing got deleted too.
This is commercial free. This is commercial free entertainment.
More or less, and I'm trying to keep it that way. People are so very generous that I've actually done. You do better that way than you do through the ad thing. And so Anyway, that is why I wonder if these are if there's actually human watching my tiny little show here.
Good.
You think so?
Well, I mean, maybe just like skimming through them.
Anyway, I like having you on, Nick, because you have a lot of things that you focus on, but anything that you look at, you make sure you research the facts.
Try.
And I love it when you share your waffles, your blue waffles, with the show.
I love waffles.
And most people have no idea what I'm talking about.
I enjoy talking Idaho 4 here, but I also enjoy the food talk, Kane. I just want to let y'all know that.
We do a lot of food talk up in here.
A lot of food talk.
I don't know what I'm doing. Chicken, I think next. I found that you really have to thaw the chicken.
Chicken and blue waffles.
There you go. Get that waffle in
I'm
there.
gonna vomit. I really am gonna vomit. Google Chat, welcome. Why would it be Google? That's so weird. Okay, so anyway, have you seen any of the new documents? And I want to look at. I want to give JJ a break here in a minute, till Jen gets back, about the new documents that have been released recently, or anything, or just in light of recent events. Have your opinions changed on your outlook here?
No, I think as more stuff comes out, the case looks more and more screwed up.
I don't know a person that hasn't said that with a reasonable brain. So, yeah.
I mean, like, you know what I think actually, I mean, this was the thing that I think got me when I heard about it. It was one of the things that made me start questioning the case. And I think is like, just knowing this, I think you should be questioning it. What was the deal with waiting? What was it, 6 to 8 hours to call the cops? The fact that whole thing even exists, why the fuck do you think this is all like honest and a truthful case?
Well,
I can't understand how people would think like everything makes sense if people waited that long to call the cops.
Yeah, and they, under the guise of transparency, they've released these transcripts of what the phone activity was, yet we've come to find out that they still left about a good 50% out of it.
And when these girls were in the house and this shit was supposedly going on and they were up, weren't they even texting each other?
Allegedly from the same room.
We've seen a reimagination of the phone transcripts, Kane, right? We've seen it's not the real stuff, right? It's a reimagination of what they want it to be. But yeah, there was so much phone activity, dude, so much.
And that one was texting 911.
No. And the state's like, hey, we're gonna not include that as part of the case. We're gonna stop the phone activity at 4:22. We're gonna pick it back up again at 11:58. Anything in between, we don't care about. And the defense is like, are you fucking kidding me? What I'm saying is the state wanted to ignore all of this phone activity, all this texting, photographs, Snapchats, yik TikToks, yaks, phone edits, adding contacts, LinkedIn's, phone calls to mom, phone calls to dad, phone calls to the house, which I would still argue is a sorority house and not anyone else's house.
I honestly think it's a frat house, like we were saying before.
Yeah.
The sorority is that girls sleep there to make it look like it's just a brothel, but it's really a frat house. And anyway, that if you have 6 women living in a house together in Idaho, it's literally
you call that a Mormon house right there, Ken, is what you got.
No, but it's classified as a brothel. So,
or a sister wives Mormon house.
It sounds like a house full of Asian in Queens.
Did you say Queens?
Yeah, Queens, New York, down in Flushing.
Flushing, that's where to go. Okay, let me write that down. Hold on.
Yeah,
that's the spot.
Yeah, you want to walk down the street and not know any names of the stores because it's not in English. Go there.
Oh, for real? Oh, is that it? Wow. Yeah, New York is its own animal, man. For sure. I want to visit back up there again before the whole shit house goes up in flames here. Yeah, somebody mentioned that it was right after I mentioned one of the family members there that all these Google activities started happening. And there's been a lot of conjecture that one of these people that is trying to take other people down that are in the community is employed by Google. If you haven't heard that. Anyway, shit, Nick. What were we talking about, bro?
Oh, the time difference and all that stuff, and the texting. And...
Okay, yeah. And so they have left out. So Dylan Mortensen's phone never stopped, according to Ann Taylor, never stopped activity. There wasn't an hour and a half pause. Nobody was ever asleep. They've invented this entire fantasy for us to gurgle down, and on both sides. Now you can take what the G-Fam does as tainting the jury pool, but I think the jury pool is already as tainted as it can be, because the real facts of this case are only cherry-picked and misinterpreted in what the news they receive. And it seems to me people just get on with their lives, keep their mouths shut, do their thing, and let the prosecution carry out its activities. And it's happening over and over, right?
Yes, sir.
I concur.
Shut up and color. Message of the day, kids. Shut the fuck up and color.
I'm back.
Jenn.
Oh, welcome back. Perfect timing.
All right.
We were just shutting up and coloring.
Yeah.
Jenn is fired up. All right, so how was dinner, Jenn? Did you have something to eat?
Yeah,
Was
earlier.
it pork chop?
No, it was not.
Why can't I live down those pork chops?
Yeah.
Bacon-coated pork chops.
What?
Nothing,
I put a
go ahead.
deep conditioner in my hair and I needed to rinse it out, so that's what I did. I wasn't eating. What I want to say about what you were just saying about tainting the jury pool, it's definitely beyond that now. I think that they're panicking and realizing that, okay, some of the stuff that's coming out, we really can't, like, it has to be explained. Like, it's got to be mentioned. It's got to be remembered and talked about and addressed. So now they're appealing to the sense of, like, patriotism for, like, native Idahoans, you know? It's Steve's out there try to tie it in with school pewers and listen, I see a book deal in the near future, or like a run for political office or something, some type of something.
Do you think Kohberger's writing a book?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he can keep his head straight about him. They're barely feeding him, obviously. He is fading away. I don't see how he can keep his mental faculties in check with all that's going on.
Yeah. Like, I feel so bad. Like, it's like so like secondhand embarrassment. Not embarrassment, but like it's just awkward when they're like talking about him in court like that. Like, I just feel bad. The mom in me is like, oh my God, I feel bad. You know, like they're talking about him like he's not there necessarily, but he's right there. And I know they have to bring up the things about like his, you know, whatever disabilities he may have with the dexterity, whatever it's called. I forgot. What is it called? D something D?
DID?
DID, there you go. And then with the autism, which it explains a lot, like, you know, his focus and his on one topic and his, you know, inability to, you know, read the room, so to speak. Even like his tailgating issues in Indiana, because the DID, it said something with like spatial, like something, he can't determine spatial, whatever the hell the rest of the word is. I can't think of it.
Spatial awareness.
There you go. That's what I was trying to say. Is affected. So that might be why he tailgates. I don't know. Or why he was talking too closely to the guy at the pool party. Or maybe it was just because he was a DJ and the music was loud. I don't know.
Well, two things though. That I would like to re-bring up is that JJ, are you clear?
I just feel bad for him. Like,
Nick,
it's mean. It's
Can
mean.
I move this thing, Nick?
Oh yeah, I've been good.
Okay. What he calls it is that, first of all, they're trying to use the fact that he protested violation of his First Amendment rights when he protested giving the officer his phone number, right? And then you have him writing a paper in college that they're trying to make it look like he knew how to stage a crime scene.
Like, it's just ridiculous.
It's insane.
He was like studying the why criminals commit crimes, not the how. That one project was probably like a small blip on his curriculum over the years. You know, it's just ridiculous. And listen, he's got to either be dumb or really smart. But he can't be both.
Right, he made the dumbest mistakes possible, yet he is this impenetrable perpetrator.
Right,
that
exactly.
Sneaks in through the closet with a parachute or an umbrella and has a kill kit tied to his balaclava. And he vacuums up the DNA and skirts away scot-free.
It's so ridiculous. Not to mention, people don't realize how extremely, extremely rare a quad unaliving is to begin with, let alone one that is committed in your own home, like, you know, that the perpetrator does it in your home, let alone just done by someone with no connection, let alone with a knife. Like, those things combined are like, I couldn't find even one instance of that same, you know, situation happening as far as, you know, they recorded these type of crimes. Like, it's usually done like a mass stabbing is usually in like a crowd, like a mall or something. It's done by an unknown perpetrator. There's no connection, or it's done by a family member if it's in your home. But to be done for people, I don't know.
Yeah, no. Knife is usually a weapon of convenience, I guess, a spur of the moment thing,
right?
Like a kitchen knife or something along those lines, right?
And I mean, what idiot would walk into a home with a driveway full of cars with the knife still in the sheath, but not even on his belt? Like what is he holding the sheath in one hand? Like, oh, hold on. Like, what if Ethan had a gun or somebody had a gun? Oh, hold on, don't shoot. Let me unsheath my knife. Wait 1 second. Like, come on. Like,
yeah,
I mean, if he went to drive away, he would have realized, oh shit, they're trying to open the car door. Like, that knife is big. You're not going to forget that you have it in your hand. It's just so stupid.
Yeah, you're going to want a place to put a bloody knife also.
Right, and if he did put it down, then there would have been blood on the seat. So, which one is it? Like, this is so stupid.
Well, do you remember that they had put all this stock in when they searched his car and apartment, they were going to find all these things. And they found a pizza cutter, a brown stain on a microwave. And they didn't arrest him in Washington. They waited till Pennsylvania. I think
they could have been in his office and got DNA, or picked a piece of his trash, from his apartment building. I mean, easy.
Right.
I mean,
why get the DNA from his dad instead of right from the source?
Or they could have just, even while he was in Pennsylvania, they could have did it. Or they could have followed him and his dad to the Thai restaurant when he got pulled over in Indiana and said they were going for Thai food, and took it from one of his utensils. I mean, come on. There's a reason why they waited for Pennsylvania. There's a reason, and it's because of the red tape that was no longer needed to cut through by marking him as a fugitive from justice. It was strategic. Also, the DNA collection being collected at arrest. I don't think they ever had his DNA. People think you have to have, like, you have to go and actually take someone's DNA in order to plant it. No, you don't. You get their father's DNA. You can pretty much, you can sequence. Technology is crazy nowadays. It's crazy.
For sure. So what are these new developments we speak of?
I haven't looked at them yet, but apparently there was a document drop.
Documents over there, Kane? What do you got?
I'm so behind.
They got soaked with coffee and pork rinds.
They're drenched in coffee.
And caramel.
I forgot about the caramel. Oh my god.
And drink some motions of lemonade on the side.
That sounds delicious.
You're breaking Miss Potts' ribs right now. Literally.
I know, I'm not looking in chat. I miss chat. Oh fuck.
Yeah, I barely see you in chats anymore. But Google is there to take you away. like Calgon.
No, because I think I have to have this window open because of my like permissions or whatever. I don't know.
Listen, while we have, I don't mean to have you covered up there, JJ. I'm sorry.
Are you cloning me again, King? Is that what's going on?
I'm trying to move Nick's over to where we can. There you go. While we have two Long Islanders, Strong Islands in the house, have you guys done a show on, I forget his name, the hooker killer out there in Long Island that was out there at Fire Island dumping the bodies? Who was that guy? Have you guys done a piece?
I was asking, what information you got? What are you talking about?
Apparently, I don't know shit about it. I've forgotten more than I remember. But she said the name. What was it again, Jen?
Rex Heuermann?
Rex Heuermann or whatever the hell. Yeah. Okay. Fun fact about that whole case. You know the how this all came out was that one victim's mother, I forget her name. She was
Gilbert?
Yes. Did you know, like later on, like years later, Shannon's sister killed their mother? Like she had like a schizophrenic episode and killed the mom? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like damn, like how much
We've
bad.
had their attorney on the Occult Rejects a couple times, in fact.
Like one thing,
Really?
those two things to that family, like oh my god, I feel so bad. Craziness. Yeah, Rex Heuermann lived very close to a friend of mine.
Did he try to pick her up?
Huh?
Did he try to pick her up?
No, it was a girl. It's a girl.
Or her?
Yeah, she just lived a couple of blocks away, and she was like, "What's going? I don't know what's going on over here. There's like police everywhere."
So she didn't wind up sewed up in a bag by his wife, I guess, right?
No. I don't really know much about the case. I don't. My brain has no like capacity left for anything else. And,
it's a strange case. We've had that attorney that was representing a lot of these victims' families on the Occult Rejects.
What was that guy's name? Jonathan Ray, right?
John Ray, right.
Yeah, I forgot about him. Oh shit. Yeah, that's a weird case. That
super
I was
weird.
living on Long Island when when it happened and when they finally got it.
Yeah, it's crazy. The only other case I really followed, not even like a fraction of the way I followed this one, was Debbie Collier. Did you guys ever follow that one?
I'm not familiar.
Collier, that sounds familiar.
That was another weird case.
Is
that was weird.
Is that the informant, the confidential informant?
No. That was this middle-aged woman from Georgia, and she had texted her daughter like from like a Dollar Tree or something and said, they're not going to let me go. I love you. There's a key under the flower pot by the door or something like that. And she Venmoed her like $1,500, something like some $1,500 something, whatever it was. And then she allegedly, the story that we're being told is that she just then drove herself to the middle of nowhere, like in the woods off like a highway, and burned herself or like unalived herself via burning, like burned herself. It's but the daughter was like lying about everything. So much weird little things in that case too. I don't believe it was a self-unaliving. I don't buy it. Nope.
I think I remember that one, but my connection with the 4 and the Hamilton Beach blender killer is the
blender killer.
I think that the way they got his DNA, yeah, because even the best ones only spin for 16 hours. We've tested it. They have the Hamilton Beach guy. They got his DNA, I believe, through a pizza crust. Is that right, Nick?
Oh, the Rex Heuermann guy? Yeah, through a discarded pizza crust.
Which that whole thing, I don't. Even the DNA situation with that case is a little weird.
I don't know. I don't follow it, but
it's my kind of. They're going by like. I mean, this is another thing too. Is that there's more, I think, actual physical evidence that his wife's hair is on these bodies than him.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And his sister-in-law's big time witchcraft.
The daughter's DNA was somewhere too, or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, DNA spreads so easily nowadays. Just from being in a room and speaking, your DNA could end up on an object that you never touched. So it's like
that's a good point, because that's one thing I said about this whole case is this whole pizza crust stuff and the tying into these burlap sack DNA evidence from one of the victims or a couple of victims. They used a private lab. They will not identify the private lab. I suspect that's the Alterum Labs, but I don't like whoever it is, and maybe Rex Heuermann did do it. I just don't like all this secret lab bullshit.
That's what I'm saying. Even if someone is guilty, they still need to do what they're supposed to do. Like, do it the right way.
Yeah, we don't need secret lab bullshit. It's like, oh, yeah, we shipped it off to these people. We're not going to tell you, but you did it, bud. You're guilty.
Yeah.
I just don't like that attitude.
It's not acceptable because that's how, listen, power is, you know, things like that. Like Hitler took power, little by little. It's not like people just wake up one day like, okay, we're going to just take away all your freedom. No, it's done a little bit at a time. Period. So it's like you gotta put the line in the sand, when you see the first instance of injustice, even if it means, it's better off one guilty person being let go than a not guilty person being locked up, in my opinion. Because it could be any one of us. Look at our search histories, even Brian's search histories, and just like any books they might have found, just by default.
Nick, what is your search history, bro? You want to reveal that here on the Purge tonight?
No, but seriously, think about it. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Anything that Brian Kohberger has said or done will be used against them. They'll frame it however they want to frame it.
Yeah, it's like his interest in he could have looked up the knife and sheath after the unalivings because he heard that it was that type of knife, like Rambo style or something. I don't know. You never know. Like.
I'm not buying any of these tales about clicks and witnesses.
I don't even think it's real.
Witnesses of purchases.
Yeah, I don't buy it only because if they had something that big, they would have put at least one true thing in that PCA instead of all lies. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have to put everything.
Exactly. Exactly. The PCA wouldn't be full of lies. The unnotarized PCA would not be full of lies.
Right.
And it also.
How do you plan that?
I think we lost Nick. Did we lose you, JJ? Oh, there's Nick.
No.
Am I here? Did the Cookie Monster
Everybody, now Nick is Jen. What does this turn into? A Zizian cult thing? What's going on?
Oh, shit. Nick is...
You guys are transitioning on us.
How do you plan something without stalking? Like, how do you flawlessly plan that without stalking? How do you know exactly when everyone's going to be home without...
For sure.
Stalking?
And they conceded that he didn't do that, right? But now they're back to... Now it's no longer 12. Now he went around there 23 times.
But except that one time that he was in the town. Remember that? Like, why was that even mentioned, actually, now that I think about it?
Right,
that one mention?
How do you concede that he was not stalking them 12 times, concede that in court on camera, and then now they're like, wait a second, a year later, like, wait a second, we're back to it. Now it was 23 times. It was way worse than before.
You got to believe us now.
Yeah, you got to believe us now, right?
No. Trust me, you got to believe us now.
Preposterous.
It's like, the problem is these, prosecutorial misconduct and police lying on the stand. There's hardly ever any consequences, and
that's
the problem.
Certain, right?
The judges don't ever really make a big deal about it. It's bullshit. Like there should be some oversight.
Of the same club.
Yeah, there should be oversight with the public and the general public, meaning like almost like a random, group of people, like a jury selection, but for
Honestly, I'm glad you bring that up. Honestly, this is because I've actually toyed around with this notion in recent years myself. Most of these dickhead judges run unopposed.
Right.
So you literally just have to get on the ballot, and it ain't that tough.
The prosecutor Bill Thompson ran unopposed last time also.
Yeah, you don't have to be an attorney in most states to run as a judge.
You don't have to be a doctor to be a coroner either.
You don't have to be an attorney.
To run as a judge, not in all jurisdictions, no sir.
You probably need some kind of
political spot. You're getting voted as a politician, there, friend. That's a DNCR.
That says so much too. That really, I mean, I knew it was a political position, but I figured you had to have some type of law degree to hold that position. But it's like with the coroner, you don't have to be a mortician to be the coroner.
Right. I was gonna say, in some jurisdictions you may have to be, but not all. I know that for certain.
Well, in Idaho, there's no, medical background needed to be a coroner. And the problem is the coroner is the one who decides whether or not to send the body for an autopsy. They have the lowest autopsy rates in the country, I think.
Yeah, that's what we found, Nick, is there's a lot of fudging and pudging in the coroner's office in Idaho. Filing these, they've been busted many times filing these false reports where they say somebody took their own life and it was clearly impossible, like they were shot in the head 3 times, or even what was that one that's the one on the side of the road where
there was a girl, the body found chopped up in garbage bags, but it was marked like just like a natural death or something.
It was a natural death. She put herself in a body bag and disposed herself
in garbage bags.
A garbage bag. He cut herself up, put herself in a garbage bag, and threw herself on the side of the road.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's
and but they get away with this. Nobody questions it, and they've actually had to change the laws at a legislative level at the state to deal with what's going on with the elected position coroners in Idaho.
Yeah. Also, I was thinking, okay, so the 911 call wasn't until almost noon, right? So it's 8 hours. Then you have the coroner didn't get there till like 5:30 or something, I think. Then you have the time it takes to transport the body. Like, how do you really determine time of death? You can't at that point. You cannot. It's already gone through rigor mortis, liver mortis, all the mortises, and
all the mortises.
They probably flipped the coin, right?
The Mortis family.
The window of time of death gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because their body temperature is one of the ways they check, they figure out the time of death. So really everything is relying on Dylan and Bethany. Everything. Sometimes I toy with the idea that it wasn't even on Sunday, that it was before, honestly. It was like Saturday night, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I've always been into a different timeline for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've seen your search history, JJ. I know what you're into.
Well, listen here, sir. I see some bushy eyebrows in a Hyundai in your department. Let's have a talk.
Silver, damn it. No hatchback.
Another thing, okay, like on the PCA, right? When WSU queried Elantras, and it says something like, by then he had already changed his registration, right, to his Washington address. But it said on the PC, it says his Washington plate, but then the Pennsylvania address, vice versa. Pennsylvania plate with the Washington address they mentioned, but at that point it was already changed. So I don't know if WSU was looking in like a internal student parking type thing, or considering they are police. They probably were just looking at the regular police database, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Because why would they say that it had the Pennsylvania plate with the Washington address if he had already changed it? You get what I'm saying?
Oh, I think you identified a flaw in all their bullshit. You know what I mean? When they're piecing together all this bullshit later, you know what I mean? When none of it makes sense, and they're like, "Yeah, don't pay any attention that we changed Zeta's time on her TikTok from 4:13 to 3:16. Pay no attention to these details, Jenn. Right? These are not important. They're not important.
You guys are going to bring the Google moderators back in here. You better watch it.
What do you mean?
I'm just teasing, but yeah, I mean, how dare us think anything outside of what they told us?
It's totally normal to remove stuff from a crime scene and put it in a U-Haul. Totally normal.
It will be interesting to see the opening arguments, and I really hope that we are allowed in the courtroom in August 7th. They start the jury selection. And we took a vote here. Most people think that it's going to go over a month. With your experience, guys, how do you feel on the timeline as far as how long the trial will go?
Oh, I don't think it's going to start in August, to be quite honest with you.
There'll be more delays, more than likely. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think August is going to happen. I would buy a refundable ticket, in other words.
Yeah, I do have that. I can change dates as well, I guess. But anyway, from what it looks like, it's happening then. I don't know. Where was it going?
I wouldn't get buying those testicle festival tickets just yet there, Kane. You might get delays.
But I can't wait for my lamb fries. Lamb fries are pretty good with bacon, from what I'm told.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've attended a couple testicle festivals or two up there in Montana.
What?
I lived there for 3 years in Great Falls. The first year I was there was Memorial Day. There was the Great Falls Annual Testicle Festival.
Literally
a lot of
called
beer,
it
a lot
that?
of fried bowls.
They're not trying to fool anybody, huh?
Nope. Got a T-shirt to prove it, friend.
What do you guys think about the fact that there was a Montana law enforcement vehicle with a Montana plate guarding the house in like the very first few weeks? Like why?
Yeah, I saw that
Montana?
video you did. I've long wondered what's up with that. What do you think's going on there?
I don't know. And then you have on the search warrant, they took this is a letter to Brian from Montana or something like that. Like, what is the Montana thing? I don't know.
There was a lot of very crafty outdoorsmen with a lot of sharp, blunt weaponry that were in town from Montana that weekend too.
Yeah. That's another thing. Like, I don't know how the cell phone towers work. I'm not that smart, but I would assume with the increase of people in town in Pullman and Moscow that weekend, because listen, I mean, that last home football game of the season is a big deal. I would think maybe the tower, like there would be tower congestion and like it would reroute to like another tower. I don't know how that works. What do you think?
Sure. No, that makes sense. That does happen a lot. You go to any major sporting event or whatnot, you'll find that same environment happening.
Yeah. There's a lot of like antennas and radio towers and things like that on this website called antennasearch.com, I think it is, that are like nearby, and they're like a lot of them are private, and like I don't know how that works, but like I don't know if like that's done because I know they have a problem with like first responders because of the mountain being there, losing signal and all that. I wonder if there's like a private, you know what I'm saying, like they spoofed something. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Never mind. I'm just thinking out loud here, but I don't know. I always talk to Kane about the tower and the thing in the backyard. It's just weird. Something was up. It's almost like they disconnected, like interrupted with one of those devices. What are they called? The Stingray? Like maybe that's why that the internet network was like disconnected on Kaylee's TV. Remember that? Like, did they like block calls for help? I don't know.
Oh, they got some shit far more advanced than a Stingray, but I've long wondered that. Did they block shit that calls could not be made outside of that home?
Right, because something disconnected.
I've asked that question for a long time. That's a great question.
Something disconnected the network.
Yeah.
What? Because there's
and
like
those devices
a lot
are
of,
very small these days, Jen. They're not big Stingray devices like they used to be.
Have you heard of something called an X10 system? It's like a home automation system.
Yeah, it's called the Control System X. Yeah.
Right. So Lana had did a video on Truth and Transparency about this, like some internal scandal, corruption with WSUPD buying things on the police issued credit card or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen some of that.
Right. One of the items that was listed on the credit card statement was for x10.com. So I was wondering, what the hell is x10.com? And it's home automation. And then I'm like thinking, like, this goes back to me thinking that the house was wired. Because listen, what happens in Pullman probably is going on in Moscow. There's a lot of overlap. And
it's the same place, right? Basically,
right? Basically, yeah. I have the feeling like the house was wired for something, like, I don't know. And Olivia's comment about how they posted real college girl things on their social media. I'm like, real college, like, it sounds like a voyeuristic, some sort of webcam, not even necessarily for a, sexual reason. Can I say sexual? Is that good? It's just
we won't stop you.
There's something
I'm offended.
Something they were, I don't know, I can't get it out of my head. They were hiding something at the location, like something.
JJ's being bullied, Heather.
Who's bullying JJ?
I think it was Danielle's son. I'm just kidding. Daniel's son. I get it.
Daniel's son.
So just to kind of put it into perspective for our Central Florida folk here. What Jen is referring to is something that JJ and I have talked about, and Heather and I have talked about in private. But
Except till now everybody knows.
I think that where you're going has been answered, but also is still a question as far as why the Cowboys went into the house that night. Maybe to identify.
They were taking out more evidence with evidence.
And so
amount of evidence.
she's conjecturing that the house itself, and I think JJ's thing about being an off-campus, off-frat row frat house is that it was kind of a voyeur dorm, where you have multiple females coming in and out, living there, not living there, and all kinds of weird contraptions, and then you bring in these text experts who just do a quick run-through, grab something, and leave. Now, I have answered that question, I think, with just the Yik Yak mention alone. I think that the Yik Yak is one of the most important details to come out recently. Yik Yak is a locally based internet app that it's nationwide, but you can only communicate with people between 5 and 10 miles radius, right? So I think that if this kind of thing was being broadcast, and whether it's a sexual thing or whether it was the whole incident televised, I think that Yik Yak was a key part of it. Because, you have, when it becomes 5 mile radius, 10 mile radius, it becomes very localized, so it becomes an even tighter knit chat room than you would have on a Reddit or a Discord forum, if you guys are familiar with that.
Look at all these frat and sorority kids that have their social medias, but they don't have 100 friends. Do you guys really think they don't have some other, what do they call them? Finstagram? A Finstagram is a fake Instagram that's not the one you show your parents.
Wow, sock puppet accounts.
Yeah, they definitely have their real accounts, because I find it hard to believe that let's just say any of them really.
They're trying. I saw an article today that they're trying to use a new AI to be able to suss these kids out that are getting on Instagram underage. Just to mention.
No, I didn't mean necessarily underage. I just mean they have. Listen, there's group chats. There's fake profiles. What we're being shown is not the reality. We are being shown, especially in the Greek system, they're only allowed to post certain things. You can't just post whatever you want, especially as a female. You have to portray a certain aesthetic.
Right. So, I think the same. That's what I thought when I saw the photo of Dylan Mortensen partying back up there in Moscow a year after the murders with the same sorority girls.
Yeah.
From Pi Beta Phi.
Another thing.
Once again, not inside the sorority house, but nonetheless partying.
Did you say Bill?
Not posing in group photos, but once again there for events.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, JJ. I missed the name that you dropped there.
Pi Beta Phi?
I believe it was Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Pineapple is the safe word.
Oh my god, that was the funniest video. I love that video. But should I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh. Another thing, listen, if you go to the early posts on Bethany and Dylan's Visco and social medias before they locked down, there was oh, I miss you posts about Xana and Maddie, but not for Kaylee.
So, right, but you were just saying that they only can post approved photos, right, Jen? So, why is that one of Dylan Mortensen partying at the house a year after the murders allowed on Instagram still to this day?
It's
video.
Sisters Little.
The video was disgusting, in my opinion.
Right, same post, video doing hood rat shit.
Yeah, very hood rat mentality there for sure. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, I was just laughing. I'm good.
Everything is done to portray a story, and even the little bit of small amount of photos that we can find from that were taken that weekend or that week that weren't deleted off social media are also strategic. I feel like the certain names, the people that do still have photos up with those dates, are people that are, I don't want to say suspicious, but might have a reason to have motives, to post those things. because I mean, come on, you can really tell me it's just coincidence? All those people have nothing on their social medias for like the same time period at the same time? No.
Well, one thing I wanted to mention, Jen, I know this is going to get you even more fired up, is remember, speaking of the gangster mentality there at the frats of U of I and the boxing and all that. Remember the gang sign kind of thing they were throwing up? In every picture, they're throwing up that 4.
4 fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's why I started looking into the 4-pie cult.
Thanks for coming
because
in,
they're
bro.
known for stealing dogs. The 4-pie cult, I told you about that, right? They're an offshoot of the Process Church. The 4-pie cult is known for recruiting college-age kids to like red room on command, and they're known for skinning dogs. I was like, oh shit. Because that whole dog skinning thing got brushed off like, no, not related. Like, I'm sorry, excuse me? Like, how many dogs do you have? Like, how many times has this happened in Moscow?
That part of it almost seems like another thing they threw in there from the prosecution to paint another... I don't know. I don't know where that
I would
comes
argue
from.
it happens a lot more frequent than we hear about, Jen. Here's an example.
Really?
There's a guy, speaking of the Process Church and speaking of murking dogs, there's a fellow that's sitting in prison now, just got sentenced for about 16 years, murking a bunch of dogs. He was the County Humane Society officer for the county, just the county north of me here in Ohio.
Are you kidding me?
County. And he ran a side hustle at running a quote-unquote no-kill animal shelter for pit bulls.
I heard about that. Oh my God, yes, I heard about that. It was on
financed by the
Netflix or
Process
something,
Church.
right? Oh shit, I didn't know
Yeah, we were
that.
talking about that, I think, last week, Jen.
Yeah.
You know, the UI was killing stray cats and like calling them feral, and they weren't.
Oh, that's
ran out of cats.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's far more widespread
like,
than I think you might initially on first glance. So, this fellow here in Union County, I looked through some of the court records. They only had a record of a few of the dogs and cats that he had murked as far as getting euthanized. So, I don't know where these animals went, but I suspect, given the folks he's associated with financially speaking, who's supporting him, I suspect, and their history with ritual sacrifice of animals, I suspect there's some ritual sacrifice of these animals going on.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Also, the November 13th was 13 days exactly from Samhain, so you can also look at that.
She fully agrees with you on that. That's one of her soapbox issues right there with the animals, for sure, JJ. I don't think there's any question that they were doing it as far as the Process Church and the Friends of Animals thing at all.
Yeah.
Nick, you have a lot of facts
sure.
on that. I think we finally found something Nick won't be able to stop talking about here.
Well, they're connected in a 2-degree fashion, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon style, right? To the Zizian's attorney.
Ooh.
Yep.
Really? Well, here we go.
This fellow that's been murking dogs for the Process out of Ohio. So he gets busted in 2019. He gets under charges here in Ohio for murking dozens of animals. I mean, just dozens. Again, he's the Humane Society officer enforcing these laws and running a Process Church / Best Friends Animal Society funded no-kill animal shelter. But it's more than that. He becomes their star pit bull trainer. So they're shipping him pit bulls to Ohio. Then he's on the lam. He gets busted for stealing taxpayer funds, murking dogs, bunch of hood rat shit. He's on the lam, goes to California. They start financing his new operation in California. Suddenly he gets a job with the local LA County Humane Department. That's where the Ziz's attorney comes into play. Those are his people. One of the people that endorsed the Ziz's attorney for LA mayor was the guy who set up that Humane Society. And he's also an attorney, and he's also the attorney for the pit bull lobby of the Process, the same pit bull lobby that the fellow here in Ohio who was on the lam to California found himself financed once again by the Process and surrounded by a lot of dark and creepy shit, if you ask me, with the Ziz's attorney.
That's
JJ,
wild.
I don't know if you saw the show we were talking about, Lucifer Morningstar.
I did not. I'm not familiar.
Okay, so
I think I brought him up to date, but just refresh his memory. Yeah.
Okay, so there was a sale of the 3 houses that surround 1122.
Yep.
On, I want to say June or July 2023, purchased by the same investment company, Eagle Investments. And the notary is someone named Lucifer Morningstar. Like, that's the name on the notary stamp. Isn't that weird?
I've never heard of this. I'm very.
It's on the property records.
I could have sworn. Yeah, this is right up you guys' alley. Of course, now Vivian pointed out that Lucifer
Vivian
Morningstar.
or Zizian?
Vivian the Zizian. No, she's another YouTuber here, and she pointed out
she's our favorite guilter. Our favorite guilter.
Yeah, she's okay. Anyway, so the oh god, you lost me now. Okay, so she pointed out that Lucifer Morningstar is a Marvel character, right? And there's even a TV show. So maybe somebody was a Marvel character lover. That seems, of all the Marvel characters in all the world, to choose that one. Now I always say, and I want to let's give Nick a chance, guys. Give Nick a chance.
I was just going to say that.
You're talking his language with Lucifer Morningstar stuff. That's more
I know.
stuff. That's up his alley.
Go ahead, Nick. I'll stop.
Oh, I don't know. I have to look at it.
Okay, well, let me tell you something, pal. As far
let me add more to that real quick. Let me add more. So that Sunday, right? 733 Taylor Avenue, which is a house on the corner. It's got a sign on it in the front. It says The Lodge. It's called The Lodge. There was a sale for that house to the same investment group, Eagle Investment, on November 13th, 2022. Signed by and then notarized by Lucifer Morningstar. Then you have the 1127 King Road, 1126, 1118, and 1112, which is one plot.
What holding companies?
I'm familiar with those transactions, Jim, but I'm not familiar with this notary you speak of. So is this the name of the company, or
no? They've changed the name now.
The notary.
They've changed the name now, and this is what it seems to be. And I don't know, Nick, if you could vet me on this one. In these secret societies, they have what's the circle of trust, right? And so they set up these LLCs for various stages of real estate transactions. So things can be the realtor, the investor,
like
the seller.
With the
they're all, and then you have the notary, you have the mortgage lender. They're all connected. Is that something you see before, Nick?
I could see that because there were certain people in the order that had certain jobs in the real world, and then also transfer that over to, like, there was somebody here I knew was a lawyer, and it was also a lawyer for them.
This is the thing that's weird to me is those three transactions were made on the same day, same exact paperwork, same names and everything, except the only one that has a different notary is the 1118 and the 1112 property, which those are the ones I suspect are connected on a basement level with 1122.
The Prince of Darkness didn't notarize those ones, Jen?
He didn't notarize the other two. And also, listen, those houses were sold for over $1 million each, like 1.2 or 1.3, like a lot of money. Those houses were not worth.
I think there was money laundering involved with all that shit.
Oh, for
there has to be. There has to be. There's no way they're valued at that much legitimately.
Yo, I hate to do this. I gotta bounce. I'll come back on though if you guys are still going a little bit later. But I do have to get going.
Yeah, do what you got to do, Nick. Thank you for being here. I still have more questions for you, so I hope you can rejoin us. I can't seem to stop the boulder that is Jen rolling down the hill. She hasn't had anybody. She's been locked up in the basement. Has anybody to yell at about this case? So
I have a lot of siblings, so I gotta get my point across quickly.
You must be Mormon.
Later, dude.
All right,
great joining us here, Nick.
Yeah, I'll definitely come back.
Cool.
Later.
Well,
thanks,
Nick. Come back to the Purge.
Definitely.
All right, that was Nick from Occult Rejects. Make sure you check out that channel. He does some amazing stuff. I am always amazed by your guests, and I'll be honest with you. Lisa is my favorite. She really brings a lot of in-depth perspectives as far as the topics that you guys talk about. You can never catch her looking, and she's pretty easy on the eyes as well. So there's a lot to more than just the handsome face that you see with Nick to the Occult Rejects. So make sure you go over there. If somebody would like to post a link to Nick, please, thank you.
We got quite a team over there. The occult rejects. Nick's compiled quite a team over there.
I know you're biting your fingernails, waiting for me to pick them off one by one, because that is the plan. I'm dating you to get to your friends.
I figure as much. As long as I get some orange popsicles in the mix, we're good to go, friend.
I got a fridge full of popsicles. You're just gonna have to drive down here to Slow Central Florida, and
that's gonna be a different story to get. We're gonna have to mail these things. So, while we were going through all this other stuff, I was reading some of these orders that were published there by old Judge Hippler. I mean, it's kind of like, what did you expect? You tell me what you expected. I'll let you know what these orders say.
Well, I can tell you right now that anybody.
Give me a topic. Which topic do you want to go first?
Well,
DNA, bushy eyebrows, neuropsychological. What are you talking?
I think that he's going to need. He's going to need
more of a suspect vehicle type of guy. You drive a Hyundai.
I'm very vested, let's say, in the suspect vehicle, and you can't put a number on it. You really can't. Did that scare you, Jen?
So obviously, Kohberger argued, as we all know, that disparate pictures doesn't prove it's one vehicle, and you can't call them all suspect vehicle one. And Judge Hippler survey says, oh, the jury can decide that for themselves. Go fuck yourself.
Wow, you just fucked me up. I had something and I had to think.
You got purged.
I got egerped. The thing is, we do it backwards here, JJ. Do it backwards. On the regs. But the other thing is, it tells you where this trial is going when he says that he agrees with the prosecution that this witness's statements, although she doesn't know if it was real or a dream, can't recognize him in a lineup.
This is the car, Kane. We haven't gotten to. You're ahead of me though. You're reading my mind for the next one.
Yeah, I'll finish up on the car. I'm learning more than I'm able to.
No, you finish up on the bushy eyebrows, sir. You're already saying it, but it's the same conclusion as the car, right?
That
the jury can figure this out themselves. Go fuck yourself.
It is literally go fuck yourself, and I wonder if it's not DA Nye putting the pressure down, and this is where this is coming from, because like I said last time, it looked like he was a third base coach, Nye, talking to Hippler, and Hippler's like, no. I mean, you even have, why would you hold your fingers like this? I'm talking about Detective Payne, and I think, was it Baklava or Mary or whatever, sitting like that, both of them. And it's just like these symbols get thrown up. But, there's one point that I always make, and not to get off topic of the eyebrows, is that with these organizations like the Friends of Animal Society, to get back to that topic that maybe some of you weren't quite, is the prettier the face, the uglier the soul, the intent. And
what are you saying to me here, Kane?
The more I clone you, the more evil I find in this room. If you're into evil, you're a friend of mine. That tagline is a perfect fit for the fraternity guys surrounding. With the whole, we were talking about it after you got off the other day with Bubbly Waters, the video of the guys following Maddie and Kaylee around going. Like, are you familiar with that one? You've seen it, right?
I don't think I have. What is this now? Please say again.
Jen could probably do better at remembering the actual names of the guys. But even the girls.
There's a party at the house, and there's one guy, like, if you're talking to your friend, the guy will go, like, behind you and, like kind of like, be like, like.
And then, like, you can't see,
yeah,
but they're videoing the guy, and it just seems to be the popular thing that everybody goes along with, the whole horror kind of implications, knives all over the place, machete, and the masks thing as well. It's so many things have come to light, and that is something that you can't dispute. But anyway, back on to Hippler, because I like talking about Hippler. Where were you at, JJ? I'm sorry.
You tell me, sir. I got the opinions all up here for the conclusions. If you want the matter on the touch DNA, whether they can call it touch or not.
Oh, go! Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, Judge Hilbert says that the jury can figure that out for themselves. Go fuck yourself.
Did he agree with the defense on anything, or is everything a no?
Well, based on what I've seen here so far, Jen, his conclusion in all these is the jury is capable of figuring this out for themselves, so you can go fuck yourselves.
Like, I don't understand. Like, if there should be a shitload of evidence of tangible biological evidence. Why can't, like, I'm sorry. They're talking about, it's like if you don't have video showing him actually there, if you don't have a connection, if you don't have DNA from blood or semen or something, you can't just convict someone because you found a sheath that you don't even know if that goes to the murder weapon.
Shit.
You cannot determine.
Very sound, very cogent argument here, very reasonable argument here, Jen.
It's just
they want nothing to do with that argument in Idaho, sadly.
I want to like bash my head into a wall sometimes. Like it's insanity because you can't even determine if there was the length of a blade in a stabbing. You can't. You can only determine the width. So it could have been anything.
They can't determine their ass from the hole in the ground, so I'm not sure what they're doing there, to be quite honest with you.
People don't realize corruption and guilt can both exist. Even if you think he did it, you should still get mad about what's going on. Period.
Jen, do you remember promising me? Sorry to interrupt you guys. Do you remember promising me a guest that wasn't familiar with the case coming up on the show soon?
I didn't promise you a guest. I said I just toyed with the idea. You're looking too much into it. And she does follow the case. She is my best friend of like 40 years.
And you're only 30. That's crazy.
I know, right? No, we went to like the same like preschool or something. I don't know.
Was it a charter school?
No, we had ponies. We had ponies at the school. It was cute.
Were there any jabronis around? Because I know that's what JJ is about to say.
Probably.
I know it. You read my mind, friend.
Probably.
No, Jen. What is Will? Oh, somebody said we got to put a bolo out for Lana Orlani from Truth and Transparency.
She hasn't been around?
I don't know. I haven't noticed any. She did Karen Reed today, so I don't know. I'm sorry. I brought that up out of you. So I need to shut up, Kane.
I'm out of the loop. I haven't been on YouTube really that much.
JJ, what were you saying about the final verdict again?
Oh, the Hippler's final verdict?
What did Hippler say?
Yeah, he said the jury's smart enough to figure that out themselves. So you guys can go fuck yourselves.
Like,
great. Where's Outcast? I wanted to make an MP3 out of that.
I think that's a very technical ruling. It's a very he's cutting some new ground in American jurisprudence, but he's a wild card, that Hippler.
He's laying down the law for law schools to study in the future.
MPD has a history of fabricating evidence and a history of corruption. Just for that simple fact, they should be held to a higher standard. They shouldn't be able to hide anything. Like, it should be no leeway at all when it comes to that. I don't get this.
Are you saying we should police the police, Jen?
Yeah, duh. It's just it makes me so angry because it's so unfair.
Well, where I was going with the friend thing, and I wasn't suggesting anything like your perverted mind went. All I'm saying is that when you speak with her, so this is somebody that's very unfamiliar with the case, or this is somebody who has to roll their eyes every time you bring it up?
No, she does. She is familiar with it. She just thinks he's guilty.
Oh, okay. So right there. So when you guys have these talks, is there?
Can I read you some of the texts? I can read you some of her texts.
That would be great. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to share.
Okay. I don't even. I kind of just respond. I don't really read most of what she's saying, to be honest, because I'm like, I can't.
You can read it.
I've heard it already. I've heard it from Jeff H. already.
Okay. Well, just refer to Jeff H. then, folks.
No. Hold on. I'm trying to find it.
You freeloading bastards! Get me out of prison. Jen, I wanted to make a fake prison like Gray Hughes has, and he won't release any more information until everybody sends $12.
Oh my God.
To let him out. And he calls his viewers freeloaders because they're not giving him $12 to get, because the bills are due. Jen.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's got to get out of jail. Which I if you think about it, and this is one of the things I was going to. If you think about it and you try to describe this to somebody outside of YouTube, that somebody held their audience captive and insulted them. If I was locked up, the last thing I'm going to do is insult the people that could possibly bail me out. But somehow that's his gimmick. And it works.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so yeah, go ahead and read the text. I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on, I'm trying to find it. I might not. I don't know if I saved it. Hold on. I might have misspoke.
Are you trying to get a job at MTD?
I might have deleted it. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I got to scroll up too much. Hold on. I don't know if...
Scroll up? Is that another teenager thing? Like, unfortunate?
Scroll. Like, I got to scroll through. We talk a lot. There's a lot of text messages. I'm trying to find the ones that are relevant. And I don't think I still have them. Never mind. But, you know, she's running with the whole, he bought a knife. He bought a sheath. No.
So are you saying she has more of an uninformed opinion?
No, she's not necessarily uninformed, but more of a mainstream media.
Right, which I would call completely ignorant.
Yeah, sure, that is actually uninformed. Same thing, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, listen, they're all getting hard-ons because of this Amazon purchase, like allegedly. It's like, see. Come on, we don't even know if Tabor was the knife. Like, come on. Even if he did, all this other stuff is still wrong. Even if he did it, period. People just need to calm down.
What would Hitler say about this? I wonder.
I suspect he'd say something to the effect of, "The jury can figure this one out for yourself, dumbass. Why don't you all go fuck yourself?"
What? She was also discounting the. What's so funny? I missed it. I missed it. What's so funny?
My whole house is a bass drum, Jen.
Oh, because I'm not watching it. I don't have the window pulled up, so I'm just looking at the ninja screen.
Oh man! Oh my gosh!
She was basically like saying she didn't believe like any physical limitations that he might have, like motor impairments, etc. I disagree. I think it's even apparent. What are you laughing at? Yeah, you then. I'm not talking.
I can't stop. I'm sorry.
Fuck off. I know you're not laughing at me, are you?
No.
What are you laughing at? I want to laugh. What's so funny? What's so funny?
Kane likes my analysis of Hitler's orders and conclusions.
I
Okay.
Thank you, Nikki Barbie.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, Jen. Yes, ma'am. How may I help you today?
No, I'm not talking right now. I'm done.
No, come on. We're laughing.
You said I talk too much anyway, so you guys can talk. I'm taking a break.
All right.
Sure.
Fair enough. Yes, sir.
You can't tell me I talk too much and then ask me to talk at the same time. Which one is it, Kane?
They call it the Judge Hitler. We're here to answer your questions.
I think the jury can decide for themselves, and y'all can go fuck yourselves. The timing, it's timing. JJ has the timing. I don't have the fucking timing.
Oh, I know what it is. You both are high. That's what it is.
This has been the wildest show I've ever been on, let alone it's my show.
Kane, you say that every time.
I say good. This is wild.
He does say it every time, doesn't he?
This is so off the rails since I start. Even the freaking reel. Let's watch the reel again. The reel is off the rails. It just everything.
Let's do that. We can take a break. That'd be great. I liked it the other night though.
Jen, don't click away. Don't click away.
We're just getting started, folks. 7 hours in. We're just getting started.
At 7 hours. What are we at now? I don't even. I'm afraid to look.
We're just getting started, folks. The Purge.
We've just completed the introduction. Listen, JJ, comedy is hard.
You
it doesn't write itself. To have a go fuck yourself. The jury can figure it out for yourself. Is a golden classic gem that will live on throughout eternity. And I'm pretty sure it has a 1 billion-year contract. That's got legs. Oh my god. Okay, all right, we're taking a break, folks. We're going to watch the reel in case you missed it. I hope Jeff H. pays good attention to my mixing skills. And don't close your windows, guys. I'm going to undox you right now. Thank you for being here. If you're watching The Purge for the first time, I'm Kane B. This is my partner, Jenn, at Criminal Confidential, partner in crime, in true crime, and also JJ Vance. And we earlier had Nick from the Occult Rejects. So if you are new to The Purge, please jump in the chat. Wait that 5 minutes to jump in and join us here. Meanie Don't Bite. And make sure that you subscribe to all three of the channels. The Purge, Operation GCD, and Jenn at Criminal Confidential, like she needs more subs. Anyway, so
what are you talking about?
I'm trying to sign off to a break and give you guys.
Here.
You're like, I don't need a red. If you want to carry the show and talk more, people are always interested in hearing what I need to have a sip of lamb with caramel sauce on it, or I'm gonna go into complete meat withdrawals.
You guys both are high as fuck. That's why you're all
I
giggly.
don't know what you're talking about. There's a Google observer right now, so that's not even possible. Tony's here. This is possible. No, Jenn. Every time that he said what the decision of a ruling that Hitler had was, he would say, the jury can decide for themselves. You all can go fuck yourselves. And it's nothing half-assed gets
about
it.
that, then? Why do we even bother asking you, buddy? Like,
I'm gonna go cry myself to death. We're gonna play this reel, Jenn. You have about 10 minutes, and probably I'll give you 15. Catch your breath. Don't worry, we're going to let you talk more, folks. Stick around. If you've already seen this, go use the plop plop machine. Grab yourself a soda. Take a look outside at the stars. Stretch your legs. Whatever you got to do, it's okay. It's acceptable here at The Purge. We'll be here when you get back, believe me. We're just getting started.
Make sure you don't turn your cell phone off.
The 12:30 hour with my cell phone. Oh.
What? I said, make sure you don't take your cell phone off when you're out stargazing, because you might get in trouble.
Otherwise, they may put you in Wawa Way Park.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why I don't have. Oh, I know what I did. Jenn. You know what I did. Where last? Oh, I grouped it. See, you gotta have skills if you want.
Computer hacking skills. Girls only like guys who have skills.
They like guys that are kind, but they can't even. They have no defense against guys who are funny. Especially if they have deadpan face while they're being funny, then it. From what I understand, Wawa Way Park is clothing optional. Is that true?
Are you serious?
No, I'm just fucking. I mean, other channels make shit up. Why can't I?
Yeah, I swear, like, someone needs to do an experiment.
Oh, wait, Jenn, they can't hear you. Hold on, wait. I got to bring it back. Actually, okay, I'm going to go on... Wait, hold on. I'm going to go on sabbatical here in a second, guys. Bye. Okay, she'll be back. She has more to... We cannot stop her today. She is a bundle and a wealth of information. My Jenn... Let me pull up the thing and do the things and do all the things. There it is. Okay, I think I have to click on it and then do this and then all the technical stuff. And so, yeah, now's your chance. You're not going to miss any hot new information from Miss Potts. Right now, let me select a window. We're going to play Heather's favorite movie. She curls up to this at night and watches with her dog. Why can't I make this full screen? Hold on. We have technical difficulties here, guys. Oh, because of this. Now I made it too big. That's what she said. There we go. Okay. Alright, coming down the pike now. I gotta turn it down. I'm sorry, the last couple times I played it, it was a little bit loud. I understand your frustration with that, because I'm supposed to be in audio. I get it. I do, you guys. Okay, so wait. Okay, that one, I can delete this. There's the other one. I finally found it. Okay, now, there seems to be an audio. Anyway, I'll just shut up. Here we go. Hopefully it'll play. Wait, oops. I gave you a taste.
Showtime.
I'm already giving you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is baking.
Clearwater, Florida. It looks like your average beach town, but what if I told you it's secretly run by Scientology? Clearwater, since the 1970s, the Church of Scientology has been quietly buying up property here, at first in secret under fake names. It started when L. Ron Hubbard's followers bought the historic Fort Harrison Hotel in 1975. Locals had no idea it was Scientology until after the deal was done. Fast forward to today, they own over 185 properties in Clearwater, worth hundreds of millions. Offices, stores, entire blocks downtown, all Scientology. Locals say downtown feels like a ghost town because much of it's owned but barely used. Critics call it a takeover. Scientology calls it expansion. And the tension? Real. There's been years of drama between the church and city leaders over control, secrecy, and interest.
God, Florida's awful. Nasty insects, old people, fat people, a lot of people who all offer you cheese. You want cheese with that? You want cheese with that? And then shoot you.
Go out and running.
And the car's still on.
And running. Yep, car's still going, but it's kind of bumped into some gating right there. Wow, look at this guy go 15 miles an hour. I love Sky Fox and Attack. He's holding it. I couldn't do that. I'm out of breath just watching. And he's continuing on. Oh, my goodness. Well, you know what? That wheelchair, definitely not for him. If that was in the back of that car, I can tell you that is if he tries to get into somebody's home. What? There's an LAPD officer behind him. Oh, my gosh. How far has this guy been running? Oh, this is you know what? I think in the end they're just going to call up. Taser's out for sure. And he's going to tase him. Him on the run. Boom! Boom! Right behind a tree. Always behind a tree. There you go. But he's scared. They got him down. I do not think they tased him. But you got this guy on the ground.
That was me, Stewie Griffin, not.
Go on.
What you just witnessed was the near-perfect execution of a tactic only the most skilled and knowledgeable detectives can dare to attempt, known as the na-na-na-na-boo-boo technique. The detective flashes a sudden mocking gesture while the suspect is mid-sentence. This will serve to derail the suspect's train of thought, making it much harder to keep track of his fibs.
I felt like that was me, Stewie Griffin, not.
Are you?
Yes, he is.
You're the one that my mother.
He's the one. You're on camera.
It's okay.
He said it.
No, it's okay.
This is how bad bullying was when I was growing up. I remember there was this kid in a wheelchair he controlled with his mouth because he couldn't even move his limbs. And these evil little bastards let him bully me.
I'm 60 and sexy. And tonight I'm having cream corn and strained peaches.
Hope you're good. I've been going into the past, and that past is before the arrest of Brian Kohberger. It's interesting, but unfortunately that's an isolated memory. Memories that are lost within the shards of glass and the broken wood and the blood of King Road. It's all in the wreckage now. However, if we have one person in our whole community, we should just go back and piece everything together. We need an author, but not a cheesy gossip author like this Blum person. No, I mean someone who's been there the whole time. Someone like Brian Kohberger. You don't think Brian's writing a book about this whole thing? You don't think Brian Kohberger is a part of his own defense? Of course he is. And I know that some of the court proceedings are confusing, but look at it through my filter, which is these people are owned by the college. That's why he said this. That's why she rebuts that. They're owned. They have no choice but to.
And he asked me before I signed what I would like to do in the Marines. And I asked him I'd like to first get the dress blue uniform. And he told me that they only issue the dress blue uniform to seagoing Marines, band members, Marine Corps band, the Drum and Bugle Corps, and to embassy guards. And I told them that I got seasick and that I didn't play an instrument could I be an embassy guard? And he says, well, he said, you're 6'2", you're in shape. He said, I'll put that down as your first choice. Well, I want to tell you, to this day, I'm looking for that recruiter.
Thank you, Barbie, again. I don't know if you heard me, but thank you so much for the super chat. That was very generous. I appreciate it.
Beautiful Corsair I just brought in from Kissimmee this morning. Iconic World War II fighter. We call it the Beast. We have a 2,000 horsepower radial engine, 18-cylinder Pratt & Whitney twin Wasp, over 13-foot propeller on this. Very harmonized on the controls, agile, maneuverable. It's just phenomenal. Keep in mind, this airplane is designed as a carrier plane, so at the time they could stack twice as many airplanes on an aircraft carrier. In order to do that, the wings fold up on them. The gull wing is another noticeable thing about this airplane.
Everyone that subscribes to this channel is a member of the Neighborhood Watch, where we run the YouTube streets looking for trouble and fun. Lots of parties and fun. Yeah.
Float planes are some of the most fun you'll have in warm weather. Now, I've flown my fair share of these things, and I want to go through them with you guys, starting with this 2,000 millimeter Beaver by FMS. This thing is absolutely massive and flies perfect. POVs ever recorded from an onboard camera on these RC airplanes. And I recommend to people the most. It's the FMS Ranger 1220 millimeter. It's beginner friendly with a gyro, and it comes with everything you need in the box.
A test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual Purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the Purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the Purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the Purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
I said, welcome to the Purge. Anything goes. We got Kane B as the host. Welcome to the show.
Is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the Purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the Purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the Purge, taking out a whole by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the Purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the Purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the Purge, taking Idaho by storm.
This strange show club was seen in Ohio.
breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
Dead with 3 roommates in a house near the University of Idaho last.
It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
All right, guys, we're back. Thank you for giving us a little break there. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you haven't seen it already, you know what? I did want to point something out in the video that I put it up so quick. I didn't realize I put it up so quick. That's funny. Where is it? I think this one's hilarious with the chicken bone. There, right there.
Welcome to.
And thank you, Sky Game, Outcast, for that tune. That is very dope. This one's like what goes up must come down. Look, that's something you'd see at Deep Sea right there. This place is in Santa Barbara. It's called the Wedge, Santa Barbara or Santa Cruz. It's a man-made jetty. It's a manhole. Yeah, Jenn. Oh wait, you're not up yet. Hold on, wait, I don't have you on screen. Hold on. Let me show them the one thing before I forget. Hold on. Jen's already fired up and ready to go again, guys. Where is... You missed a lot of people missed the Doubtfire opening. I can use it. Heather used to bust my balls about it so bad that I had to... Yeah, that's... You guys realize I'm programming you with this song from Douglas Al. I paid $1 million for that song.
Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget.
I was hoping that he would write Operation GCD a song, because he's up in here a lot in the chat and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound.
Jen, hold on.
But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like
that is a crazy tornado. A lot of tornadoes this week in the news. You guys know that all the videos I put in, they're all more or less, except for this one, recent news stories and stuff. Right here. Okay, there. Oh, darn it. Hold on, Jen. I'm sorry. Hang on.
Dead with 3 roommates in a house near the University of Idaho last.
Right there. Ah, crap. Did it again. Well, let me see if I can backspace it. Sorry, Jen. JJ's laughing backstage with Heather in my basement right now that I'm struggling. There we go.
Dead with 3 roommates in a house near the University of Idaho last.
Darn it, I missed it again. Anyway, the lady's sign says...
University of Idaho last.
I can do it. There. Finally stopped it. It says, stop killing bulls to make Red Bulls, which I think is the enigmatic protester these days that you have. Let me get Jen back up here. I'm sorry, Jen. Let me get the screen back and the whole thing. Thank you for being with us today and all that business, blah, blah, blah. Let's get the pleasantries over with here, Jen. Let's get down to business. Let me see here now. Hold on. Jen. Oh, I gotta make a new one. I'm sorry, guys. Hang on one second. Sometimes OBS is stubborn, but more or less, once I figured it out now, I really like it. So, Jen doesn't buy it. Okay, she's back. You're back now, Jen. Hello.
Hello.
Very nice to have you with us again. So where do we leave off there?
I don't know, but we need to start doing, because there's so much. There's like all these pieces of info and all these potential situations, and like my brain's on overload. Like I can't even I get such ADD with this case because like everything's connected in some way. We need to start ruling things out, so we just don't talk about them anymore. Like go back to the beginning. All the shit that was being said, no matter how crazy it may seem now, see if it fits. And if it doesn't, that's it. Put it to the side. Because it's too much. There's too many things that it's confusing.
Well, the problem is when we get to trial, we're going to have to not only rehash everything we've talked about or hear it rehashed or brought up in new ways, we're going to have to explain it to old man Hippler there, who can't seem, on the one hand, to figure out how a cell phone works or what true justice looks like, but also, in DNA, is we're going to have to have experts explain everything to him because he's new at this whole DP thing.
I'm not talking about, you mean double penetration? Yeah, he's basically effing them both in the butt, Is that what he's doing? No, I don't mean necessarily with the case with Brian necessarily, because from everything we were seeing, there's no way he did it. There's no way. So now who did?
There's the alternate perpetrators thing now coming up, and apparently Miss Taylor has one of them dead to rights, from what it sounds like. Her expert.
So who do you think could be? What's your top three choices?
I am kind of along the driver route with the argument that Twiz presented last week. That I presented for him. And Twiz, if you want to come up and expound upon my thing, I think I have. I can't. I'll copy and paste here. If you would like to join us, Twizzlestick, you are welcome to stay in the chat or just. I'm not gonna harass you. Just there's the link for it. He'll be back. He had to walk the dog. I think he just texted me that he'll be back in 7 minutes. Nadia stopped. She knew she was going to make me laugh with that. That is fucking hilarious.
Something weird that I noticed in the grub truck stuff.
Like a kid right now. Yes.
Listen, I am. Everybody took almost exactly 13 minutes to get their food. Every person took 13 minutes on the 13th.
Are you serious?
I randomly picked people, and it was like within 30 seconds. Have you ever
found yourself stargazing and driving around and thinking about this case, and what if I could time travel? What would be your move? Because we don't know where they came from, if they popped out of the closet, if it happened somewhere else. And I think that you couldn't approach these girls. They had guardianship. So you wouldn't be like, hey, Kaylee, come over here. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Because you really don't even know what's going to happen. They'd be like, yeah, right, go away. My dad will get you. Or something. It's like, what would your move be if you could go back to, say, November 12th, 1:30 p.m.? Could you even find them? We wouldn't even know their whereabouts 2.5 years later. JJ will be back in 7 minutes. 7 minutes matter, bro.
Basically. If I had to pick someone as this is what I'm betting on right now, it would have to be the unharmed roommates. Just like Be Well was saying in chat, like it fits the boxes, explains they were there. The only thing we're really missing is a motive. But in my opinion, like this whole TikTok, calling Dylan a hole and a liar and a manipulator, I don't know. And Kaylee liking to prank people. I feel like something may have popped off, in the weeks prior to this. And listen, women.
There's something else. Apparently, Xana got in a fight with somebody the day before. Are you familiar with this story?
No. Ooh, tell me.
Recently, I can't vet it. Now, I brought up 2 things tonight that I've heard on the streets of YouTube. So I have not vet. There was apparently somebody that Xana got in a fight with the day previous, and that could just be misinformation. So please don't run out there.
Like, where did you hear it from?
I can't even honestly remember, but I remember reading it. So
well, here's the thing.
And the person that did say it, I remember that they said that is who did it. That the people that she got in a fight with were the ones that came and did it. Yeah.
I think it's very possible that Ethan and Xana were the main targets. Maybe Kaylee and Maddie were not supposed to be there. Maybe they were supposed to go somewhere else after the grub truck, and they came home early, maybe, and interrupted something, and they had to go. And maybe Dylan and Bethany were kind of in the know. They knew something was going to happen, but didn't know it was going to go that far. I mean, like, to me, that all kind of makes sort of sense. I don't know.
Well, you're right on target, and I love where you're going. You reminded me of something, of 2 theories. What were we talking about?
Just like Xana getting in a fight.
No, after that, what you just said.
Oh, what I said was Xana and Ethan being the targets, Kaylee and Maddie kind of coming home early or something.
Oh, shit, I forgot what I was going to say.
And maybe Hoodie guy was supposed to keep them like away from the house, maybe?
So
I don't know.
There's 2 theories. That one, I believe, came from the camp I was just talking about before. Not the unvetted one, but the allegedly, in our opinion, theory here, since we got our tinfoil hats today on the Purge, is that possibly one of the girls was having an affair with the driver. And they found out. The other people in the house found out. And they were going to tell his spouse. And I just won't say any names, but you know what I'm talking about. And so that would not necessarily make the survivors the killers. It would maybe, though, you have to understand that if this crime did happen in this house, I don't care what you say, they heard everything. So it doesn't make them guilty, but by actual action, technically, as far as this goes, but it does make them culpable, which is, in the eyes of the law, the same thing. You might as well have done it. You lied. You didn't tell us the truth. You made shit up and covered for it.
Yeah, straight up.
And then there's the other theory that one of them was pregnant.
Okay, so running with that, remember how they said Kaylee's lungs and liver were like slashed? Yeah,
the 4chan stuff and the hanging from the lamp.
I think her dad said that her lungs and liver were slashed open.
Well, I think that it was Jack D's aunt that said she was punched, choked, and stabbed in a Facebook post. Which is something nobody had heard, and she's closer to the family and the situation than we are. Is the only credibility I can lend that.
Well, but Steve anyway, also said she was assaulted and stabbed. So that fits. I think the reason she was sitting up in the bed is because she was placed there like after the fact, like, you know, you like kind of put someone on the bed. I don't know, maybe. But what I was trying to say is, damn, I forgot. Like the lungs and liver, like, I don't know, like, isn't that near the like uterus or something? I don't know.
No, I see. I'm picking up what you're laying down for sure.
Yeah. Now, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Reason I say that. I think it's very possible Kaylee wasn't even going to UI anymore. Either she graduated, or, you know, Stephen made a comment one time once she found out that she's going to pay back all these student loans. That she was like, "Hey, Dad, you know, maybe I'll do what you do. This stuff. You seem to be doing pretty well." Something to that effect. So maybe she wasn't even going to school anymore. Maybe. Because listen, I mean, if you're making $100,000 as an intern, Like, stay an intern. Like, but my point is, maybe she was, man, maybe she liked older guys. She liked Tucker Carlson. Maybe she got involved with, I don't know. There's a friend of, like a really close friend of Dylan and Bethany, whose dad is a Marine, and he comes to these tailgate events and parties with all these college girls. Like, I keep thinking, like, maybe something like that, you know? He's a Marine. I don't know.
Well, when JJ comes back, I'll have him elaborate. I'll have him elaborate on the financial connections, because you've nailed it.
Yeah.
And he's laid a pretty good pathway to the Binance Bank.
Yeah.
And the connection to
we've talked about that before.
Laundering money, right.
The crypto stuff. I mean, I think that it can all happen. That's all can be there in conjunction with this other stuff. But I really feel like, I don't think Kaylee was living there. It makes zero sense that someone would bring more stuff to unload at the house that they were moving out of. It makes no sense that she would leave all her stuff behind. It makes no sense that she would be the only one in a different sorority living with another sorority girl.
Right.
It makes no sense that she would, like, why not just stay there another 2 weeks, do your finals, and then move out? Like, it doesn't make sense she would sign a lease when she knew she was going to Austin. Like, none of that makes sense, right?
Yeah, these leases at this residence don't seem ironclad by any means. It seems like a filter situation that they're putting in place who they want there.
Well, but here's the thing also, is what I was trying to say is, okay, it makes no sense that Kaylee would choose to sleep in Maddie's small-ass bed and leave her dog alone, right? So what does make sense? Either, I don't think that was Kaylee's room. I don't think she lived there. I think she lived, maybe she was in a relationship with someone else, maybe an older man, maybe something happened and there was like a breakup and she was staying with Maddie because she had nowhere else to go, maybe.
I wonder if they had a choice. I think they may have been sucked in, that's what that house was, and this is why they tore it down. This is why they thought the house was a target, that it was some type of, that's why he brings up the Saudi family. Because when you have that, a lot of times the girls will get sucked into the lifestyle really quickly.
Yeah.
And they'll get hooked on substances, and then the next thing you know, they disappeared. They're carted away. In this case, possibly, allegedly, in our opinion, it very well could have been the reason that they lost their lives.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't say that there was anybody involved with that house that wasn't a pretty hard partier. Okay, I mean, I've had my share of drinks in the past, and I get being at college, and I get all that. But they were at the top tier of getting down, right?
Right. I mean, they're drinking, gallon jugs of alcohol. I mean, let's just leave it there.
Starting there. And you're not going to film the other activities, or at least you're not going to film it and put it on display on the internet. Even though some of the people at Sigma Chi have.
Listen, they are instructed and have to follow the rules, which is you only portray a certain aesthetic on your social media. That's why if you look, there's photos I found with like disposable cameras in the background, like on a table or something. These kids actually take photos with a camera and get them printed out so they can still have their memories, but those photos do not go online. Now, think about this now. How easy would it be to spend those 8 hours curating a certain story
narrative
online on your social media and doing that by taking photos of a printed photo from another date, but now you deleted everything else.
JJ,
so now you take an old event and portray it as a recent event. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's what I'm saying is JJ has a tendency towards thinking this whole thing was planned out ahead of time, and that Kohberger was chosen and all this, which is possible. 100%. But I think that it was a situation that happened, and they made the right phone calls, allegedly, to the right people that told them the right course of action, the right thing to do. And,
yeah,
you yourself have proven that over and over. This is how it's done. And the people, when they get caught, say, I was doing it to protect the fraternity. I was doing it to protect the university. That's why I lied. And why is this case any different? You'd have to show me.
Yeah. And now
because calls were made clearly, and it's one of the points I wanted to bring up when Nick from Occult Rejects was in here. Is Mrs. Potts' take on it is that if somebody's calling me at if my son or daughter is calling me at 7:30 in the morning on Sunday,
something's wrong.
There's an emergency, and it's hard to see past that. But the police can't see, and I think it. What do you think, JJ?
Kane, greetings, sir. Jenn, howdy.
Hi.
Welcome back, my friend.
JJ Vance, not the vice president, and you come to the right place. I like to party. So if we're talking about partying and how much folks can party, I definitely know what you're talking about there, friend.
I've hung out with you, you northern folk, and I definitely can't keep up with the party. So I can imagine that in the dull state of Idaho, partying and sexual activity is at the forefront, and they're very skilled at it. Judging just from what I've seen up north, Florida.
That's why the chances of them not having a party that night at the house are pretty low, in my opinion. Like
absolutely. I used to live in a flop house in Montana for many years, so I'm kind of familiar with these environments. When I was stationed there, it was me and three of my dudes. We basically party 24/7 and let folks come and go basically as whenever. But it would be abnormal for us not to have a party there on a normal.
The last home game of the season, like a big, party night. Plus,
Kaylee's back in town. A lot of reasons to get together.
Right,
anymore.
A lot of reasons. Plus,
for sure.
Plus, you have the fact that you have Ethan, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany were all under 21, right? So why wouldn't they have people over the house to drink? I don't think there was a Sigma Chi party. I think that story's bullshit. I don't think there was a party. Maybe there was, but why don't you hear any noise from the party on the band field? Either one of those is not from that weekend, the same day, is my point. Either the band field is from a different date and being portrayed to be on that same day, or the Sigma Chi party never happened on that day. Because there's an interview where Brian Enton was standing in front of 1122, and he was like, "Yeah, you can hear them partying from here, Sigma Chi. So why couldn't you hear anything that night?" Either there was no party. That's a good point. Yeah,
that's a very good point.
So one of these things we're being told is not true. They can't both be true.
Well, I just go back that's a good point, Jim. I also go back to why is Kaylee there, right? So you either have to believe Kaylee, much like these other victims, are just sheer happenstance. They all became victimized here in the middle of the night here at this home, or that she was drawn back there for the purposes of these murders.
Right. Which one makes more sense?
That is, yeah.
Option 2 makes more sense.
Right. So if that's the case, then you have to look at why is she back there. As the story goes, DM invited her back, right?
That's the story we're being told, but as far as
that
I can
doesn't make any
tell,
sense either, though, does it?
But another thing is
it makes sense in one aspect, that's for sure.
Listen, they would not have been able to have a party like that if they were on probation. They're not allowed to. It's in the rules. Second of all, they're not going to have a formal event on that weekend when there's all the other events happening. They have their formals in the spring and the fall. Not in, they have them usually in September and like April or May. If you look at like historically, like the other formals from the previous years, there was no Betty's Ball that weekend. There was no freaking, as far as I'm concerned, I think those are old photos being repurposed because they were printed out photos, not actual digital photos. You clear out your social media, you post it and make it look like it's from a certain day. That's why I feel like the murders might have very easily happened on not even on Sunday.
Well, for sure. And I'm trying to get lost in those details, but you make some good points about the lack of the Betty's Ball and the party with Sigma Chi as well. But the way I look at it, Jen, is so how in the world is DM inviting Kaylee back to go to some Pi Beta Phi party when whether or not she's a member or not. But and then Zana and Madison Mogan are not going to the same party, and why is Kelly not their +1? At least Madison's right. So and where do they go? Do they go to the same party that they've already quit the sorority of? They're not going to that same party. So
They're not going to be welcome.
All these stories seem like bullshit.
Yeah, they're not going to. But see, that brings me back towards the G's, okay? Because they told, that was their story, you know what I'm saying? And that's what makes me feel like they're part of this cover up, because it just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. It doesn't. They would not be welcome. If there really was a party, they would not be welcome. If you quit the sorority, you're not welcome. Period. End story. Period.
Exactly.
You are ostracized. Period. Because you took a vow and you broke it. End of story.
I agree. I completely agree.
And even if you really pay attention to the wording that like Pi Beta Phi uses they posted something like on the national page website. It said something to the effect of like the victims were bonds of friendship with our sisters at the Idaho chapter or whatever. But they said they were friends with members of the chapter. You get what I'm saying? Of sorority. Not actual sisters of the sorority. They were friends of the sisters. So why would they lie? Why are they trying to make it seem like they were still in the sororities? Ask yourself that. It can't be a coincidence. The 4 victims
I agree.
all had problems.
It's more conflicting narratives, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, the only 2 that survived are the 2 that were in good standing with the Greeks. Why were we being lied to? Like, in my opinion, Ethan lived there. Because why would they... Ethan's mom said they had his belongings, right, and in the golf clubs. Like, if he didn't live there, like, how many belongings did he really have? And
I got a lot of problems with all the Chapin's activity. You all keep saying the Gonzalez. I'm fine with that too, but both the Chapins are kind of on above the Gonzalez, in my opinion.
They straight up lied, the Chapins, about the Betty's Ball. They straight up lied. I proved it. I did a video. I proved it. You cannot deny it. They lied. Now, why do they lie?
They've done a number of suspect activities, haven't they?
What was the lie about the Betty's Ball? I'm sorry.
Okay, so when you have a party with like over 5 or 6 fraternity or sorority members, you have to register it with the school, and it can only be happening if there's a start time and an end time, and it can only go on during those times. If it starts at 9 and ends at 1, it's done, and there's got to be a certain ratio of like brothers to guests, and there's rules. The Betty's Ball is not only not on the registry of the calendar for happening that day. Historically, in previous years, it happens in September. So why would they have one in September and then another one like 2 months later? And they would not have a formal event like that on this last football game of the season. They would not. They wouldn't. There's too much things going on that night. You have the sorority event, like it wouldn't be like in the middle of the day, right? I mean, maybe like start at like 6, I would say, right? And then you had the football game, right? That ended at like 7:30, I think. But then you have the Sigma Chi party. Like, there's just too much overlap. And if Ethan did go to the Betty's Ball, where was Anna? Where was she? And why did you only go to the Sigma Chi party for an hour? And if they really were there, then like, why did they not know where Xana and Ethan were for 6 weeks or 5 weeks? It's just, no way, not true.
Yeah, well, I mean, all these details could be written off as these people are inept or they're mouth breathing morons. But if you look at it from a more actually look at the details of these perspectives, you're describing these varying conflicting perspectives. I would argue this is because when I say look at the details, is no one cares to correct this. That's the details, right? No one cares to correct this from law enforcement. So no one cares that they acted like they needed all this help. They didn't. No, they don't care to correct it. We still don't know where folks were. None of these timelines make sense. So I would argue this is all a result of intentional subterfuge to confuse everyone.
If there was really all these cameras picking up these Elantras and Kaylee walking the dog and Kaylee and getting home safely with Maddie, if there was all of that able to verify, then why did they not know where Ethan and Xana were? Why did it say something like the wording was like investigators continue to look for evidence of or context to what happened that night or continue to investigate what happened that night? Like, we're not worried about what's going on in the photos. If you send us any photos in, we're not concerned with the activities. Don't worry, you're not going to get in trouble if you're, there's weed on the background. That tells me that they knew something did happen. Do you know what I'm saying? Something happened and they were looking for more context to it. Like, they knew. But out of all the things to have questions about, Ethan and Xana's whereabouts should have been the last on the list, because you're telling me all the sorority members and fraternity members and all their friends at the party and their brother and sister that were supposedly with them didn't know where like, come on. That should have been the easiest thing to figure out. But yet it was the thing they had the least information on, was their whereabouts.
No, it's the thing they told everyone they had the least information on.
True.
Yeah.
What's interesting is if you look back
you nailed it right there, Jen. That's what I'm saying, though. It's the thing that's the easiest they have the information on, what they're actually the most confused on. That is the magic show, right? That is the ambivalent nature of their activities, right? Like, it's opposite ends of what is reasonably accepted as normal.
Right. Now, if you look back at the press releases that MPD put out, they say they figured out Brian's name on the 19th, right? So a lot of things happen on the 19th. If you really, or maybe, the 20th, within those, the 24, 48 hours, you have the Adam video that was released, which MPD refused to refused to verify. You have that the 19th was the last press release that basically mentioned Dylan and Bethany being asleep on the first floor, or, waking up later that morning, or asking for help where Ethan and Xana were. There's a drastic difference. The amount of tips go from a couple thousand to triple or double the amount. There's a lot of little, details that if you go back and look, happened on that day.
No, you're right. I think that's evidence. The way I look at it, that's evidence of a different phase of their operation here. So, that's when that's when the FBI started unloading this stuff onto the state, for example. That was that part of that phase, right?
Right. But if they had just gotten his name and they hadn't actually looked into him fully yet, then why would they stop saying, why stop mentioning all these things in the PCA and stop asking for help on certain things? Why?
It's the same reason why on December 30th on the press conference James Fry gave for the arrest of Brian Kohberger in Pennsylvania, he ends that same press conference or that one interview with one reporter saying they still need an active investigation. They need all the tips possible. Please send in everything you got.
Yeah. It's they reverse engineered everything.
Oh, they had the feds, and in turn, the state of Idaho had Kohberger's name. Whether or not they wanted to, I understand what you're saying, the December 19th thing. I think the feds had his name before November 13th. If you want my honest opinion, you're not going to have a hit without having a patsy identified for the hit.
If we look at it from a planned, which there's so many things that have to be planned, in my opinion. Otherwise, how did they get away with it? So let's just say it was pre-planned, which I think is more likely than not. If it was pre-planned, it would have to be more of a ritualistic kind of symbolic, the date being relevant and, timing being relevant, all those things, the numbers, the numerology,
it's possible. I would argue that shit hit the fan. And there was liabilities on the battlefield, if you will, and those liabilities were dealt with, and that was the four murders of these adults.
Well, do you think I feel like there was a kind of a fear maybe in the air in the weeks prior to the unalivings. I feel like there was something was either had the possibility of popping off or had already popped off and maybe it was escalating. I get the feeling that there was something that people, that's why when it happened, I feel like some people weren't that surprised.
I know what you mean. And this is the way I look at things like that in an environment that you're describing is imagine throwing a rock into the water and the ripple effects of that go everywhere, right? It's not one direction. So looking at it this way, the rock in the water in this case was the four murders. So those ripple effects, despite them not occurring yet, go back and essentially in a retro causality type effect, go backwards in time. So that eerie effect you're describing beforehand is really an after effect of the murders that haven't occurred yet.
Right. Do you think it's possible that there's like two different motives, so to speak? Like maybe, let's say Ethan and Xander were the target. Maybe either Kaylee and Maddie were also unalive because either, like I said, maybe they got home too early. Maybe just to make the other two look better, because I don't know, because it does seem to fit. It makes more sense that there would be two motives. For, like maybe someone just said, "Oh shit, somebody killed these two, so you know what? I don't like these two. Let me kill them too." Well, I can. So they'll blame it on the other guy. I don't know.
No, I think you nailed it when you're talking about the victimology and the fact that the two surviving roommates are still in the Greek system and the dead ones they'd all left. So. Right. Well, that's what I'm saying about being a liability with this drug trafficking network and this money laundering operations up out of that Farmington State Moonstone Bank. Mm-hmm. Whereas when FTX when they had to file bankruptcy, an emergency bankruptcy on Friday, November 11th, they probably made that decision around Wednesday. So I'd like to know when Kaylee got invited to Moscow that week. Because when you're dealing with cleaning up liabilities in a situation like this, when shit hits the fan unexpectedly, no one expected FTX. Well, most people did not expect FTX to have to file bankruptcy, in which to then divulge to the world they bought out this bank in rural Washington they laundered a bunch of money out of.
Right. I saw a comment on one of these like people finder websites to like look up people's information. And when you look at like Steve G's profile in there, you can like comment like things about people, like, oh, this person sucks. You know, you can do a review on someone. Someone had written prior to the November 13th, they wrote like the crypto OG or something like that about Steve. It was like a couple months prior. So I think the crypto stuff is definitely true.
Oh, well, it's a whole operation. Again, you got to think of it as pre-planning. So this money laundering operation had its predecessing, stages and actions that preceded the date of the murder. So, for example, when FTX and gang bought out that bank to do a bunch of hood rat money laundering stuff out of it, they did so by paying off the state regulator for the state of Washington. They had to start that process right around the same time Scott Green took the job as the president of University of Idaho. And that becomes even more interesting when the law firm that Scott Green leaves is the law firm that was handling the merger that FTX was involved in that week, which failed out, which they then caused them to file emergency bankruptcy.
I see. I didn't know all of this. That stuff's interesting. Now,
this is what I was trying to give you a rough draft of that. Let JJ go on because he's got a lot more. Just check it out.
What is this? What do I got?
Well, as far as the Binance Bank,
he talked about it before, I think, a little bit.
He might have discussed it. But anyway, yeah, I'm trying to wrap it up because I know I'm keeping you guys prisoner, which is okay because you've got $1 billion in your contract. And
as long as you cook up some more of those pineapple burgers, we're good to go, sir.
Pineapple burgers coming down the chute, Whippy.
My safe word is pineapple juice.
As far as, because I feel like I hold the chat. I know the chat wants to chat and they want to be here, but a lot of people, they want to watch the show top to bottom. And so I always feel like I'm holding them prisoner also as well, which is an unfair practice. But, this is Central Florida and things come about slowly. You can't come up with a Hitler response just you can't write that shit. It writes itself. So, anyway, with the Binance company, you had a smaller bank that they owned, and all of this is connected to the FTX people. Go on with that one, JJ. I'm going to fuck it up.
No, you're right, and we have talked about it before, Jen. And when you're describing the release of these videos of the Corner Club and the St. Andrews School stuff, this stuff all is intriguing because it's even the drug trafficking, the hood rat shit, the FTX money laundering stuff. This stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum. I mean, there is a weird environment there with Doug Wilson. as Heather Fitzgerald's been pointing out to me regarding this Doug Wilson character and some interesting elements there. This guy's obviously doing some weird stuff in there too, getting involved politically and whatnot. And strangely enough, he's the son of a naval intelligence officer.
Interesting.
So, and you have to wonder what's their buy-in with releasing that video. So, and you have to look at what happened at the release of that video. So that St. Andrews, "What Did You Tell Adam" video is released at a time when it causes the official investigation, or at least the narrative in the media, to take a turn. Right? They then have to react to that. They don't confirm that video, but they have to react to that regarding their investigation. They're saying like, "Oh, well, we have this handled," and yada yada. They have to make one of those statements about it. So it's almost like forcing their hand.
I think it was put out in order to clear, in the court of public opinion, the scrutiny on Hoodie Guy. But then it was like, oh shit, wait, now it's on Adam. Okay, let's just put out this Corner Club still shot with all three of them in there, and it'll, in one swoop, now everybody's, let go from scrutiny. That's what I think.
I mean, it certainly played that role, but what is the buy-in of Doug Wilson in that matter? You see what I'm saying?
I mean,
he seems to be, in his own way, of course he's going to responding to either allegations or whatever it is in a lot of his videos, right?
Kane, he plays Mr. Rogers and lights the entire neighborhood on fire in a video. I mean, this dude's out there. You know what I mean?
Papa Rogers. I just put that together. I don't know why.
What did you do?
He said he played Mr. Rogers. I was like, oh, Papa Rogers. I just put that together in my head.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day in Mr. Wilson's neighborhood. Then he lights it all on fire.
What did he say about the bridges?
Yeah, burning bridges. Yeah, you seen the video I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Ken.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's Heather's video.
That's who shared it with me. Yes, sir.
If you want to give Jen a chance to catch her breath, maybe we'll play the Heather video or the Mr. Rogers video real quick for everybody.
I'm not even saying anything. Calm down. You want me to talk or you don't?
Tell us how you really feel, Jen.
I quit.
Are you rage quitting the Purge right now?
I quit. I'd rather be in chat anyway.
You can't quit. You're not even on the payroll.
You're right.
But yeah, no. Anyway, yeah. So where were you? But I'm sorry.
Oh, what is this? What happened?
Did we leave off with the Binance connection to FTX, and you have Gooch involved?
The Gooch.
The Gooch. You got to talk about the Gooch. We're the only channel that's ever said the word Gooch. I think I saw one channel pick up on it from us. But
I don't see a circumstance how that does not play a role in the precipitating events that cause these murders. I mean, it's the proximity. It's the sequence of the events.
Okay, so let me throw some out there.
It's the associations with Scott Green. It's the
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the drug trafficking that's obviously going on. That money's going somewhere.
It could be both ritualistic and involved in the crypto stuff. It could be both. You got to remember, like people are superstitious when it comes to things, especially in like rural areas. I hate to say it. Like, I feel
I'm glad you said that, because in regards to these satanic style, when you were saying before, there's not a lot of murders that go on where four folks are getting stabbed in the middle of the night in their home. I agree with you on that. It's not common. The only place it is common is within these satanic ritual homicides.
Right. Superstitious.
Yeah, and they're always rooted around that. So when we're talking, again, the Tate Polanski murders, the Gooch's dad's mentor, Sharon Tate's dad, Paul Tate, Colonel, U.S. Army Intelligence. A lot of military intelligence rolling around everywhere in this whole circumstance. This whole Idaho Contra situation. So, that was the circumstance of the Tate Polanskis. It was a crime of drug trafficking gone wrong, and also done so in a ritual manner on a specific date. So you're making some solid points there, Jim.
Yeah, these people don't have regular jobs.
We're talking about the
Gooch. Do satanic stuff. A lot of them. So they got to get money somehow. They're going to do some crypto and some weird shit.
Hold on, also, Jen. Wait, let him catch up. The Gooch is, in my opinion, even more important post facto. because of the DNA thing. And go into that a little bit if you don't mind, JJ.
Sure, she was the ISP detective who was involved, who was in charge of tracking down the IGG investigation. The now, bunk ass situation that's not going to be used, right? The IGG stuff, but that was her role in December 2022, and also she was the one who did the interviews. Back to the orders that Hitler issued today, he cited the interview the Gooch did with Mortensen as why Mortensen's testimony was important. So that's how vital it is. I mean, despite Hitler's conclusions of the jury's not a bunch of tarred balls, you can go fuck yourself. Despite that,
I knew you were going to throw that out there.
I figured you were waiting for that, Kane.
I can't handle it. I was trying to be ready. And I can't.
So they're still using that as the integral piece of evidence in their testimony, is this interview with Gooch.
I got the giggles again.
I can't.
Oh my God, Kane.
I'm trying.
When you're sober and you're around someone that's high, it's really annoying.
Okay, so Jen, did you catch that last part?
Yeah, we've talked about that.
Gooch is the one that interviewed Mortensen. So, question, JJ, just on a conjecture. Do you think that those interviews, like we see in so many other cases, will ever be released to the public?
I thought you were going to ask me if those interviews ever happened, much like all those negative interviews to the hunters they have against Kohberger.
Right.
And why are they having so many different officers detectives interviewing? Like, it should just be like the same ones.
Oh, that's part of the circus for sure. It should be the same ones.
Yeah, to build a rapport with the person.
Well, that's why the Gooch is so important when she comes in to do the heavy hitting.
Yeah.
So, but even with these 100 documents, there's like people sitting writing letters. We were talking about there. There's a case I'm thinking of out of Kentucky. It was a capital murder case. The law firm for the defendant, I think it was even, I'm not even sure, wrote dozens of false, just completely fraudulent affidavits. They wrote them with fictional people and just stamped them and notarized them.
Yeah, they have people like, I don't want to say on the payroll necessarily because they might be getting paid for it per se, but they are in like there's an inner circle. Like you're in the circle of trust. They play hot potato with these properties. They play, it's like you got to keep the outsiders out. You're not in the know. You can't know what the hell is going on. Some of them might not know fully the shadiness, but it's like small towns are weird.
Okay, guys. So nothing half-assed with it, and I had this article actually book-eared for this live.
Book-eared, bookmarked.
Or dog-eared. I don't know what Hitler would say.
What would Hitler say? Let's make like those little rubber bracelets. What would Jesus do? What would Hitler say? He would say no. Go fuck yourself.
There you go.
I'm gonna have a heart attack.
And twice on Sundays. And you could do it twice on Sundays. Go fuck yourself twice on Sundays.
Skull fuck yourself twice on Sunday. No, that's the end, folks. Thanks. No, don't leave. So let's take a look at this. Thank you, Nothing Half-Assed, for reminding me of this. So the headline reads, man sentenced to 30 years in prison for fatal downtown Spokane. And that's the castle he lives in. A judge last week sentenced a 48-year-old to 30 years in prison for doing in a guy 2 summers ago in Spokane. A jury in February convicted him on second degree after he did it to Shan Anderson, who was lying on the ground possibly sleeping more than a dozen times, according to court documents. Officers responded in the early morning hours to South Wall Street Viaduct for reports of an unalived guy. Video surveillance from nearby buildings showed White thrusting his hands down towards Anderson in a motion about 13 times. Can you guys see this article? Anyway, surveillance indicated the attack happened about an hour and a half before the body was reported to police. Police arrested White about 1 week later. Spokane Spokane County Superior Court judge who sentenced White Tuesday declared a mistrial on White's first-degree charge after the jury could not reach a verdict. Anderson dismissed the charge Thursday at the request of Spokane Deputy Prosecutor Dale Nagy. White's criminal history includes 70 convictions, most of them misdemeanors, according to the documents. Anderson ordered him to serve 3 years of community custody or probation when he's released from prison. That's it. What was your takeaway there, JJ?
A lot of murder.
A lot of on camera. That is an interesting article. Thank you, Nothing. Appreciate it. If you guys feel free, if you have something you want to share at any time, other than like if it's 65 terabytes of dick pics, that's too much. Okay, so keep your sharing within a 60 terabyte range. So with beyond the now, when you brought up Gooch, you have the circus of people that are handling evidence. Was Gooch in the chain of custody of the alleged DNA sample on the alleged sheath?
Great question. Inconclusive from what I've seen in the available court documents and testimonies from those hearings, the transcripts. She was involved in the tracking down of the family members through the IGG process. But they're not exactly clear on what that entails, are they?
So she pursued the IGG to get the pizza crust from Kohberger's dad.
She got the call from FBI and was like, "Yo, you need to go investigate these people." I guess they're not clear. And then she's like calling those 4 brothers that were identified to get one of their samples. As the story goes, again, these details, they just sound. The more information we have, the more these details sound preposterous, right? Like, who are these 4 brothers? What is she doing? How did the FBI call her? What's going on here? Let's ask Judge Hippler.
Well,
go fuck yourselves.
Don't. What if the jury asks Hippler a question? I don't know. I'm trying.
I mean, I'm assuming they're going to do their best to not answer. To be quite honest with you, they're going to be like, jury, I thought you were better than this. You also can go fuck yourselves.
I see what you did there. You just want my head to explode, don't you? I can't take it anymore. JJ's just here to egg me on to a fatal heart attack. I've had 3 monsters, for God's sake. What is wrong with you, man?
Lord of mercy.
Oh, well, they come in the big can. And allegedly. And so, all right. So, inconclusive on the Gooch. As far as chain of custody goes. Now, in that same vein, as far as the main vein, the custody of this alleged knife sheath that... Okay, so I think a lot of people out there, and I know I have been, and I want to hear what Hippler really has to say in the topic. See, you can do true crime and comedy, but you won't expect it.
Right.
You will never see it coming. When you say they are not going to include the IGG in the evidence to try to convict this guy, then does that mean that they're not going to include the DNA that allegedly led to him? So that is the DNA on the alleged knife sheath totally out at this point, or is it only the science that they didn't record out? Is just the IgG itself? What happens without the IgG? There is no knife sheath.
Great question, sir. Great question. Great question, sir. And if I can reply to you in a non-Hippler fashion.
Okay. Now it's just torture. It hurts. Oh man, you know those things that you put on your apps to get those 6-minute apps. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
The state's current position, their current position in their case is any communications that occurred between 4:22 and 11:58 a.m. on 11/13/2022 did never happen. It never existed. They don't want. They've literally argued that in court. We don't want. That's not coming in here. We don't think that happened. We disagree. Is what old Shushley Jennings, as you call her, says. And then past that, anything that occurred in the investigation prior to, let's just call it January 1st, 2025, the state's position is they also don't want to include that in the trial.
And the defense is okay with that. It totally wiped from the trial.
No, the defense is not okay with that. They've objected to all of these things.
So what do you think is in those dates?
Well, I made up the date about the start of the year because what they're doing is they don't want to include the IGG, right? So the defense has agreed on that, and the courts said you guys have to come up to an agreement of how this quote unquote tip that led to Kohberger. So how they're going to negotiate this stuff later, I think the defense has said the defense dropped a frag grenade in their office and said, "You guys fucking deal with it, prosecution," because now the prosecution's got to figure out. Now their solution is to have Brett Payne say, "Well, I got a tip." Well, that's great. What are you going to do after that? Because how do you introduce the rest of this stuff, right?
Right.
The knife sheaths, right? How do you have any conversation on DNA? So that's the thing. The game that the defense has set them up for. The defense is objecting to all of this. When Bill Thompson tried to say that they didn't need the PCA, I mean, you could see it looked like the defense table had a conniption fit, and they argued against it, obviously, because what case do you have if you don't have the arresting affidavit is thrown out of the case?
They can put Katy Perry in space, but we can't free BK. I'm not sure how they're related, but I feel strongly that it's important. And oh man, that one really got me tonight. That's Jenn. Are you still with us? Did she go to make waffles? Is she? Hopefully, she's getting right enough for the class. Jenn. Get back in here.
Jenn, are you out
Listen,
there?
I'm not your show pony. I don't do tricks on command. You don't want me to talk. I'm going to talk when I feel like talking. So woo. I don't come when called.
Wow. Okay.
I'm busy.
That's how you're doing. That's all. It's okay.
No, I have you muted because I was watching something else.
Oh, good. Well, what were you watching?
None of your business. I'm not going to, I would tell you, but it's going to, I'm going to be talking too much to tell you, so.
What?
I said that would entail me talking, and.
You think this is a place to make jokes, Jenn?
Really? Then why don't you make some funny ones?
What would Hitler say about that, Jenn?
He would say, "Go fuck yourself," and twice on Sundays.
The jury can understand for themselves. That jury is all grown up. Oh no, we're gonna bring back the Google.
Don't you guys get it? This is why Steve G's new agenda is to pull it, emotionally manipulate the public by trying to make it. He's trying to like get these people to riot. Like, he's not even from here. He's not even a real Idahoan. He's not even a citizen of Idaho. He's trying to take that angle now. So, like, even if jury members really do, maybe deep down they're like, oh, you know what, this is a little weird. This is a little shady. They have this, Idahoans, they have like a sense of pride for their state. It's a beautiful state. There's, they don't like outsiders. He's tugging at those heartstrings. That's his new agenda. Getting desperate. Like, why does he want someone like executed so soon, so bad? How can he ignore all these red flags? There's no way this is just grieve and he's just not thinking. There's no way. This is an agenda to keep Brian Kohberger as the suspect, judge, jury, and executioner. That's Steve, I guess. I don't know.
This XXX thing must be a hot button issue for Google. Please stop typing that and drawing unwanted attention in the chat.
What? Who typing what? I wasn't looking.
I can't. I don't even want to say it now. Apparently, it's gonna draw a close to this live.
Who's a Google cop? I'm so confused.
They apparently have a
Google
hot
moderators,
button
please?
issue with a certain.com with
What
3
the
X's
heck?
in it. And so people keep typing in the chat and getting doxxed by Google
I've
police.
never seen that before.
Yeah, well, they found it's like making an Alexa say something weird. I guess, and they're just no more, please, Heather. Jiminy Joseph.
I'm gonna make another YouTube and change my name to Google moderator and go in
is that
the
what
chat.
it's like? Google, Google, moderated by the Google team. Google
I've never seen
moderator
that
team.
before.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Interesting.
Apparently, I'm already shadow banned. There's only 3 people watching tonight. We got 3 views, so.
I don't like your new backwards name. It's I don't like it.
Anyway, what?
I don't like it. I don't, because I already forgot what you said, how to tag you, and I don't know how.
Heather will tell you.
No.
How to tag me? You just have to copy and paste the.
I'm not doing all that.
Sorry, just all you do is just select my name and copy it.
I'm not doing all that.
And then paste it. It's 3 moves, Jen, if you want to tag me.
As opposed to just 1.
Listen, I never make the first move, Jen, so you're going to have to do it. If you want to get I haven't posted in a long time. I'm just going to put this and see what happens.
I want to know, what does the deafen button do on the screen right now? Like, you see it says, like, transfer, solo talk, deafen.
Oh, don't push that because it makes a really loud noise and deafens everyone in the chat.
That's what I was thinking.
Yikes.
What is the point of that? I'm blind? Like, is it gonna like?
It's basically backstage mace.
Oh.
Just give me 1 minute for you hit that button, Jen. I'm going to step out before you implode the entire place. Kane, it's been great. It's been a great purge, and Jen, it's been a great conversation. As well here. I look forward to the next purge, but I'm gonna have to call it a night here.
All right, bud. Thank you so much again for being on. I'm going to shut it down right there, guys. I'm shorting you 15 minutes.
Don't put that hate on me.
No, you ruined the party, JJ. You brought Hitler with you, and the jury still. Juries just don't understand. You know what I'm saying? No, this has been about as much
JJ,
fun.
I'm posting a. I posted a link for you, JJ. For you to read later.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Okay, so
the endowment ceremony, the second anointing.
Okay, nice.
The things we need to look at, we'll look at, and we will.
We all need to get second anointed. I think that's a get out of jail free card, right?
Yeah, basically, you could just do whatever happens now. You're guaranteed to go into heaven. You're good. Doesn't matter what you do. Go, diddle some, underage kids and do this and do that. It doesn't matter. You're good.
Does this have anything to do with Donald Trump's $5 million Willy Wonka golden tickets?
Maybe.
Oh, you mean like the Clintons did?
No, Donald Trump's selling $5 million citizenships to the U.S. via like a Willy Wonka golden ticket style.
Are you kidding?
We should get, from a marketing perspective, we should get him with the Mormons in this anointing situation. Sell those things for like $10 or $20 million.
Yeah, like it's only for like chosen few. It's like the
Oh,
upper,
is that
like,
you can buy yourself out of sin with the Mormons? I didn't know
basically.
that.
No, the Catholics have been doing that for years. They've been doing the buying your way out of sin business for a long time.
Yeah.
The money traders, right? Back to the olden days of the Bible. All right, this has been a lot of fun. I'm going to let the chat run as I always do. Jen, JJ.
Yeah.
Say goodnight, Jen.
Good night, Jen.
And we'll reconvene here in a few days, and let's look at some of the stuff we talked about more, and we will continue going in circles trying to prove our rightness, and that's all we can do, right?
Yes, sir, and I look forward to the next purge, Kane. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you again. All right, Jen, have a great night.
JJ.
Absolutely, Jen. Great talking with you.
You too.
And, yep, happy resting. I will talk to you soon, brother.
Bye, Kane.
Good night, everybody. Thank you very much for being here.
Good night, everyone.